The school board meeting will begin in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board meeting will begin in 1 minute.
Good rainy Thursday morning, everyone. Welcome to all of you that are here with us in the audience and those of you watching at home. I now call the September 9th, 2021 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. I now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this work session. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning, Chair Thrower. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. This board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form and hand it to the school board secretary. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the secretary will call speakers' names in the order received. At the podium, speakers are asked to state their full name and address and to spell their last names. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout the meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. We will now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Good morning, Dr. Gollett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's a pleasure to see you all again today. I have 3 briefings, and so I'd like to begin with calling up Mr. Knight, who will provide an update on the Howard Academy progress. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Good morning, Mr. Powers. Welcome aboard, Mr. Browning, Mrs. Prestipino, and Dr. Gullett. Good morning. Good to see you all. As noted, I'm bringing you an update on the Howard Academy project. That's the replacement of the bathrooms and floor systems and plumbing throughout the campus. You may have recalled that we were holding a date of September 15th for completion. Unfortunately, we will not meet that date. Many events have finally taken their toll on the project. The biggest event is the flooring. It was ready to ship out of New Jersey, and the very next day, what was left of Hurricane Ida came through New Jersey, flooded the state, knocked out power, affected the people that work at the plant, and material is about a week and a half behind shipping. It is en route now. If we don't get it tomorrow, it will be on site Monday. So what that means for the schedule is next week the flooring will go in. Everything else is on standby waiting for the floors to go in. Once the floors are in, next week, the following weekend, we'll be able to put toilet partitions and start putting the toilet fixtures in. So we're saying September 30th on the new completion date, almost 2 weeks behind. Contractors saying they're going to be maybe only a week behind, but That gives them no room for error if there's any issue. So we are planning on bringing the custodial crews back through the building beginning next week, because since construction was happening this summer, they were not able to do their typical cleaning, shampooing of carpets, wiping down of surfaces, doorknobs, that sort of thing. So they will begin next week. Sewer line tie-in, if it stops raining by this afternoon, will be made today. And the bacteriological tests will take place tomorrow and Monday, with clearance on Tuesday for the drinkable water system. Water lines have been run. They are going to be flushed today and the tests taken. It's not impacting where the students are because they are still under the older water system. Once that test clears, the entire site will have the new water system in place. So it's unfortunate that we're about a week and a half at least behind, but the good news is that when it is done, it'll be drastically different than what we had, and we'll be able to put folks right back in as soon as, about the time we're done cleaning, they'll be winding up with the project. So that's the update there. Unless there's any questions, that's what we've got in terms of an update.
Was that flooring that was delayed?
Yes, the flooring material is epoxy, and it comes out of a manufacturing plant in New Jersey, and unfortunately, the day before they got it on the trucks, Ida came through and basically shut them down. And we couldn't find additional flooring material for that anywhere else. You have to order so many weeks in advance. Their material was ready. Everybody else, by the time we would have gotten theirs, it would have been even after September. So we just had to hold with the original manufacturer, and like I said, it's en route as we speak.
Thank you, Mr. Knight.
I do have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Knight, thank you. With the going back in the cleaning part, did we do any necessary special thing with the artifacts and stuff that's in the museum? Is there some type of special precautions that we took?
Building was secured, the whole building and including that room, so we didn't do anything special like remove anything from the premises. It was left there under lock and key, and the building itself was under lock and key with our staff and the contractor managing who's going and coming.
So they're going to clean that as well in there?
Yeah.
'Cause I'm sure there's some construction.
Yes, so
Yes.
Dr. Reese and myself walked that facility yesterday, went through every room so we could have a work order in place for different things that may have happened. We did walk through the museum. It was untouched, but it will also receive the cleaning it needs as well.
Thank you.
We also worked out a plan for return, working with our central warehouse to move everyone back in, and also working with IT to get the computers back in and the phone lines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dobbins. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Knight or Ms. Dobbins? Okay, well, we really appreciate the ongoing updates, and this really is developing into a true partnership between the community and Marion County Public Schools and what looks to be the hospital district as well. So we'll look forward to the next update.
Yes, thank you. I believe that'll be in 2 weeks, and that could possibly be the last one, because after that, we might be back in the building.
That's right, there'll be new people coming in front of
Yes,
us to say what's
there'll be
going on over
something
there.
else.
Right. Thank you.
Hey,
So,
thanks.
so the project will be done, Mr. Knight, in about 2 weeks?
Yeah, we're saying September 30th. The contractors assured us they can beat that date, but that's giving them no leeway because they've been working through the weekends, and we're saying September 30th to be safe in case there's some other hiccup that yet to be discovered, but we are in the wind down phase of it. Once floors are done, the only thing left really to do is to put in the toilet partitions, the actual toilets and sinks themselves, and then accessories such as mirrors, soap dispensers, that sort of thing, which is all in hand, just waiting for the floors.
We're pushing them for a sooner completion date, and that's why they're working through the weekends, but September 30th should be our drop deadline.
Let me ask another question, because I was by there yesterday as well. Is there something else going on the campus outside of the building? Because I saw a lot of caution tape around different areas on the outside of the building.
Yeah, that's the outside plumbing. You may recall that the plumbing lines throughout the campus were pretty old. So they've got 2 different trenches open, one for the new sewer line that's being connected today, if the trench is not underwater, and the second being the new water line that's coming off the street that's going to tie all 3 buildings in, the one we're working on, the one where the Episcopal Services is, and then finally the cafeteria to the backside.
Yeah, I saw the yellow tape. I was like, It's almost like a crime scene. There was so much tape around the school.
Yeah, some of the tape you saw out in the fields was to try to direct people
Oh,
where to
okay,
go
parking.
and not to have them driving all over the fields.
Okay,
and-
okay, yeah, because I was like way back there, the water lines on the P. Okay, I got
Yeah,
you.
that's more of a directive tape. We did the same thing when we went through. We went, well, do we bust the tape? Well, of course not. So we followed the route and said, we
I got you.
kind of went around in a big circle, but we understand why you did it. It's to
Gotcha.
keep people corralled and driving in one spot.
I got
Herding
you.
cats.
Thank you.
It is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Colette, did you have anything else?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Dobbin, who's already at the table, is going to provide an update on the Reddick Gym.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should we ask for any public comment regarding the Howard Academy Committee? Okay. Seeing none. Onward.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. As you know, we have been in contract for the demolition for the old Reddick School. We are currently in process of that demolition, and we're in the abatement process, which means that we're removing the asbestos appropriately and so forth. We did have a community complaint to our Florida EPA, which we received earlier this week. We have responded, and the EPA has cleared us to continue our abatement and demolition of that building. Last meeting, we had a public comment that rose some questions in regards to donation of the building. As far as facilities and operations, we have reviewed that plan and conversations with our attorney who has reviewed that plan. There were concerns about having financial means to follow through, but also there were concerns about what contractual liability would we have if we now stop the work and go in a different direction. So that is where we are. We continue to move forward. We're in the abatement. We expect the abatement to be done very quickly, and I'll let you talk about a timeline from there.
Yeah, as far as the actual field work, the abatement is the first phase of it. The second phase is the actual. We're better than 50% through the abatement phase. The second floor has been abated. Everything's been bagged and tagged. There's a certain process you have to follow when you're removing these materials. They're now on the first floor doing the abatement on that floor, and it's going to take them about a week and a day or so to complete that abatement. Then the last phase of the abatement process is the roof itself, which is a bit precarious because we're concerned about the structural loading of that building. There's been so much water damage over the years that's you may have heard me talk previous about doing a little bit of abatement, doing a little demolition, a little more abatement, and that's what we're going to have to do with the roofing, because we don't want to send 30 people up on the roof and all 30 wind up on the bottom floor in a matter of minutes. So
I have a quick question about the abatement. Were there any deficiencies noted by the EPA?
no, it stemmed from they had an incorrect address. As a school district, we're not required to file a notice when we do this sort of work. We did anyway, because we always do when we do any sort of abatement. So the Department of Environmental Protection contacted us and said, yes, we had a wrong address. You guys, your contractor did file notice, and they have a copy of the original report that identified the hazardous materials in the first place. We keep a catalog, and every 3 years that catalog is updated. And if it's encapsulated, then it's simply a walkthrough by a professional company that tells us it's still there. And when we abate, air sampling is done, and there's a final report after the abatement is done. This case will be slightly different because we no sooner will finish a report, it'll move to demolition phase. So there won't be 3 years from now another update on that. So no, there was no deficiency noticed.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
So we are in contract, and we continue to move forward with that contract unless the board tells us otherwise.
Yes. Madam Chair?
Thank you.
A question. I had noticed in previous workshops, there was a discussion about the bricks and the value of the bricks. I'd be real interested to hear if anything has transpired since then. I have a little bit of an art history and a finance history, and this there's a thing called Chicago bricks. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but architects use them, and they're incredibly valuable. That type of thing, coming from old takedowns to new builds, and the idea of bricks coming from Brick City, to me, as a businessman, seems like an enormous sort of a Picasso, Salvador Dali type opportunity. If we could look into that, just at least on this building and maybe future buildings, with the new way cryptocurrency is going, and these non-fungible tokens are made, $10, $100, $1,000, $10,000. These could become incredibly valuable. So it's just, I introduced that, and if you have any thoughts on it.
Mr. Browning, thank you. And from our previous conversation, I did look into that. So we pulled some of the bricks, and they're not solid red bricks. They're the bricks with the holes in the middle.
Right.
And what we have discovered is that the mortar used is down in those holes. So you have a couple of issues. One, you would have to chisel that mortar off, and in attempting to do so, you're going to most likely not have be able to preserve the brick in that process. We also discussed with Attorney Powers about the liability of bricks that could have asbestos exposure, and that could be a liability toward us. If we moved forward with that, that would add approximately another $250,000 onto the cost of scrubbing the bricks, chiseling the mortar off, and then also trying to take down the building in a different fashion. So that was our discovery when we did look into that.
Thank you, Ms. Dobbins, for explaining that, because we did, it was for the same reasons you mentioned, Board Member Browning. I was really interested in the preservation and the bricks and how popular that has become, and it's definitely was worth exploring. It's sounding a little disappointing. I guess in my head I was thinking, great, we'll have these wonderful bricks and we'll be able to repurpose them in who knows how all kinds of ways. I'm wondering, is there a cornerstone in that building? At least maybe we could preserve that. I think what you're hearing is that this board really is interested in the historic nature of that building and salvaging whatever we can that we can afford to, and not losing the excitement of that possibility.
There is not. So Mr. Knight and myself went out to the building and searched high and low for the cornerstone. There is no cornerstone of the building. However, we discovered an area on the back side which is almost of a column format, and it's of the stones, if you recall Fessenden and the stone used for Fessenden. On the back side of that building, that stone is also used. And so we are working with the contractor to preserve that column of stone. And then some of the bricks we're also preserving and trying to scrub those up as well. And if possible, the gym flooring is something, a piece of the gym flooring we also want to recover. And we're thinking of a pillar of the stone with the gym flooring on top, maybe with 2 rods that come up and hold a brick, and then a placard, and we can memorialize that. So we are trying to preserve certain areas. Our concern with the gym floor is, of the 4 walls, one of the walls is leaning so drastically that we're afraid that we may not have a section of the floor to pull out. But the contractor is aware, Mr. Knight has been working with them, and we are trying to preserve those things to memorialize. The next question will be the design of the memorial and then the placement of the memorial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Madam Chair? Question. Okay, so I'm thinking there might be an opportunity here. We have concerns. I'm just going to say 4 concerns. Let's say with the asbestos and what have you. I'd like to suggest from a revenue point of view, and I'm very revenue oriented, and I think we all are. From a revenue point of view, if we open a file and we look at it clearly, we'll at least, from a consultant point of view, be able to address this on the next building. Let's say we don't recover $500,000 with a cost of $250,000, let's say, on this one, all right? But if we have a file and we learn, it would be incredibly important going forward. We'd know exactly what to do. I can think of one down in Wearsdale, for example, and how we would address it, and just think of that as a revenue source.
Absolutely.
So I would dearly love to see that happen.
And I can point out that as part of our due diligence and conversations with Mr. Knight, Ms. Dobbins, and then also doing some research regarding the brick preservation, which was actually a topic that I believe I might have been the one to bring up at a school board meeting, perhaps in December. It was regarding preservation of some of those bricks and possibly offsetting costs of demolition. And one of the things that we encountered, as Ms. Dobbins said, I can elaborate just a little bit, is that the Chicago brick that you're talking about, you're absolutely right. It's from the red clay of the Chicago River. It's a very durable brick, and it's the old weathered-looking brick. Has a high value. It also typically is pre-1920s buildings, and those the cement or the mortar that was used is roughly. It's more easy to reclaim the brick itself, and the brick design is a solid brick. None of those factors occur in this school. This school was actually designed and constructed by the Works Project Administration using essentially what were the least expensive brick materials. Originally, it was intended to be designed out of flint rock. When they realized they were not going to be able to quarry enough flint rock to make that happen, they went to the red clay bricks that have the holes in them, which are lighter weight. They have roughly the same compressional structure, but the mortar gets down in them, becomes very difficult to use, as Ms. Dobbins indicated. But also, the type of mortar that was used starting in the 1920s was a Portland cement, and Portland cement has very different qualities than the type of mortars that were used on the Chicago bricks. And the actual deconstruction of the deconstruction of the building, the cost rises very significantly with attempting to preserve the brick. And roughly 50% of the brick can be damaged or destroyed in the process, and then it is a manual, labor-intensive process to actually chip away the mortar. Not to even mention the fact that we may have to go through a decontamination process. Now, regardless of the decontamination process, with the brick itself, the deconstruction and use of the brick afterward. With Chicago brick, it is very, very frequently reused. And the Brick City, after the big fire, and I think it was 1893 here in Marion County on Thanksgiving Day, a lot of structures that were originally wood framed were rebuilt out of brick. Some of that brick would have been of the Chicago style, we'll say, and can be used resurfaced for resurfacing as pavers or things of that nature. Now, the mortar would have also not been an issue in those sorts of bricks either. What we run into with the type of brick used here is that the reclamation value drops very, very steeply. And typically, and there was some articles, architectural articles regarding that. Typically, brick that is post-1920s and is adhered with Portland cement, crushing and recycling is what is commonly done. Now, it can be assumed that our contractors will have factored that into the price because they would crush, reclaim, remove. They would factor that into the price of the demolition. So I doubt that we would have any additional value, but that's my conjecture, by attempting to sell it through an outside or secondary vendor. But the product we would be left with is essentially a crushed brick, which has the potential contaminant value, at least, that would be outside EPA standards for us to redistribute or sell. However, we've talked about ceremonially having a few bricks which are retained as part of the process, and I think Ms. Thrower mentioned that would sort of memorialize and indicate that, you know, this school was valuable to the community. Several schools within Marion County Public Schools system at the time were built on the same architectural plan, but again, built by the Works Project Administration, built at fairly low cost, and we had also looked into even preserving portions of the facade, including the concrete that says Reddick High School. And what we encountered was that even those, the type of concrete that they're made of, is a concrete that is not it's not like marble or stone, like the friezes that you see on the Wall Street buildings or something like that. This is essentially a poured and cast of a relatively low-cost cement. And that then makes even those things very, very difficult to remove. In fact, attempting to move them, their own weight tends to buckle them over time. Frankly, every avenue we've started down in attempting to look at either reclamation value or even sort of a ceremonial preservation value, we've run into dead ends. And those are either based on the research we've done or actually even discussing these issues with contractors about what can we do and what is industry standard, but also given above and beyond industry standard, the goals of the district and trying to, you know, achieve some historical significance and retention. So at this point, the brick that we have been dealing with is likely not going to, in this particular case, and it may be different with other schools as you're mentioning, it's not going to be something that is a plus side on our roster. It's more likely to be a negative if we attempted to go down through that project. And it deals with processing speed. Even if this were a different type of brick, we would at least have the ability to focus our efforts on what the manual labor cost is. Let's assuming there was no Portland cement used. Let's assume that there was no that the type of brick is a quality brick that is good for reuse or repaving or refinishing or slicing into tile. All of those factors, even if they did exist, at that point with those known quantities, we'd have to do a cost-benefit analysis, and in that case, we would very likely, if all those factors were in line, end up with some positive on the books, so to speak, such that we could then use those bricks to offset costs and possibly get our costs reduced for the district in deconstruction. But none of those, unfortunately, seem to be present in the current situation.
Boy, that's a deep analysis.
Sorry.
That's
legal questions.
That's wonderful. I appreciate it. And so,
Yes, thank you.
yeah, to my point, if you would start a file and transcribe that, because that will start us at a point. It's what we knew when we knew it, and I think the responsible way. Wow, that's incredible. That's a lot of work's done. So I'd like to see that get captured and as a potential, all of those points. There's some very good points in there. So let's go in that direction, at least from my point of view.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
the
Thank you very much to all of you for providing such deep due diligence and respect to the community of Reddick. The deep context that you provided is very important because we really wanted to honor and look for ways to preserve as much of this building as we possibly could. And while it's disappointing to get this news, it's also important for us to know our history. And what I gleaned from it was during the WPA days, they were trying to put people back to work. They were trying to build a lot of things fast. They weren't as concerned about quality of workmanship as they were about just getting it up and getting it going. So there's always details to great ideas. And I am happy to hear that we're going to look to the back of the building and the columns and coming up with something to honor the memory of Reddick High School, because it is important to our community. So thanks again to all of you. Is there anything else from the board? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is there any public comment?
Hello,
Good morning.
good morning. My name is Kim Law. I reside in Reddick, Florida, a block and a half from the school.
Do we have a
And-
timer? Thanks.
Come here, right there.
Okay.
Okay. And can you please state your address?
I live in Reddick, Florida. My address is listed on the paper that I gave you earlier. My name is Kim Law. My last name is spelled L-A-W. I brought to the board's attention a couple weeks ago about our nonprofit Fostering Your Family's Future and our intention and desire over the last 20 years to acquire the school. For whatever reasons, I'm not quite sure, it was never moved forward, not for the lack of us communicating, but y'all hadn't made a decision on what you were going to do over the years. Now we're at the place where you are moving forward with things in a way that is not in the best interest of the community, especially in northern Marion County. There are a tremendous amount of resources that can be provided at that location. Because it is a historic building, and it will be 100 years old in 2 years, it was listed on the historic register. We have access to funds that can do restoration work for the school building. We've been in contact with Tallahassee in reference to this, and I would ask the board that you please give us an extended amount of time so that we may be able to bring those resources and proof for the funding for the restoration of this building, that we can preserve it and provide resources for North Marion County that are desperately needed. As I told you before, I was blind for 16 years. I can attest to the fact that people who have special needs and circumstances do not have access to resources in North Marion without a tremendous amount of stress and strain on the families. I would like to ask you if you have any questions about us. We have been a 501c3 since 2005. We have been in the community for many, many years. We've been there for over 20 years. We have resourced a tremendous amount of things for the community. One of the things we specialize in is restoration of uninhabitable buildings, actually, in the Reddick area, which the jail we own, the old Reddick Judge Cromartie's house. We have 6 different buildings that we own, that we have renovated. Our focus is buying properties that tend to be derelict and restoring them back to historic preservation. And that's what we've done. So it's not like we don't have a history of doing this and we don't know what we're doing where we actually do. Mm-hmm. Is there any questions that you might have?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much.
And I would ask that if you decide to, we would prefer that you make a donation based on the financial obligations that you guys have already agreed to pay for demolition, that it'll save you at least $250,000 to the school board, where you won't have to have those funds put out, as well as, if given the option, we would be able to come up with the funds to restore the monies that you've put out for the clearing of the asbestos and things like that, because that was something we were going to have to pay for anyways.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, may I?
We typically don't.
Oh, we don't? Okay.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other public comment? All right. Hearing none. Dr. Gullett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One final briefing this morning. Ms. Boston Ellis is going to come forward and provide an update on the terminal pay that was requested earlier. And so, Ms. Boston Ellis, thank you.
Chair Thrower, Vice Chair King, board members, Dr. Gullett, Attorney Powers, and Mrs. Prestipino. Good morning.
Morning.
You might have recalled that one of the last work sessions, we brought a survey to you to talk about terminal pay and what other school districts are using in terms of the formula to pay out terminal pay. As a follow-up, I was requested to provide what that might cost if we changed it to that lower percentage. And I used last year's information, or the payroll department, calculated that it would be about it would have cost the district about $266,000. So further, you requested a breakdown by the number of years, and I provided that to you as well through an email. So I'm following up to find out pretty much what you want to do next, or if there are any questions about the information that was provided.
Thank you, Ms. Postonellis. Board? Because you do need us to reach a consensus today about how we want to move forward with
That's
terminal
the
pay.
will of the board, right? Because what I shared with you is that is an actual expenditure, and it would be paid out in the year the person would separate from the district. And so we need to plan for that, and it's not in the current year's budget. We did not plan for additional terminal pay. And our estimates are based on a prior year analysis of leave and who's eligible. So that would be an additional cost for the current year if you wanted to move on that this year.
Okay, and just to quickly refresh everyone that is tuned in, what is it currently, the number of years?
At 10 years, you will, if you separate, whether it's retirement or if you just quit, you would receive 50% of your terminal pay, the value of that sick leave. After 12 years and 1 day, you would receive 100%.
That was 12?
12 years and 1 day.
And Board, I remember, this conversation, and we talked about the mobility in the workforce that we see these days, and how we might be able to use terminal pay as not only a retention tool, but also a recruiting tool to attract high-quality workers to Marion County. 12 years and 1 day to get 100% of your terminal pay at this point in time in our society, that just seems like a lot of years to me. I realize it's going to come at a cost, but the turnover of employees and the shortage that we have is also very costly. So I would be very open to reducing those numbers of years. Right now, it's 10%, or 10 years for 50% of your terminal pay, 12 years plus 1 day for 100%. I would be willing to entertain anyway, cutting that in half. 5 years for 50% and 10 years for 100%.
Madam Chair, let me ask a question. And Ms. Boswell, you may know this. At how many years are employees vested with FRS?
7.
7 years.
Yeah.
7 now? Mm-hmm. I would, my recommendation would be put it closer to the date, the number of years that they were vested with FRS. It kind of gives them something to shoot forward to dually.
Yeah, that's,
Cummins, I couldn't quite get your full comment, I'm sorry.
My suggestion would be that we kind of move the date, if we're going to move it down, to somewhere closer to the number of years that they would be vested with the FRS system. It gives them an incentive. We're trying to have some incentives for maintaining staff. That's what I'm hearing Chair Thor say. And that gives them an incentive that once I'm vested, I'm also able to get my terminal pay.
and invested with the Florida retirement system. You have to be here 7 years to become eligible. And yes, that is a great point. Board Member Cummings also too, thinking in terms of steps. If you make it 5, then surely you can make it 7. Again, we're in a tight market here. We know that. But I'll be quiet now and hear from everybody else.
And Madam Chair, I'm going to agree with you on that. And 5 years sounds like a good number. I would even be interested in potentially entertaining 3 years to receive something. Again, understanding that we are in a mobile society, we certainly don't want to encourage anyone to leave our district at any given time. And I certainly would not entertain, I know I'm looking at the chart that Ms. Boston-Ellis sent us, at receiving something at 0 to 1 to 2 year, anything like that. I mean, there's no incentive there to even stay. But even though you do often have that incentive to say, if I am separated at a certain point in my career, then I do receive this, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to leave. And so I think that's what your point is there. While I understand the argument for aligning it closely with the Florida retirement system, I also don't see that this current generation of workforce understands that. And really, the Florida retirement system isn't quite, a pension type plan isn't usually what this current up-and-coming workforce is looking to have something that they would be even as an incentive. So I'm not certain that we tie it to that necessarily, but I would be in favor of exactly what you presented, that the 5 years for 50% and 10 years for full.
Mr. King?
Well, when I hear that, I'm thinking, okay, if that happens, it's going to be a recurring cost every year. And I know last year I personally said that my goal is this year to make sure that our veteran teachers get the raise that they deserve. So when I'm thinking of dollars, I'm like trying to think, okay, what could we do? I personally would like to see us give our veteran teachers that deserve a good raise and use that money toward that reoccurring cost, then focus on people that may be leaving. Not saying that I don't want an incentive, but for our employees, our teachers that are here, I'd really like to see us focus on that as a board. That's where I stand.
Thank you, Vice Chair King.
Yes,
Browning.
do we have a problem right now with this issue, with the 10 years? Is it something that pops up in recruitment, and it pops up in operation?
This came up during negotiations with one of our bargaining units, and we felt like if we did something like this, it should be district-wide, not specific to one particular bargaining unit. So that was a request that they made during bargaining. So that's why we went and did the survey to see what other districts are doing and brought that information back to the board.
Well, I would think current pay, as Board Member King just indicated, current pay to me is far more important than an abstract concept of benefit to someone leaving. We have benefit. It's there, it's 10 years, and it appears to be functioning. I would, in recruitment, for sure, and in retention, I would certainly go toward salary, just absolutely. And I would, personally, as a businessman, I would diminish this, the expansion of that, all I could.
Thank you, Board Member Browning. Another point very well taken. Society today is, sadly, in a lot of ways, all about the right here, right now. And your perspective is what is something I wasn't considering. I was considering this on its own merits and trying to make sure that we are at least competitive with other districts. And I don't know that there's any board member sitting here that doesn't believe that our veteran teachers have to be made whole. That's just the bottom line, and that whatever we can do to increase salaries that will help us not only recruit, but even more importantly, in my mind, retain. Because when you think about it, a veteran teacher is able to largely handle their own show. They don't require multiple layers of support to get the job done, which to me is also a cost savings. And they also have that wiseness that helps bring new teachers along. So thank you for raising that angle, because I wasn't thinking of it in terms of one or the other. But what we may want to do is look at what Board Member Cummings was saying now, and going to the 7 years, which does match up with vesting, leave it at the 12 for now, and then see what happens after we bargain salaries and so on. And we can always look at this at another, at another time. I mean, that's one thing this board is really good at. We bring it back up, and then we bring it back up, and then we bring it back up till we get it, what we feel is right. So I would be open to that.
I agree. Certainly, this conversation was not to say that any of our veteran teachers are not deserving. I also understand, based on the proposal that Chair Thrower and I were just discussing, $180,000 is going to be a blip on the radar for an incentive for any of our veteran teachers. So while I completely understand, I'm looking at them separately as well. I don't see them as being the same conversation. And just as we understand bargaining and we know what that looks like, I know that in those negotiations, creativity is something that we've been asked to have some creativity and potentially come to the table with some additional thoughts. And so this is one that is a creative way that we could potentially be a part of that bargaining agreement and so forth. So that, I think that's why we've had this conversation now at length. I also agree with Chair Thrower that we will continue to talk about it until we feel that we're at a place that we are in consensus and feel that it's the right spot to be. In the area, if we did go with the 5 years, just doing the quick math, it would be 180,000 roughly instead of the 263 that we were given originally. But again, I completely concur that our veterans need to have more incentive as much as we possibly can give them, but also understanding that this is a creative way that can help us in negotiation.
Okay. So I'm looking for consensus here. Are we going to leave things as they are, or are we going to look at reducing the 10 years at 50% of terminal pay to 7 years and maintaining the 12 years and 1 day for 100% terminal pay, and that we will revisit it after we get through with the round of negotiations for MEA and MESP. I can't say
Madam Chair,
yes, sir.
my thought on that would be to leave it exactly as it is.
Okay.
I'd like to address the revenue, the revenue side of the equation. And when you look at the revenue side, every dollar matters. $1, to get to $1 million, you have to start with $1. So, not to be ridiculous about it, but every dollar matters on the revenue side. And that is the folks we work for that put the money forward in a variety of ways, that we bring in money. So I would say leave it exactly where it is, and then address, as Madam Chair indicated, address things that we have coming up and take it as a total picture, because 100,000 here, 100,000 there, and pretty soon you're talking about $1 million, and $1 million can get to $1 billion. So let's just, that would be my position.
Thank you.
I agree with, I concur with Mr. Browning.
Okay. Board Member Cummings?
Concur.
Stay?
Yes, concur.
Stick. Okay, well, I believe we have consensus then that we are going to stick for now, and we will pick this up again, and let's please do that after the salary negotiations.
But let me ask a question. When are we going to be dealing with salary negotiations? Because this was something that the collective bargaining units brought to us, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we can't just disavow what they're asking.
Right, and so I think what I'm hearing is consensus for not right now, but it's not off the table in the future. And I do think that that's important, because everybody has their own way of feeling reinforced. And if I was at, going towards 5 years, I just got excited. But, so everybody has their own motivations. So yes, let's bring it back, and we'll go from there.
Madam Chair, let me ask Ms.
Yes.
Austin Ellis, which collective bargaining unit brought this, MEA?
MESP.
MESP.
Yes, sir.
That's our paras. So we're also talking about veteran employees, I think, not
We always say.
not exclusively to teachers. That becomes the catch-all. But we have veteran employees that are incredibly valuable, just have that wealth of knowledge. So let's make sure that we don't get stuck on the semantics
Right.
of when we say teachers.
Right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, as I do agree with that, like all our employees and stuff, but I do want to remind this board, last year, the veteran teachers
Yes.
did get, they did, that's a good, nice way of putting it. So as a board, I know we talked about it, and so I want us to be clear that that is a goal that, and I want us to be a board that kept our word with that also. So not saying that all employees are not valuable, they all are, but, you know,
As a
we know
reminder,
what
the governor
happened.
did also give principals and teachers at least a one-time bonus that all the other employees did not receive. So we kind of have both sides of what that conversation is. There was lots of money flying last year, but ultimately it is about recurring costs, and we understand that, Ms. Boston Ellis. Thank you.
Yes. And we're going to make our employees whole, and we've already had that conversation come to consensus. And interestingly, that doesn't seem to have filtered out that much into our ranks. So when I mention it, that we did come to consensus about the $1,000 bonus, and to all full-time employees and some part-time, that really has not been completely absorbed. So since we know what's going to happen, maybe this is a great time to ask, what's our progress on that?
Well, I am going to talk about that at the end of the COVID discussion, but
Okay.
The full-time employees who met the deadline, we included those in the ESSER grant. So you asked for additional information about the other employees, so I'm going to bring that back to you this morning as well.
Okay, great.
If it's okay to wait until then.
That is fine.
Okay?
And it's just good for the employees and community to know that it's very much on the table. Okay.
Correct. We have not received notification that that portion of ESSER has been approved.
Right.
We had to split it up in 4 parts. 2 of the pieces were approved. We received notification from the Federal Grants Department. The funds that are tied into identifying students, those funds were approved, and the other funds for acceleration, helping our students get back to where they were pre-COVID, that section of the funds were approved. So we're still waiting on the technology component and then the remaining dollars to be approved.
Great. So that means the robust and fun summer programs will continue again next year.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of great things about that. So that's
Okay.
great news. Okay.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
the MESP, could you spell that out? What is that?
Yes, Marion Essential Support Personnel. Those are our paraprofessionals.
Professionals, clerical, all of the clerical staff, information processing. So those are I guess, frontline workers that are in the schools that are outside of, well, except for paras, that are outside of the classroom. So information processing employees, the receptionists, the clerical
I
employees.
got it. I've just, sometimes the initials are familiar to folks, and myself, being a civilian, theoretically, a week ago, I like, you know, in transparency, I like folks to know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay.
So
Thank
we
you.
have MEA, which is the Marion Education Association Union.
Which are teachers, guidance counselors, media specialists, yes.
And then MESP, which you've just explained, and then we also have,
IUPAT, those international United Painters and Allied Trades. And those are our carpenters, our painters, our electricians, our bus drivers, our custodians. They're in that body.
3 different unions that we negotiate with.
I get it. Yes, thank you, and I appreciate getting the clarity there. That's
Absolutely.
great.
Wait till we start
Thank
throwing
you.
around the special needs jargon.
Thank you.
You're going to need a whole specific dictionary for all of that.
Absolutely, and dealing with someone on the board that's as ancient as I am, some of the references will be maybe out of everybody else's reference. Lord have mercy.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any public comment? All right, seeing none.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That does conclude my briefing, and you will see quite a few people come back forward and when we do COVID-19 and Ms. Boston Ellis again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to COVID-19 updates then.
You skipped.
I think we're doing Howard Academy first.
Oh, shoot.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Howard Academy Committee.
Right. I'm like,
It confused me because we already talked about it and I was like,
right. Different side of Howard Academy.
right. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Brooks.
Good morning, everyone. I bring you greetings from the Howard Academy Community Center Planning Committee. And I see that you already have your PowerPoint presentation that we're going to have, and I have additional copies here as well. I am,
Dr. Brooks, you
Yes.
don't want to bring your other committees?
I asked her if she wanted to come up.
You got a couple more with you, I saw.
We want all of you.
See, thank you, Reverend Cummings. I asked them, they didn't want to come. You need a little bit of persuasion.
You were hiding behind the podium.
That's for the PowerPoint.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. As I've indicated, we have been meeting. These are some of the members of the Howard Academy Community Center Planning Committee. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Pastor Howard, Richard Howard Sr.
Loretta Pompey Jenkins, retired administrative educator of the Marion County School District.
Morning.
So to begin with, you do have the presentation here, the PowerPoint, but I wanted to give a personal and a historical perspective to Howard Academy Community Center and let you know that I am a graduate of Howard Elementary School before it became Howard Academy Community Center. And I say that so that you will have some kind of perspective in terms of the importance of the community center for our community, and that my being a graduate of it, I have personal connections in terms of that center. And also to let you know, the Howard Academy Community Center is on the historical register and has been for many years. And that's significant too when we begin to talk about, revenue and perhaps some grants that we may be able to capture to help us in our renovation, revitalization, repurposing of the community center. So let me explain to you when I say the significance of this particular building. Having the fact that I am a graduate of the school, and I can tell you that presents my passion and my mission, and have been for many years, to see that community center becomes a true community center that we can all use. When I was a student there, we used Howard Academy. It was like our cultural center. We had programs there, we had talent shows, we had on Friday mornings, we had what we call chapel, and students could shine in terms of their talents. Sometimes students do not shine in terms of academics, but they have other skills. They have art skills, they have music skills, they have dancing skills, they have poetry skills, they have all these skills. So it was opportunity for us to really shine and to let people see the talent and the skills that we had. We had teachers who were part of our community. This was a neighborhood school. So all the students on the West Ocala came to that particular school. If you go to the museum, you'll see a picture there of a class of 1936. And one of those students was my aunt, Sally Alexander, who became a teacher herself, who taught for over 45 years. And we had all these people and all these students who came out of this elementary school. We had teachers who nurtured us, who provide the structure that sometimes we didn't have in our home, who just provided all the care. It was a different time for us, and I can remember. And those of us who attended the school, we're old now. we're in our late 60s, we're in our 70s, 80s, and maybe there are a few 90s. And we want to pass on this history so that there can be a connection of the students and the people who came after us. They will know all this. So they would be connected to the community, and to all the wonderful things that have happened at Howard Academy Community Center before, which is now, but before it was Howard Elementary School. So it tells you something about our passion and our connection and why we feel so strongly that we want to repurpose that school, that center, so that it will really be an essential landmark, historical landmark moving forward. We will envision it in a different way. In the interest of time, I won't go through all the history, but during COVID, if you ask me what did I do, I wrote a book about revitalization of West Ocala historic district that also includes the history of Howard Academy, Howard Elementary School. So when we open up Howard Academy, the Marion County Black Museum, as they're calling it, I will be donating some of the books. I used to have tours, open house there of the Black Museum, and people will ask me, well, where's the book? Where can we read more about it? Well, it didn't exist, so I wrote it. So it will be in the museum, and if you're interested, you'll be able to get a copy of yourself, and you'll know more about the community in which the center is located, and you will know more about the school, the history, and some of the people who were pioneers in terms of that school and the community, and also some of the students. You will be able to see and read about their different experiences of the school and how we were nurtured there and the foundation for the people who we have become. So that's a little bit. So now we can go into Howard Academy Community Center, and this picture of this signage. I just passed by one day and I saw the signage, and I don't know how it became that we had this sign, but I'm glad that we have this signage now. If only we can get the school, the center, that's a representation of this signage, that would be good. But anyway, if we move on to the next, okay, so there you have a picture of Howard Academy Community Center, which is the front there, and then the Black History Museum that we were talking about, and you can see some of the people who are looking at the some of the information there, or some of the pictures there, and that picture right there on the kiosk right there, I think that's, if I can see, this is my bad eyes. Oh, Dr. Hampton. And there's a story about Dr. Hampton that when you have time, you might want to find out more about her being one of the first female doctors. So our mission statement, and we got this directly from the district web page, and you can also see that the key points are underlined there. Is to meet the needs of the Ocala West Side community in Marion County through specialized learning-centered activities and community programs that are designed to positively enrich student lives and impact community development. And so when we move along in terms of our recommendations, let's refer back to that, because that's the basis for some of the recommendations that we will make. Okay, as a committee, we believe that the Community Advisory Committee should be created and meet periodically to give input and address concerns to the district regarding HACC. In addition to the advisory committee, there should be a community liaison person staffed at HACC who can increase community rapport and deal with the facility usage. And we have been meeting through the years. We've had committees. We've made recommendations. What has been missing in the past is that we have not had the support that we feel that we need to move forward. We have not had the consistencies because we've had change in administrations, we've had change in terms of people who have come and gone in terms of the administrators at the HACC. So, I've been a part of this committee for many years, but again, it has been inconsistent. And I don't know what happened to the recommendations and the planning that we will meet, and we have these recommendations, and it's kind of like new person comes to Howard, and then we have to start all over again. What did you talk about? Where are we with this? And we've never moved forward. So we certainly are recommending that we have the full support of the board, that we have full support of the administrator, whoever is placed in terms of the supervisor over there at the community center, and also the person who is designated as the liaison between the community center there and the school board. Okay, so in terms of the recommendations, the Marion County Black Archives and Black History Museum, which really is a cornerstone of what is happening there at Howard Academy Community Center. It's so important. At one time, we yearly we would have what we call the induction of community leaders, pioneers in our community, and we would have a program, and it was really a big ceremony, and Loretta Jenkins is one of the inductees, and you will see her picture there at the Black Museum. Our principals, our school leaders, our government leaders, people in sports, etc. And we have not done that for many years, because going back to the inconsistency in terms of the support and the people who would provide such involvement has not been there. But so we have the artifacts there, and when the question came up about how we're preserving the museum, and I heard that that it's been under lock and key and whatever. But my concern is, what about those archives, those that information that was in portables? How has it been preserved? Because it's been almost a year, nobody has been there. So I don't know if anybody's looking at those papers and all that information there, but certainly if there has not been any involvement there, we certainly need to have some people take a look at it, because we've got to look at that material and put it in some kind of category, look at it in terms of what are we going to preserve, and perhaps some of that information was on loan in terms of some pictures and artifacts. They were on loan from families, and if we're not going to use it in the museum, we need to return it to the families, and so that's something else that we will have to look at as well. Okay, so we've said that the Marion County Black Archives and Black History Museum remain at this facility and be a focal point of the campus with access to the community for historical and research purposes. The archives and museum would be staffed with a full-time curator, and that's very important because that has been another problem as well. When we talk about who's looking at these artifacts and all this material, having a part-time person coming with irregular hours and when they come in, and there's just, again, has been no consistency. We have not had the support. We really need a full-time person. When you go in there and you look at all the material, you will see we really need some person, a full-time and a half-time person, really, to go through, be involved in terms of setting up tours with the communities and have some regular hours so people will know when the museum will be open, because that has been a problem as well. We have not had the exposure in terms of letting people know that the museum exists, number one, and number two, the question is, when is it open? That has really been a problem. Okay, so we move on to our recommendation, and we have it in categories. The first being the educational programs, GED programs, and some of these programs that we're recommending, we had these programs at Howard at one time. I don't have the answer as to why we no longer have them, and they stopped them before the pandemic, but we had tutoring, ESOL classes. We had a lot of programs there. We utilized the Howard Academy Community Center for meetings. Governors West met there every month up until the pandemic. We had nonprofits, we had sororities, fraternities that met there. We had a lot of programs. Again, I don't know the reason we stopped, but we certainly need to bring those programs and more programs as well. We also listed soft skills training because that is an area of concern, and the reason many people are not able to retain their jobs, such things as not being able to come to work on time, absenteeism, how to get along with coworkers and supervisor, all those kinds of things that we may take for granted, that we know there are people who do not know, and we would want to be able to help them in terms of these soft skills training. I mentioned tutoring and mentoring programs such as Ramal Education and Social Services, which I am the founder of, and we certainly would like to have a presence there tutoring. We tutor at the Boys and Girls Club, and we have a program there. We certainly would like to bring it to Howard Academy Community Center, and there are other organizations as well in our community who mentor and tutor our young people, and we would like to have it there at Howard Academy Community Center. We have technological and trade skills, youth summer camps, which we had for several years. Again, don't know why we stopped having them, so that we have arts and crafts, music, math, reading, writing, the STEAM program. We can bring in motivational speakers and people in our community who will volunteer with their skills to help people in our community. So that's under educational programs. Then health and wellness programs, and here are some of our recommendations, such as health and wellness classes. And we can have these classes in conjunction with such programs, a business such as the Hospital District, Department of Health, the Estella Bird Whitman Clinic. The community center could also be an Access Florida location. In our communities, we find that there are many families that do not have computers. And those that have computers, many of them do not have Wi-Fi, and we certainly in our communities, in a lot of families, we do not have high-speed internet. So we hope that we would have access to these programs, computers, and hi-fi, the high-speed internet service. Also, we recommend that there be a community resource room, possibly if we could expand the Black Museum, or certainly have a community resource room so that when you get the book, you could take it over to the next room so that you'll be able to read and do research there, right there at Howard Academy Community Center. Then we have the betterment and empowerment. Such programs as financial literacy program, and this is certainly important. In West Ocala Community Center, in West Ocala community, we have a financial desert, we have a food desert. We need both of those businesses, financial businesses, and food places where people can go and get fresh fruits and vegetables and meat, and we need to teach such things as nutritional shopping and preparation of meals. But financial literacy is so important, and we're suggesting that we have such programs as that home ownership programs, so that people can at least have the hope and have the skills, necessary information, and have the vision to one day be home owners. Entrepreneur and small business forums and classes. We certainly can have that offered there at Howard Academy Community Center. Job search and resume building classes. We're also recommending that. So all these things that we're listing, these are the kinds of programs and services that we desperately need in our community. Facility usage. Again, as I've indicated, in the past, we've been able to utilize Howard Academy Community Center as a meeting place, a gathering place for our nonprofits, our local clubs, our sororities, our fraternities, and we would like to continue to utilize the center in that particular manner. Our nonprofit organizations, many times we're looking for places where we could work, where we can meet, and we can do some of the programs and services that we've already indicated, and so we do need a place. Also, the cafeteria has been very important because it has a stage, and so we can utilize that stage for different programs, for cultural programs, etc. For cultural events, talent shows, and community showcase. Additional recommendations. The committee feels that there will be opportunities to partner with other organizations to carry out these recommendations. This committee also feels that there should be a concerted effort to attain grants, donations, and other streams of revenue in addition to any funds the Marion County School Board can provide to keep this historical educational facility as a viable institution in this community. So ladies and gentlemen, School Board, we're here with our recommendations, and we are asking for your guidance, your support, so that we can continue and to do even more wonderful things there at Howard Academy Community Center and utilize it as a community center. So we say, let's repurpose it. Right now, it's being utilized for Title I and for other administrative offices with very little room left for the kinds of programs that we're recommending. So I've kind of painted a picture for you, I hope, in the short period of time to let you know, number one, the historical value, to let you know presently what's happening there at Howard Academy Community Center, and to help you to visualize what it could be. There are great possibilities if we get the support that we need to really help the people in our community.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Brooks. And thank you to the rest of the whole committee for what is obviously the incredible amount of work that you've already put into formulating these recommendations. Board?
Are we doing anything now? Can you bring me up to speed as to what we might be, are we doing anything now in this regard?
Well, we don't have any programs, as I've indicated. We do not have any of the tutoring programs. We don't have any mentoring programs. We're not, well, certainly with COVID, we can't even meet there right now. But prior to, I guess within the last 2 or 3 years, before we even had the pandemic, for whatever reason, I don't know, we didn't have the tutoring programs. We didn't have the GED programs. We didn't have any of the, we didn't utilize the cafeteria for any showcasing of the talent. Cultural centers, any cultural programs. I can't answer your question, Mr. Brown, and I've been trying to find out why did we stop. I just know that through the years, it's just been such inconsistency in terms of changing over of the person who was in charge of Howard Academy there. I know that person was like a Title I administrator, which took much of that person's time and had very little time to really supervise and develop the programs that we need there. And so, to answer your question, we have nothing now.
Okay.
Well, right now, how long has the building been closed, Mr. Knight? Because of the challenges with the plumbing and all, because that was the original conversation that we had with Mr. Knight, because we have had it closed for a period of time just because of some plumbing issues that we've had, and the building itself hasn't, even the folks that we had from an administrative perspective haven't been in those offices for.
It closed right before the holidays last year, so around October. It's close to a year.
Within about a year.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But that was due to some needed renovations, as Board Member Campbell stated.
Mm-hmm. What was the kickoff date? You've referenced history, but what was the kickoff date of that facility and in that community?
Well,
I'll read the book and I'll get into that.
I don't know the exact date, but
is there a date?
1936?
No.
Oh, no, before then.
I think it's like 1918 or something like that.
Okay. I was
So
looking
it's
at the
over
sign in the
100 years
front.
old.
Okay, about 1918, something like
Yeah,
that.
that must have been an addition, because it says Howard 1936, and that seemed
That
awfully-
class donated that placard. That's why
Ah,
that's up there.
okay.
Right,
All right.
Yeah.
It leads me to a question, which is the Stanton Weirsdale, which is down in my area, my district. 1904 is when that survey was taking place, and 1956 is when that school was built. And enormous amount of history. Is that included in some regard in your effort?
Oh, certainly. I mean, in terms of being in.
In terms of the museum, in terms of the total effort, preserving this history, you know, that type of thing. Is that-
No, well, you'd have to go all the way back to the reason Howard Academy even existed. It was Howard Elementary School, and the whole thing about, there were 3 buildings on that campus that's no longer there. When I was there, there was 4th through 6th grade, that's the big red building that you see. And then there was 7th and 8th grade, which was a white wooden building, 2-story building. And I heard somebody talk about air conditioning. Well, we didn't have air conditioning in that building.
Yeah, nobody did.
And I remember I had my 7th grade teacher would close all the windows and put a fan on because she said the air would circulate. We would just be sweating in there with the windows closed and that one fan. But anyway, so that wooden building was torn down. So what you see is just one building, and then in later years there was a wing built, and that's where you have the Head Start program. Right, childhood development, yeah. And so you have 2 buildings plus the cafeteria. The cafeteria, I think, was built sometime within maybe 1956 or whatever. You have the cafeteria there. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Board Member Campbell?
Sure. So thank you. Echoing the comments that have already been made for all of the diligence and hard work that you all have put in. I've been in the building thank you, Dr. Brooks, for giving me a tour of the Black History Museum at one point. And I know I've attended Governor's West meetings with Pastor Howard. And so I've been in that building multiple times. I agree with you that there is a potential for us to visualize what it can be and what it can be for that community. I am grateful that within the last month we have hired a director of community engagement. I do believe, personally, I know this would be Dr. Gullett's realm, but I personally believe this would be a wonderful opportunity and program for her to oversee. Additionally, with the partnerships you've mentioned, Marion County Hospital District, I'm seeing Career Source, Citrus Leafy Marion being there. Like there are lots of community partnerships and community engagement that could happen right there without having to reinvent the wheel. I mean, we could bring some satellite locations for our CTE programs. Mr. Vianello and I have talked about that for a couple of years now, and some ideas that I also have had in partnership with this. So I think that the timing is right. So I'll say, because we have had to be out of the building for a year, and whenever we are going to be potentially getting back in it in the next couple of months, I think the timing is right for us to potentially repurpose and utilize some additional programming in that community center and actually do it as such. Some of this may take a little slower than, to get right away. But my recommendation would, since we have been out of it for a year, instead of using it so much for administrative offices, which is what it has been used for in the at least recent past, to start looking to actually using it for some of these opportunities that have been presented here. Again, I think it's going to take, now that they've presented the project to us, I think it'll take Dr. Gullett's team to start saying, here's what we can introduce here and when, and what these partnerships would look like. Having a continued community advisory committee, I think, is also something that would be valuable. And as we roll things out, certainly we would appreciate your support of how those partnerships and that engagement can happen. But I agree that it's a wonderful spot. It's a wonderful location right there in the heart of West Ocala, and the folks that have a lot of history there who definitely see value in it, and as do we. So I'm excited about what you guys have put together, and kind of just interested to see where it falls in Dr. Gullett and her team's hands now that we've received the recommendations.
Thank you, Board Member Campbell.
You guys know I was kind of a part of this, but not a part of it. The things that kind of jumped out at me when we looked at this Howard Academy is the cover specifically says Howard Academy Community Center, and that's not what it's being used for. It's been, of course, we needed it for district offices and different things. Title I, which is a needed program, has been ran through there. But if it's going to be a true community center touches the people in the community. With it not being a true community center, it closes when district staff go home. So therefore, when does the community have access to this facility? That's one of the things that I noticed. So if it, then I look at the mission that you put here. Thank you guys for the presentation. It's specific, and you underlined it to meet the needs with specialized training, community programs to positively enrich student lives and impact community development. That community is a fragile community right now because it's in a revitalization stage. And what I see Howard Academy as being a focal point for that community, for the West Side. I don't want to overlook the first two recommendations that you gave of having an advisory committee and a community liaison. I think a community liaison is good. It needs to be somebody that's of that community, that knows the community, that knows the people within that community and the dynamics of that community. So I see the positive and the potential as I ride by that place. That's why I was telling this tonight, like a crime scene there yesterday when I went by and saw all the yellow tape around the school. But there's so much potential. In the deliberations, we had conversations with the hospital district, and there was this other group that wanted to do some things there. You have a lot of property on the west side of there that things could be done that's underutilized. Oftentimes we just get stuck on the one building, but you have a whole big block. It's a big city block, basically. And then the other thing that really was a sticking point to me in the deliberations about the cafeteria, the uses of the cafeteria and the use of that building for different activities that community does not need to lose to just give away. It needs to be utilized. The facility needs to be utilized. The access to the museum. I've never personally known the hours of operation for the museum. And is it open on Saturdays? We don't know. So I think we're not fulfilling the potential that's there, and that we should start doing some things to make sure that we get those programs there. This has the potential to, if Howard Academy is done right, it has the potential to influence how the rest of the community goes. If Howard Academy is done wrong, it has the potential to influence how the rest of the community goes. So I'm praying that this board will look at doing some of the things that's in this recommendation, all the things in this recommendation.
Thank you, Board Member Cummings. Vice Chair King.
Yeah, I think there are some excellent ideas. I think what I've heard the most out of here, though, is some help and guidance with the developing of programs. Am I correct on that, with developing so with the community liaison, we have school liaisons right now, right? So we have the homeschool liaison. What if we had a community liaison that could work on the Saturdays or the evenings, and also with our director, as Allison mentioned, that's someone that could.
I think when I looked at, there was a position, I'm not sure, there was a position that I think that they had for that school, was it? Yeah. And what happened to it? It just got phased out.
I remember.
They had a position there, and so.
He was a very dynamic person.
And that person dealt with the community, dealt with, outside of Title I, because Title I was still there. They did their own thing, but you can't have one person trying to do both sides of that thing. Mr. Dupree. Dr. Dupree. Dr. Dupree.
Dr. Dupree.
Yeah.
He moved out of the state, didn't he?
He retired or something.
No, he retired. Okay.
So when you look at that, and then I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Ms. King, but
Go ahead, 'cause
the other thing that jumped out at me was the curator for the museum. There are some very good artifacts in that museum, and because the museum is not being promoted or pushed as it could be a real research type facility museum that could be attached to the University of Florida, to one of the other local universities in the area, where people that study major in African American studies. There's a lot there, but they need to know that is information there. I happened to be there. I saw some report cards of some family members that were. I wish I'd have saw when they were alive.
That were helpful to see.
But there's a lot of stuff that's there, and then and Dr. Brooks also brought up another thing that hit me. We have a lot of artifacts that's not properly stored there. That the integrity of those things could fade away. So, I'm sorry.
No. So should we look at revisiting the liaison then, or the community liaison?
Whatever that position.
Or whatever that position, can we maybe look at that and revisit what that once was? I mean, if it seems like something fell.
Well, and that lines right up with what you were sharing earlier, Member Browning, that, you collect this history and you collect this information, but then if it doesn't become a permanent part of the culture, then as people move on and grow older and retire, it gets lost. So we have to, I'm seeing this as almost like a ground zero, and what brought that to my attention was when you were thinking that could have been crime scene tape around. That is a perception, and perception becomes people's reality. And so we're looking at really creating a heart for the West Side community, and getting all the veins and arteries out there everywhere. And I think about a couple summers ago, I was there for a camp, and it was their celebration day. It was Kimberly Pompey Wilkerson's. It was great, and the kids were just so creative and energized. It was awesome. And so bringing that back to me as one board member is a no-brainer. What I heard today was, we need everything. The sooner the better. And I agree with that. I hope that as time moves forward, this committee needs to stay, because you guys are the light to help direct us where we need to be going. I also think because the needs are so great, we do need to be looking at priorities and phasing, because we're not going to be able to get it all at once. I know I heard high-speed Wi-Fi, very, very important. I know I heard about financial. You don't break the chain without getting people up to speed in the financial world. And there are kiosk banks around, even in airports and so on. So partnering with a community bank, to me is something that came into my mind. The food desert, also very important. If we're going to look at creating a heart, we want a healthy heart, and then move on from there. And yes, as West Ocala revitalizes and Ocala continues to grow, there is that threat of when a place begins to revitalize, sometimes it loses the essence and the history of what was. So that is a very important distinction. It's going to become a place where people want to live and move into, but we don't want to lose, that historic nature. So those were some of the things that I wrote down. Also, I really believe that the partnership, looking back on what worked, and you had some very dynamic and creative individuals that were the heartbeat of the heart. And we can talk all day about the need, but then it becomes the implementation and the execution, and getting the right people in the right places for the right reasons to make these connections. So I do look forward to the conversation. I'm open to supporting it financially, position-wise, getting the right person there. It lines up really well with our efforts to become an exemplary district for African-American history. So this is the kind of education that is so important for our kids. The historic nature of this area and all the areas, really, that's interesting to kids. And we have a lot of living icons around here that need to be heard. So those are just some of my thoughts.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
We're all excited about this.
One of the things, another thing that is, when people in the community heard this was going on and looking at Howard Academy, there were different groups that want to partner with doing things at Howard Academy. I think we have to forge those type of relationships, as long as they're positive relationships, and coordinate with them and collaborate with them to bring some of those programs, so that it's not a financial strain to the district. Because sometimes we look at this thing and say, the school board is going to foot the whole bill. Well, that's not the case here. There's a lot of agencies, there's a lot of organizations that want to do it. They just need access. And the hospital, after give it to the hospital district, they reached out to one to help put some of these programs in place. And Estella Bird Whitman as well. So we need to make sure that we build those relationships with those types of groups.
Right, and those were the two things on the left side of my paper was, with opening with facility usage, would there be opportunities to even raise some revenue, and what would be some of our metrics to show that we're being successful, that's all part of a complete business plan. And so I appreciate you emphasizing that it's not just, the school district would probably be the light, the lighthouse, but we would want that to be a very broad beam.
Yes, I concur. I'd like to look at current, superintendent, look at current resources that we might bring to bear. Often you have things you can just kind of, it's almost like printing money, you can just almost do it without any expense. Then we could put in and consider expense. I'd like to look at, since this is Marion County, as being a segue into Black history throughout the county, and draw, especially in my district, in Weirsdale, we have 1904. I just wrote down a couple of critical dates, 1904, 1956, when the school was built at Stanton Weirsdale, and 2000, when we formed a program down there and funded it, a community economic project, enormous and really successful. And I just want to say that we have a living museum right there, right now, a living museum. I mean, from 1904 to 2021, some things that haven't changed. It's like something we could capture, and I would be very willing to be a part of that. Many of them have to change and will, but when they change, I don't want to see things lost, historically lost. I mean, it's like Pearl Harbor. Wow, you just don't lose, you build, and then you go forward.
Absolutely, thank you, Board Member Browning. Dr. Gullett, so I feel like what I'm hearing from this board is support, ongoing support, looking for ways to revitalize that liaison position. So, because it's too big of a project to just have someone doing it here and there. People need to know and be able to depend on, the hours of operation, and having it available in the evenings and on weekends is really, really important. So yes, we'll appreciate any of your direction and what we can do without breaking the bank. Teresa Boston knows. But some things are just too important not to do, and in my mind, this is one of them. You find money for the things that are important to do.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Brooks and the team. I had the opportunity last year to have a tour. Miss Cassandra Boston toured me before we closed the building, and enjoyed seeing the museum and thought, what a great treasure. Anything I can do as a superintendent to support, and it sounds like the board, I know they do already, support this to honor and serve the community. We will make sure that we do that, and appreciate all that. Look forward to reading your book as well. And the programs. To the other addition I would add is, in addition to the programs that have been in place years before, as we begin to have an expansion of our service to the community and to parents and education services, I think this is a great place to do that. We've talked about that before, and expanding and doing more outreach and providing those resources from the academic side. This will be a great opportunity to add that there as well. So thank you.
Great. Now, in terms of follow-up, I think we do need to think of the right amount of time before we see you again, and when we have some more definitive reports and plans, to put on a future work session. not too far down the road, so we can keep this momentum going, because it sounds like the infrastructure is going to be ready by the end of September 30th, I believe I heard. So that's moving into fall, and so in a work session, thank you.
Like January, or is that too far?
What's that?
Is January too far? Like for the school to open and then?
What about November 4th? Because that gives us, it's almost 2 months. That's a fairly light work session right now. Additional review of district-wide attendance zones if needed, COVID-19 updates if needed. So November 4th seems like a good time to come back with some solidified details. And I would ask that when you come back before us, if you could prioritize to the best that you can to help us focus, okay?
And Chair Thurr, my question about the work session coming up, will it be district presented or will it be back from this committee again? Because the way I see this recommendation, maybe I'm wrong, so that's why I'm clarifying. But the way I see it right now is actually to have Dr. Gullett and the district administrative team to start figuring out some of the things and the parameters of what we conceivably could go ahead and bring in partnership-wise based off of if it's the hospital district, if it's career source, if it's what we can put from CTE right there, right now, soft skills, what could we get, do we have computers, do we have the Wi-Fi, all of those things that I think we probably could check off really quickly without them coming back with a priority list, because some of them may already be able to be implemented rather quickly.
I agree. I concur.
I concur with that, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. See what we have right now.
And that makes sense, because I think that we do have some definites that we want to follow up on. And then based on that conversation, we can take it forward a little bit more. I just like a defined mission. Okay, all right, but I'm good with that. Thank you for that suggestion.
Right, so if I may, Madam Chair, to Board Member Campbell's point, we can bring back on November 4th an update on where we are, what we've been able to put together so far based on these recommendations and next steps. And we'll work, of course, in the meantime with the committee, but we can provide that on the 4th.
Okay, great. And I know the communication will continue, in the meantime. All right, does that seem?
Good, sounds good.
Okay, all right, great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board.
Thank you, thank you.
May I ask one other thing? Now, when you come up, we come back, we see you again on the 4th. Would that include, as far as the lead person to start some kind of program, foreseeing what's going to be there in priority order, and a program manager or a program, whatever the person might be, who's going to lead some of these things?
Certainly, so.
That would include that person?
Great question, yes, absolutely. That's part of the recommendation, and I hear consensus from the board to move forward with a liaison. So that would be part of what we would take a look at and how long it would take to get someone in place.
Yeah.
But we'll communicate in the meantime.
Because that will be a job description if it's a
Yes.
brand new one that we'll have to approve at a board meeting. And the timeline to get those approved isn't quite as quickly as we'd like sometimes.
Or more than likely, taking out the old one, dusting it off, and looking at it, and
Potentially, correct.
We have good contact information.
Oh, yes, we do. We do, and I know they'd be happy to share it with you
All right.
as well. I think they're all on Facebook. That's where we find out everything.
Thank you very much.
Make sure Board Member Browning has all of your contact information
that.
so he can
Yes,
follow
please-
up with you.
Please reach out to him.
I'll give you my card.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment? Yes, ma'am.
I just would like to say that I'm very excited about this possibility. I live in Ocklawaha. My name is Carol McCarthy.
Thank you.
I live in Ocklawaha, and I also have a home in Claremont. I ran an educational nonprofit organization that I co-founded called the What If Organization, and we taught young people how to relate to themselves as the CEO of their life. And it was very similar to what I'm hearing about here. We had a Partner in Possibility program with businesses who communicated with the young people, and it was ended up being activity-based. So the young people learned how to create a project, which they then implemented in the schools. And I can see from this discussion that a lot of the economic issues that you may be facing about funding this could really be done from the business partnership, because that's what we were able to do. And then, in turn, those are mentors for the young people. And then, maybe forgive me for saying this, but this project to me is way bigger than this community or the Black history here, because what I see here is, to me, to be the CEO of your life, you take 100% responsibility for the results that you produce. And a lot of our program was built around the soft skills and competencies that were created by a report called the SCANS report the government had. And then we mapped our philosophy onto that. When we first took it to the school board in Pennsylvania, they said, why would we want a bunch of CEOs in the classroom? You know, kid, it didn't sound manageable. But in fact, when CEOs are responsible for the whole of an organization, they got it. So, in this country, there is, in young people, what I see is a lot of entitlement and they want immediate results. And the Black community in the media is presented in a very negative way right now, with a lot of disruption among the different groups. And this could be way bigger than this community. It really could be a model program. Ours was an award-winning program. It could be a model program for other communities, Black communities around the country, because it is centered, I hear, the philosophy of it is very much centered on this being responsible, learning the soft skills and competencies, engaging with, it's a community center, engaging with the financial and business community to teach especially Black community skills and mindsets that they may not have from their home environment. So I think it's extremely exciting, and I'm here as a result of my friend Kim Law, who introduced me to the idea of coming here. My time has expired? Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I did want to add something. I did get an answer from Mr. Browning about when Howard Academy came into existence. Actually, 1866. And it moved over to the west side. It was near Ocala High School, and it moved over.
At one point, Howard Academy was also, just informationally, it was one of only two schools in the entire state of Florida that issued diplomas to Black students. Yes, it was,
Really?
the other was in Tallahassee.
Correct.
Tons and tons of history.
Thank you. Those dates can be so important in terms of reference, as I like to think in terms of 50 years back, 50 years future in anything I do. And it's pretty exciting to see this, this reference. Wow.
And when you think about that historical significance, there has to be some historical grants, preservation.
Historical what?
Grants. Grants
Sure.
and funding out there to help offset some of this stuff.
Absolutely.
Yep, absolutely. All right, I think before we move on to our COVID-19.
I would like to add to.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Again, my name is Kim Law, and I'm delighted to know that you all, board members, read the prospectus that I gave you 2 weeks ago, because it's almost verbatim what they are proposing in the community at Howard. I think it's fantastic, because just like the Howard community, Reddick is also 96% African American. And the reason this is a beautiful relationship that we can bring together, I have the resources that they're seeking out after. And as a result of that, there's a partnership that we can bring in being able to provide it not just in the Howard area, but also in the Reddick area at the same time. These are resources that I've had for 20, 30 years that are willing to participate. We have businesses, organizations, and companies that are ready to partner with us. The University of Florida that you brought up, I've already had that relationship for over 10 years with them for that very thing, with the arts and music, the culinary division. I actually had a conversation with them just 4 days ago. So these are things that we already have the resources available to be able to bring and expand not only what they're doing to help bring that where it saves money for your resources for the school board, but also develops and expands it into the Reddick area, that we can provide the same resources. Again, you guys are lovingly open to provide it in the Howard Middle School area. However, our school, I really don't want to see their school go derelict like what happened to the Reddick High School. We had these resources available for 20 years, and I'm excited that this board now is excited to see things move forward with exactly the proposal that we have in the Howard area. So please make sure it does stay strong, and know that we have resources available to not only assist them, but to also expand it to the North Marion County area that doesn't have any resources at all. It is a historic building, just like the Howard building as well. We would hope that we also have the ability to give donations to the school board that helps create revenues for you through the revenues that come in through our program. And these are some resources that we can share with them that would benefit the school board, where you're not having to put monies out, but a percentage of what we have in revenues coming in would automatically go back to support the school system, which is already in our business proposal. So I hope that you had the opportunity to see all the fine print that we have proposed to you. Again, as far as Howard Middle School goes, I would please, don't let that building go derelict like what happened to the Reddick High School, because the history is so important. We live in an African-American community. I am one of a very small percentage of Anglo-Saxons that live in Reddick. And it's imperative, because when our school building,
Your time has expired.
when we lost the resources
Your time
for
has expired.
it's very important.
Thank you,
Your
ma'am.
time has expired.
Thank you for your time.
Is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will resume with our COVID-19 updates at about 10:05. Thank you. 11:05. 11:05, sorry.
11:05.
Trying to turn back the clock. We'll go ahead and resume our work session at 11:06 a.m. Moving on to our COVID-19 updates. Good morning again.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Thrower, Vice Chair King, school board members, Dr. Gullett, Attorney Powers, and Mr. Prestipino. So my colleagues and I, we're going to start off this morning, and the first thing we wanted to share with you is just some of our observations in the schools about the mitigation strategies that we've talked about in the past. And so we are walking classrooms and all other areas of the campus, and we are seeing social distancing in the classrooms to get to that 3 feet mark. We are seeing the HDOCS bottles in classrooms and cafeterias, and we are seeing those being used regularly between transitions and as needed. And we've also checked out our lunchrooms at the elementary level especially, and we are using all available spaces. We are using breezeways, rotundas, outside covered pavilion areas, and we want to also thank the district staff. They have been phenomenal in providing extra tables, picnic benches, desks to allow our schools to spread out during lunch as well. And then we are continuing to see heavy use of those hand sanitizer bottles that are in classrooms, and then all classrooms also have now that wall mount that was installed as well with the hand sanitizer. I think it's a foam. The last thing, one of the things that we wanted to bring back is at an August work board session, we talked about field trips and volunteers. And at that time, for elementary schools, we had decided to just kind of put a hold on those field trips and volunteers for 30 days. And so that time is here where we want to kind of discuss that. We've walked schools, we've talked to school stakeholders about the future of field trips and volunteers. And we've talked about their needs and what they need volunteers for. And so it's our recommendation that at this time, we continue to put a hold on field trips and volunteers, but that would sunset September the 30th. So in just a little bit over 2 weeks, our proposal is that would sunset so schools could then identify those volunteers to come and help support the schools as needed. And then Ms. Kennard is going to share with you about some open house.
Okay, the other topic to discuss today are open houses. As you are probably aware, our schools have been planning for their open house events. They are planned over the next 2 to 3 weeks in the month of September. They will be finished by September 30th. Again, after speaking to our school-based stakeholders, we know that these large events can be very difficult to social distance. We certainly do have mass amount of parents, which is wonderful, and students that attend our open house events in the month of September. So at this time, our recommendation would be that all of the schools would switch to virtual open house events that will occur over the next 2 to 3 weeks in the month of September. And that would be concurrent with everything sunsetting on the September 30th date as well.
And just to follow up with secondary schools as well, during our August work session, it was agreed that secondary schools would continue field trips and volunteers based on what schools were doing last year. So just to recap for all and the public, the secondary schools are permitting field trips and volunteers that are pertinent to a course of curriculum are helping students understand their options for post-secondary decisions. So the recommendation for on-campus homecoming events, sporting events, and volunteers will continue to be allowed with mitigation strategies in place.
Those are our
I'm sorry, your name, sir?
I'm Mr. Frazier.
Frazier?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And those are our recommendations for you at this time for the school level.
Thank you very much. Board?
Thank you for the updates that you're giving us. I totally agree with you on the virtual open house. As I'm sitting here, I'm getting all kinds of texts from folks saying, I hear y'all going to discuss open houses, and there's a lot of concern from parents as well as staff, so I appreciate that. One of the things that I do see, and Dr. Hembrook, I see some schools doing certain things right. I see some schools skirting, walking a line on it. We just need to be consistent across the board. When we as a district come up with rules or protocols or whatever, I think we don't just do it just to say waste air. We do it to for implementation for it to be carried out. I think we need to just make sure that, for whatever reason, people are going to do what they want to do, but we need to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. But for the most part, I agree with what you guys are putting forth today. Concerned about this 30th sunset. So how's that? It's just everything just goes away on the 30th? Is that what I'm hearing?
So after September the 30th, then it would be that school-based decision of how they would want to incorporate volunteers into their schools. I would see them working with us, right, but also identifying those that are most needed, maybe spreading them out throughout the week rather than having a large number, but it would be where the schools would identify exactly what it is that they would need.
Right, for instance, we have Good News Club that would love to, and that would be a parent would have to give permission in order for their student to participate in that. As well as Reading Pals with United Way. We have several schools that are waiting to utilize that resource. Again, we would have the district form that would be sent home to parents so that a parent could opt out of their child working with the volunteer as well.
So the question I have with that is, when it goes back to school-based, does that present a problem for us as a district? Because there'll be some schools that would say, yeah, we're ready for Good News Club, and then there'll be other schools that say no, and then we're going to get the calls, we're going to get the emails saying, how come school A over there is letting it, but school B can't? And I mean, there's no consistency district-wide if we allow that to happen. Are y'all getting what I'm saying?
Oh, no, I thought about that too. I could see how that could go. And I'm also, with our numbers haven't really decreased up to this point, and we know there's just a holiday, and I think we're anticipating to see if the numbers are going to go up or down. We're still unsure of it. As a board member, I'm not comfortable with it sunsetting. That's just me personally. I would prefer to have more information, just because we had a very bumpy beginning from August till now, and I know we could look at last week and be like, okay, it looks like it might go down, and I think they seem to think that the virus might leave as soon as it arrived, but I need more proof before I can agree to that at this point. I don't know what the other board members.
And Ms. King, just to add on to what Ms. King said, we're coming off the Labor Day holiday. We know that numbers go up. It takes 2 weeks before we see what it really is. And I think that's what I heard last night on the DOH call. That we're looking at a 2-week time frame. We don't know what's going to happen within those 2 weeks. I would just be more comfortable if you're going to go to a sunset. It's sunsetting after that, sometime in October, versus within 2 weeks, because we'll have the data then. We'll know what it looks like better. And we're still, I think we're at 23 point something percent. Right. I think that's what they said yesterday. And and the national is 15 point something. We're still way up as Marion County. So
just a quick
err on the side
clarification.
of caution.
Huh?
I just say err on the side of caution.
Thank you. And just a quick clarification from our local Department of Health, because I've heard conflicting information, but I think what I read was last year after the Labor Day weekend, we did not see a spike that we were anticipating, and I don't know, if it was because even outdoor activities in stadiums where there were a lot of people, at least it was outside, but I would like some clarification on that to help guide our decision-making. I just want to be sure that we're getting the accurate information. I'd like to know last year, did we see a spike after Labor Day weekend? I tend to agree. I've got some other thoughts, but go ahead, Dr.
Yes. Well, I'm very pleased with what I'm hearing, and I'm extremely pleased with the sunsetting. And where I'm coming from is the idea of normalcy. That's really where we live as human beings. And we spike with a situation. Let's say it's an intruder. However you think, military, you don't just lay down fire because somebody could come across. You go for normal. And when you go for normal, it's exciting to be able to achieve it because nobody can see the future. And what I'm hearing is that things are moderating. That's what I'm hearing. I'm I'm no, that isn't, I'm not an expert in this. However, everybody is trying their best. And like the mask idea, if you think in terms, what I hear from people out and about, in some high numbers, say grab a number like 75%, if you go anywhere, that's 90%, maybe even higher than that, are not going to be wearing a mask. And the exciting part for me is actually targeting the problem, which is HVAC. When we go by truancy laws, we go inside a building, we stay in the building, air needs to move, but it needs to be clean. It can't be contaminated. And I would just put this out very quickly. I think in metaphor, if you put a mask on and suddenly we said, you're going through some mist. I used to be a firefighter in the Navy with mist spray. It's going to go on both sides of that mask immediately. If you went underwater and were moving, it would immediately go. The environment would go on both sides of the mask. And that's what's happening in air. You're just not that comfortable, you just don't see it exactly like that. But HVAC and ionization, modern times, ionization, like an operating room, once that's in, and people just don't really understand it, they're not very familiar with it. I put it in every building that I buy or have authority over. And this is not an ozone thing. The ozone thing is like something that happens in a bar where there's a lot of smoking going on. They turn it on at night to handle it for the next day to open up. That isn't what's going on in our schools. So this idea of, it's like Remy Halo is one of them. They're not terribly expensive. This room right here with the air handler, an electron goes out, it's static, boom, it gets stuck in a filter, and I mean a contaminated situation gets cleaned up. I would like to advocate we go into that study, that thinking, this kind of analysis, hard and deep, so that we maximize education.
Mr. Browning?
And board member.
I was going to say.
Thank you,
So that's my position.
Yeah, Mr. Browning, thank you for bringing that up. You're you've been here, this is your second time. Actually, there are some things in the works for exactly what you're talking about. I would maybe suggest that in your free time, maybe get with Mark Bianello or Miss Barb Dobbins, and they'll talk to you where we are in the process and how it works with the bidding and stuff like that. I think as a board, we got to be careful when we say names and stuff like that. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Yes, actually, we have engaged. There's a current invitation to bid that was posted on August 26th of 2021. And it's still an open advertising process, so we can't discuss, particular vendors or anything else like that right now between the time of advertisement and the time of contractual approval. But that bid process is still still open, and there was a list of terms within the bid, some of which are of the kinds that you noted, requirements for a particular system, and then any bidder who meets those can submit a bid, and then the bid is sealed, and the bid is then reviewed based on the factors that are required through a purchasing department. And so yeah, that's in the works and in the process for. It's not a done decision as to what particular vendor will be used or anything, but that's part of the purchasing process as of right now. Is that it's been submitted for bid and it's out there, and our requirements are there and they're public. It's advertised, so as of now, anyone who meets those requirements under the bid can submit a bid, and it's not an unduly lengthy process. They just have to. There is actually a section on our website with how to do business with us on the Marion County Public Schools website for anyone who is not already a vendor with Marion County Public Schools to set that up quickly and then submit their bid. They're the experts on their products, so they would be able to submit that bid and get that in so that we can make our final decision on that at some future date.
And I appreciate that. What I'm referring to, and I really appreciate you bringing that up, what I'm referring to is understanding and an attempt to solve, and because it's what we do every day, all day, to solve these problems outside, notwithstanding anything that's currently taken place. And I'm just thinking operating room. Technology, that type of thing. If we're using bows and arrows and we don't know what a gun is, well, then I think security ought to know about guns, and we can talk about it, whether or not we're bidding for something or not. I'm just talking about information.
Thank you, Sarah. Did you have something else?
No, not about that. But speaking of, I want to, because I think we had heard the 3 about the field trips and stuff. I wonder if we could use how we use marginal risk, I wonder if we could look at that as a guide to help us with that decision. So maybe, it's across the board the same.
Certainly.
I don't know,
Sorry, Madam Chair, thank you. Vice Chair King, I was thinking the same, and I was just looking at the calendar, and if the board would allow, I think on October 7th, that is the first work session after the 30th, if we come back with an update on the data from the Department of Health calls, and that we can revisit that. I think part of really what needed to be communicated was it was at least until September 30th because of open house being scheduled. We needed some clarity for our team and for the community to know what the direction was going to be so they wouldn't be left wondering the last minute. So we can revisit it on October 7th with some of those data points. And of course, as you all know, and the public to be reminded that we meet with the Department of Health at least twice weekly, sometimes 3 times weekly, and often daily in between. So we will bring that back on the 7th and see what that data point is and look at that chart that we've discussed previously.
Thank you.
And Chair Thrower, understanding obviously that I'm in the minority at this juncture, but just in speaking with teachers and educators and being in classrooms, understanding the value that Reading Pals and other additional support volunteers that we need for literacy purposes in our classrooms, the sooner the better on that. And I understand that parents would have the ability to opt out, certainly if they did not want their child to participate in that. And we also know that some volunteers that we have had in the past might not choose to come because of their age or health compromise that they might have. But I understand also from an educational standpoint that we frankly need to increase literacy scores and increase literacy skills. And sometimes the addition of 1 or 2 extra people from a volunteer standpoint in our elementary schools is certainly going to be imperative to improving those numbers. So sooner rather than later. I hear this board from the majority loud and clear that we don't want to do that any sooner than September 30th, and seems like it's going to be much later than that. But at some point, we have to also start putting the education of our children first. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Campbell. And if you'll remember, more than several weeks ago, I had shared your same concern that our schools, all of which we spend time in, adore and cherish and rely on their volunteers. So it definitely is a priority to get them back. So I'm in 100% agreement with that. Timing is everything. And we had a little bit of glimmer of hope just this past week with our numbers coming down, significant numbers being reduced significantly, but there's still significant numbers of kids that are missing school and kids that are being quarantined and whatnot. I am grateful that we only have kids that are participating in online education to a very small degree. We know that the safest, best place for the vast majority of our kids is to be in school face-to-face 5 days a week. And I think that we have remained in agreement on that point throughout this whole, I'll just call it an ordeal. It has been an ordeal. And when you're operating in extraordinary times, you have to take extraordinary measures till the risk is reduced to a more manageable point. And I do like the idea of using the metrics that we are also intending to use for our face covering resolution in terms of going from significant to moderate community spread. I'm probably not using the exact correct words, but that way we are being consistent and we're using a consistent metrics. As a board member, as a former teacher, you know, I know that every school is different. And just as an example, Hillcrest School, because of the nature of their population, will probably continue to be much more conservative in who they have come to the school and volunteers and things like that, because a lot of the kids there have significant, you know, co-occurring medical issues and so on that puts them at more risk. So I like the idea of giving our schools as much autonomy as possible. In the end, just doing some quick math, 42,000 students, 7,000 employees, you know, assuming that each kid hopefully has at least 2 people in their life that cares about them. We're up to 133,000 people that we're affecting on a daily basis in this community. So that to me just symbolizes how important it is that we make our decisions in a realistic, practical, data-driven, common sense approach. Because we're never going to agree on anything else other than that. and that's what's best for kids. So I had September 23rd work session. I looked it up that maybe because we're going to be continuing to get updates all along. And if we do see a really steep decline, which we're all praying for, then we might be able to move it forward. However, keeping in mind that we're trying to communicate out to 133,000 people, we have to make sure that the communication is clear and that we're not just shifting back and forth, because that's going to drive people even more crazy than they are already, you know, with trying to deal with the extended implications of this situation that we're under. So to recap, getting the data from last year's Labor Day and 2 weeks later, did we see a spike or not? I think is going to be important for decision making. I think that the virtual open houses, because those are going to begin very soon, and we're just starting to see a reduction. I hate that because not everybody is able to participate virtually. However, we're not just saying that we're doing this because everything's normal and we just want to impede people's access. We truly do have an issue going on. So I'll take that. Homecoming was successful last year because we used mitigation and it was different, but the kids really appreciated having a homecoming when we did not have one the year before. Things were so bad. And we did not have graduation. So I think we've established a track record for ourselves of keeping schools open, making it through, having passionate discussion and give and take about how to make it as good as possible within what we're dealing with. And keeping in mind that we have 133,000 people every day that we're influencing that need to hear the same message. So that is my ask. I would like to continue to get the updated information. We get our numbers every week. We'll be getting more numbers this Monday. And then let's talk about it at the September 23rd work session. Will that work?
Yes, I think we can take that table and develop a proposal, right, for what that might look like for volunteers, and at least share that with you on the 23rd. We could do that.
Okay. All right. And the last thing I had, and this is on what you were sharing about Board Member Browning about air and so on. I'm big on that because I have, most of you know by now that I have terrible trouble with my sinuses. I've worked in interior windowless classrooms through the years. It's like clockwork. I knew I was going to get sick. So anything, that's the one beneficial offset of a virus like this, is that it brings people's attention to how we can improve things for the long haul. You know, long after hopefully this virus is gone, there's going to be other ones, and that'll just help mitigate. So I'm glad to get the reminder that we are looking into that. We have opportunity. From crisis comes opportunity to do things differently and do things better. So those are my thoughts.
Yes, I am very encouraged by all the dialogue. This is critically important for those, exactly as the chairman brought up, the number of people involved. And this communication is the key. And Board Member Campbell, I fully support, and I won't be redundant in repeating your comments, but I really support your position and the reasons for it, and that is to get moving with education. The sooner the better, and I'm very encouraged with the moving up kind of dialogue. I mean, that's just, wow, little camel's nose under the tent. Like, all I need to do is get in there, and the next thing we know, we're back to normal because, and I think this is critical, we can always make a change. And change like that out of leadership is not a weakness. It isn't dancing around. Consistency of impropriety is a disaster. A consistency of greatness is wonderful, but it's still a disaster if it's not warranted. So we've got the data. We meet like really regularly, and so we can always go back and improve security on this problem when we need to. I would say turn off the lights. In my family, my dad, you left the lights on just because you were going to be going back in and we wanted to be consistent. We have them on, we leave them on. No. We turn those off, we save on it, we move on, we accomplish our goal. You go back in, we turn it on. If we get a spike, I'll be the first one that's happy to readdress it and go back in. So thank you.
Thank you.
That concerns me, because what I'm hearing is almost like, if I have a bank, I'm going to use a metaphor, Mr. Browning. If I have a bank, just because I've never had a bank robbery in 20 years, that means I get rid of the security system. No, you still keep the security systems in place because of safety concerns. So I'm concerned if we just go loosey-goosey and get back. I believe in proceeding. I believe in proceeding with caution and with good data and making sure that whatever decision we make makes sense in the long run, not just going down the road and just giving up the ship. That doesn't make sense to me.
And I appreciate the metaphor, and it's so we have this bank, and that's beautiful. And so we had a robbery, and now we come in with some serious security forces because we just don't know exactly what's going on. But we don't keep that going on forever, because it only happened once every 20 years, let's just say. And so, yeah, you come in, you address, you up the voltage in the bank, and then you bring it as soon as you possibly can to normal because you've got to run a bank, and then bring it back. If you've got an issue, the front door's been left open, I don't know, however this happened, let's just drill down. Then you bring the security back and you fix it. But I don't like fixes that just go on to, because we've got security in here now, we've got 24 guys standing there waiting for the next burglar. They may be sitting there for 20 years. I just can't buy that.
Well, I think what we're hearing is not that this is something that we want to go on. Our ultimate goal is to put education first, and this board, at least 3 of us last year, ran our district without closing the schools one time. Some classrooms, yes. We tried at the beginning of the year, no mask. Look, let's not kid ourselves. The cases increased. Our teachers were sick. We have found last year there weren't students getting sick in the schools. This year we're finding there's students that are having school contacts. And that's the reality of it. And unfortunately, we are in a pandemic, and it's not fun to wear a mask, or we have our beliefs. But ultimately, our goal is to put students first, and their education is first, whether they have a mask on during the height of a pandemic or not. So I'll just leave it at that. And for someone that has a degree in education, has based their career in education, and has spent the last 7 years of their life trying to navigate this district in the last year and a half, through a pandemic with every student and employee being safe and educated, I'll just leave it at that. So to say that we're not, at some point, we're going to put education first, come on.
Vice Chair King, I did not mention masks. That was not our conversation today at all. So I appreciate that dialogue. The conversation today was about bringing in a volunteer or two to a classroom.
Or a volunteer, you know, to say that, to not allow a volunteer in a classroom at a height of a pandemic is not putting the students first and not looking at their education. I don't agree with that, and I think that was a little bit. But
My
I'll leave it
apologies
at
if that was an offensive statement to you. I know the teachers that I have spoken with in various classroom settings that are looking very forward to the opportunity that they can in our early grades to have at least one more person, even to have a reading group and to have reading pals back in our schools. And I know that our elementary area superintendents can agree because they're hearing it every day. But I understand we're in the heightened of a pandemic. My apologies again if I made a statement that sounded somewhat offensive. That was not at all my intention. Again, not talking about masks, talking about ensuring that our students are receiving additional support with their literacy skills. That's all I'm here for, to ensure we are putting those kinds of things first. That's my position, and the sooner we can make that happen, the better.
Thank you, Board Member Campbell. And let's swing this back around to the fact that every single person sitting here is committed to providing the best education that we possibly can for our currency. Our bank currency is our children. And that is a statement that I know we all stand behind. We may have different ideas regarding the timeline of becoming more normalized. I'm not, and more typical. But because passions run high, it's really critical to be looking at our data. What is the data telling us? What the data is telling me is that we've reached a plateau and we're starting to see some decreases. We're starting to see some relief in our hospitals. We're starting to see some relief in our ICUs. So there is hope on the horizon, for sure. And so my ask for this board and for our superintendent is, let's all take a deep breath and remember that we made it through this once successfully. We're going to make it through this again successfully. Ask the people in New York when the last time their kids were in school. Okay? So we have done a lot of things right by being spirited in our discussion and then really being practical and cautious, because the currency is so important. And those are kids. And those are kids. So, with that being said, an update at the September 23rd work session. We were talking about October 7th. This gives us this whole week of data, one more whole week of data. Hopefully we're going to see that steep decline, and then we can feel confident and say, yes. And then we'll talk about the school by school piece, because I am committed to that too. You know, every school is different with different needs, and we want to make sure that our leaders have that autonomy, again, based on data. And Dr. Gullett, you've been so amazingly patient and quiet throughout this spirited discourse.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Happy to hear your recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just
You're the day-to-day.
I was gonna just reiterate that I understood correctly that we will talk about it on the 23rd, prior to that September 30th. So that's the next work session in 2 weeks, bringing back the data from the Department of Health that we have discussed previously, that is provided actually through the CDC, and that, for clarity purposes, we're going to maintain our current processes and procedures until that date, at least until that date. Correct? Okay, I just want to make sure that we're clear and that our team is clear.
The recommendation, that fits within the recommendation on the 30th, which was to continue on until then. right?
Correct, but at this point, we will be revisiting it on the
We're gonna revisit it
23rd. Sooner than later.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just.
Oh, on the sooner rather than later, got
Yes.
it. Now, let me ask a question, if I may, this is mechanics. I may have a medical situation where I can't be at this next, at that 23rd meeting. I'm trying to adjust that right now. The call-in procedure, would that work?
Oh, yes.
Would that work? Is that processed before, and is it effective? Is it
We've all availed of ourselves of that.
of that? Okay, all right, good, thank you.
Yep.
Because this is,
It's
it's
big
so
stuff.
critical, it's so important.
It's very big. This
Yes.
is very big.
Another item.
We just wanted to clarify, virtual open houses is the direction as well. Okay.
Even though some may be after September 23rd through September 30th. Okay.
Okay.
Just to be clear with our administrators.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the recommendation, and I'm moving it, I'm very excited to hear that, so, potentially.
Yes, yes, and you will find as you'll begin to see the rhythm of this, that the worst thing that can happen in any large organization is to under-communicate. You know, I'd rather have people saying, I heard that already, and all be understanding. I did have one quick suggestion. This is about the rollout of Canvas, and it does, dovetail with COVID-19. I am hearing from the community that there are parents that are, still struggling. I don't know if we could set up, Dr. Gullett, any kind of virtual Canvas tutorials. I know there's a video that they can watch, but that's not the same as having someone walk you through that really knows what they're doing, and maybe have parents be able to sign up. It won't, I guess if they're going to be using Canvas, then they must have a way to use Canvas, they have Wi-Fi. But I think that would be, it may be helpful. Let's offer it and see if who signs up, because I am hearing a lot of frustration with that shift.
Certainly, we will address that, thank you. And we have had conversation with Canvas and training in that rollout, including parent training offerings, as I referred to earlier, the parent university courses, so we'll make sure that we communicate what that is, and those
And
opportunities.
see, that was another stumbling block. We were expecting that this virus was behind us after a great summer, and we had all these plans, and then we chose to roll out Canvas because it's very user-friendly. It's known to be, and I've heard a lot of support for it. But then with the reemergence of the virus and everything else, it just became that one more thing for parents to have to try to learn to do under pressure, and teachers too, for that matter, because they weren't expecting to have all this virus stuff on their plates. They could dedicate more time to really becoming proficient. So this virus has been very disruptive, but I guess that's the definition. We can't expect things to be easy, because we wouldn't be in this pandemic conditions otherwise. So I think we need to recognize that. These are really extraordinary times, and we're trying to get through it, and we're going to keep working together, and we will get through it. So, but it's the communication piece that is really huge. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, I just concur. I think it's worth saying that you're absolutely on target there. We will get through it, and I think, this is a guess, that we have moved, we had a year for the virus is going along, and we're going to have spikes. That's, we've had Hong Kong flu, if you're old enough. We've had various things that have taken place. But the virus didn't, there may be a mutation, I get that. But there has been an enormous learning curve for political forces on all sides, and they've gotten quite aggressive. And there's also been a lot of money flowing around that if you're really incentivized to accentuate something, and I believe that a lot of things are being exaggerated, let's just say. So I really love the health department coming in and getting that real critical medical information, not political, not incentivized economic, because, boom, somebody benefits, because we can't, you guys have really stated it many times, many ways, but we can't gyp the kids out of an education. And we can't gyp even a minute, even a day, even like that, a month, a year, whatever. We can't ever, a penny turns into $100,000. And in a kid's life, We can't gyp them. We've got to deliver to the extent we can. So I really believe in this kind of forcefulness. Everybody is really on their game here. You know, we're stepping to the plate. We've got a pitcher that really knows how to deliver the ball, but we're still going to win the game.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that type of optimism is exactly, you know, what we need. This is a time that we'll look back on and be very grateful and proud that we got through it. And we've had a lot of casualties already, and so for me, the ultimate victory will be to honor those that have given it their all, their complete all. We've lost too many, and continue to make our reasonable decisions with our kids and our families and our community, you know, always at the forefront, because if we continue to do that, we'll just get through this even faster. And there is so much noise up swirling around that, practically speaking, the more we can focus on our community, our data, our needs, what's happening with our people, that is enough of a challenge. And the rest of it is going to be what it's going to be. And, you know, we live in a society where people are going to find ways to capitalize on any kind of disaster or whatever. But that's where our focus has been, and that's where it's going to remain.
I don't want to stress too long, but I really believe in what you just said. And the other side of it is the expansion, is the successes we've had. We've had some failures, we've had some deaths, we've had some illnesses, we've had some setbacks, but this community has come together and had some enormous successes, enormous. And so we've done things right in so many instances, and we've had successes. And I as human beings and as a community, and I really like to see, that's probably, I'm just going to put a 75% number to it and a 25% number to the dents we've taken. And so it's so exciting that we've had success, and we've won a lot of games, and we've really won the pennant, really.
Thank you, Board Member Browning. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you. If there are no other questions for the area superintendents, they need to get out to schools. And so if you don't have any questions for them, and we do have some other updates.
Okay.
And I would bring Ms. Oliver forward, Stacy Oliver, to talk about human resources, and I think Brian Green is going to come forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, board members.
It is still morning.
It is, just barely.
Yep.
Attorney Powers, Ms. Prestopino, and Dr. Gullett. We are here today to talk about a number of issues. Hopefully, we won't take too much of your time. I would like to begin this morning to discuss the district's desire to offer employees a vaccination supplement. This vaccination supplement would be to help mitigate the spread of COVID and would be an incentive for employees to be vaccinated. It would in no way be a mandate in any way. Completely optional. What we're proposing is a $309.76 supplement. That's an odd number, but
Before taxes.
But what it does is, I don't know if I say guarantee, but I think that's the point. I think this ensures that our employees have $200 in their pocket after taxes for this vaccination supplement. This supplement will be coming out of the ESSER funds, so that is definitely a good thing. In speaking with a close district who has put this into place, and several districts have put something like this into place, this district next to us has a very streamlined way of going about the process for a vaccination supplement. The employee would simply upload a copy of their vaccination card into Skyward in the employee access section that only they, of course, can see and access through their password. Then only the personnel, and a very small number of personnel that needed to process whether or not the vaccination card then was approved for the supplement, or the person is approved for the supplement based on their vaccination card, then that is looked at by that one or two personnel and then moved forward into payroll for payment. So what the vaccination supplement would do would be to give an incentive for employees who have already been vaccinated in the past, or employees who become fully vaccinated by December 1, 2021.
I have a couple thoughts about that. One of them is, and I'm not saying that I'm for or against it right now because I have questions.
Certainly, that's why we're here.
That's right. First of all, vaccination cards can be forged, faked very easily now. Most people know that. And so that is a concern of mine. The other concern is that my understanding, and I learned this firsthand because I had to under pressure, when a vaccination card wasn't completed properly and had at the last minute to get a letter from the Department of Health with the correct dates on it on their letterhead, within like 5 minutes, it was that important. I was able to get that because they know who's been vaccinated, and I think it's their Merlin. It drops into Merlin, whatever the name of that is.
Their database.
Yeah, their database. So for me, I would, if we were going to go down this road at all, I would want it to come directly from the Department of Health, that they would check and just authorized that person, yes, indeed, got vaccinated and completed the 1 shot or the 2 shots or whatever the criteria is going to be. I can't say I'm comfortable with having any direct involvement that way in terms of authorizing, in terms of legitimizing, trying to prove it. To me, that's just too volatile, and there's too many ways around it. If it's the Department of Health giving the vaccines, and they know who got them, and I think their word would be what I would accept.
Thank you for that. I completely understand where you're coming from in regard to that. I know the Department of Health is swamped with what they're doing now. It is, as you know, our numbers are so much higher this year than last at any point in time. So I don't know that they would conduct this work for us in order to give our employees this kind of a benefit, but thank you for that.
Yeah, I see that too. Okay.
And I'll just say, I have certainly had conversation with Attorney Powers, and the other district had their attorney involved, because we have a consent/liability waiver that their attorney wrote, that we just have a copy of for our own edification. But it is believed by Attorney Powers and the district that vaccination records are certainly a health record and therefore would not be public record in any way. We would not have to distribute this if asked, if you're concerned about that piece of it, for sure.
I was thinking more of the process side. If there was a portal created from the Department of Health that an employee could go to, upload that letter, download it and then upload it to us for proof or something like that. But
well, that's very interesting because there is a portal, there is a database, and I will follow up with that because I think you know where I'm going with that.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may, I think you bring a really great point forward. We've had conversations with the Department of Health with the portal and sharing that to be more efficient in the data sharing. So I was thinking that perhaps when we talk to them next, there might be a way for that to be included and then they would provide, to your point, the verification directly.
So we opted out of that because we did not feel like we needed access to their database in any way. But with this, I can see the definite value to that. So we were thinking the same.
Yes, and we've been having that conversation about the shared portal for access for return from quarantines and testing and those kinds of things. So we're working through that right now on those calls.
Because on the voluntary side, some of us have decided to be vaccinated, and and having that incentive, it's certainly happening all over in many, you've shared a couple of districts and also in businesses, because the fact of the matter is that in our mission, we can't continue this way indefinitely. Not only do we not want to, but crises have a definition of crisis because they come to an end. And the sooner we can bring this to an end and give people an option, I'm definitely willing to think about it. And I've been doing a lot of talking, but my ears just pricked up like a horse when you were talking about information. Yeah.
And I know that, sorry.
Go ahead, Dr.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Before, I know the board has not had a chance to have discussion on it, but to your point as well, I would look to Attorney Powers to weigh in on that option of having the employee provide permission for that access too, so that we wouldn't want to interfere with that being an opt-in, not a requirement, and access to records that they certainly might not want us to. So.
And I would have to look into it further, but essentially, if the employee is seeking a benefit, then in order to have that benefit, they would have to opt in. I mean, that would be the way that I would construct something of that just off the cuff, is that if an employee wishes to avail themselves of a potential stipend, then that employee would have to explicitly and implicitly give permission for, it's not something we would be scouring the database looking for which of our employees are vaccinated and not, so much as someone who wishes to avail themselves of the opportunity would, in doing so, give permission for us to verify their record. So, and with that can be something, I felt less concern over having a COVID or having a liability waiver or something like that, because Florida law has already pretty well addressed those issues. When it comes to accessing a database to verify that they are vaccinated for the purposes of their application for a stipend, then that would be something that, it could be a couple of lines on the Skyward, portal, or however we chose to present that to them, indicating that by participation in the program, they are consenting to have their vaccination status verified.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Browning?
Yes, I have a big question. Why? What is, I just don't understand the why here. Why in the world would we be paying money? Is this to get someone to do something? Is that the purpose?
Yes, sir. Certainly not that we're, encouraging everyone to do it. We understand it's a personal choice. We understand there are medical reasons sometimes to, not get a vaccination, or possibly even religious reasons. That being said, the vaccination certainly does seem to help stop the spread of COVID, and that is what we're all aiming for. So in multiple discussions, it was decided to offer an incentive for getting the vaccination. Certainly not a mandate, but if someone did by a certain date, which the date decided upon was December 1, 2021, that the supplement would be presented here so that you all could determine if it was something that you wanted to do.
Wow. Well, thank you. this is first blush that I've ever heard anything like that, but I would not incentivize someone to do something that I thought was the right thing for them to make that choice. there would be an implication of imbalance, to my way of thinking, that a person who chose not to would then not receive rations that day. It's like going to lunch. You either go to lunch or you don't go to lunch, and you either eat your lunch or you don't eat your lunch. But if we start paying people to go to lunch, those that didn't go to lunch are not going to get paid. I just can't go down that road, and there could be personal dangers associated, and there could be benefits and liabilities to a personal choice, and I certainly would not want to influence that. Just do the right thing, and everybody's of goodwill and wanting to achieve whatever they're wanting to achieve as a high quality person. Just go for it. But I'm not going to pay you to make it a personal decision.
Thank you, Board Member Browning.
Yes.
So I'm interested, is this a part of this conversation, or is this separate? Can we make this a part of the conversation? Because I think that was sitting on the health insurance call yesterday. So I am of the mindset too, I'm pretty much in agreement with Board Member Browning. The only thing that makes this a unique conversation for us at this juncture, just for historical significance, is that we are now a self-funded district when it comes to our health insurance plan. So regardless of how anyone feels about the vaccine, on a personal note, it does seem that the data is showing that those who are vaccinated are not being hospitalized, put on extended stay in a hospital that would be a taxing on our self-funded health insurance plan.
Okay.
So and the only reason I bring that up, and Ms. Lively can share a little bit more, I saw a private company, Delta Airlines, have this exact same scenario where they decided to offer an incentive to their employees who were basically on their self-funded health insurance plan, and that's what they chose to do. So I think that's a part of this conversation. I still kind of am of the mindset of what you're saying, but just to have the full picture of why this conversation is pertinent right now, it comes down to dollars and cents, frankly, because of being a self-funded health insurance plan. Ms. Lively, if
Yes, I was going to ask Ms. Lively to please share the chart that you have in front of you from Florida Blue and the data.
If you look at the bottom right box with the column of the one that shows where the paid confirmed cases are, so if you go down just about 4 spots where it says IP, which means inpatient, you can see that the inpatient costs have been over $2 million. When you add in the prescription costs, the emergency room visits, the physician visits, if you come down to the grand total, it's about $3 million. So what that is saying is that Blue Cross is telling us that we've spent about $3 million where they can confirm it was directly related to COVID. So under the premise that it is true that vaccines reduce the frequency of getting sick, the severity of it, the inpatient aspect, one would have to assume that if more people got vaccinated, it would reduce those costs. If you go to the far left on the top, if you can see where they're talking about the vaccines administered, what they're telling us is that they have administered vaccines that they can tell have run through the plan, just over 2,400. We don't know who those members are. They could be dependents, they could be retirees. We don't even know how many of those are employees, in fact. And from what we understand, people who have gone through the health department would not run through the plan because they would not get billed that way. So we don't really have a perfect handle on how many people have gotten vaccinated, but
This number is super low.
yeah, but it's low. So if you assume that there are more people to be had, you would have to make the assumption that these costs would hopefully go down, because that is true. We've become self-funded as of January. It is now all our liability, whereas previously the liability would have been on the carrier. So.
And there were definite huge benefits to becoming self-funded, although no one anticipated that we would be in this situation when we made that decision. So thank you, Board Member Campbell, for directing our attention to this chart, because this is a huge piece of this. We're financial solvency is critical also to our mission of educating kids. And I would like to just remind all of us that personal beliefs are our personal beliefs, but we are here to run the business of educating children. And there is a fiscal cost to every decision, that we make. So I'm trying to remove myself from the personal side and really look at this in a practical sense.
Yeah, it seems, right now we seem to be, and I've heard this, I think, probably somewhere, right now we're in a pandemic of the unvaccinated to some degree, because the unvaccinated are the ones that are being hospitalized or more severe. Even if you're vaccinated, you can still have breakthrough cases and get sick, but in normal circumstances, they're not the ones that are being hospitalized. My thoughts are, I am not anti-vaccine. I am anti-mandate. We're not, as a district, mandating anybody. It doesn't seem like we're mandating you to get this vaccine. We're highly encouraging it. The numbers are pretty startling when you see the difference, on the, and even in deaths, unfortunately. So my thoughts are, if we can do this legally, I'm not opposed to it at this point. I think it's probably for the good of people and incentivizes. So that's my thoughts.
And legally, my analysis so far of when it was introduced to me is that it's a very neutral situation as to the law right now. I mean, we certainly, we or a private business could certainly incentivize behavior that we chose to incentivize. And beyond that, it's a policy decision as to whether we choose to incentivize it, or whether, as concerns have been brought up, that we should be encouraging people to do the right thing without an additional incentive. So from a legal perspective, that doesn't take into account the operations or policy procedures, and that's your bailiwick. Mine is to tell you that yes, we certainly can make something like this work. It doesn't appear that we would have any legal impediments to do so.
Madam Chair, if I may, there's another component of this that I feel is very important to share from a workforce standpoint, from the being CEO of the organization and the operations. There's inequity that I am seeing and hearing from our school leaders, our department leaders, that is factual based, in that the quarantine has an inequity base. If an employee is vaccinated and they're asymptomatic, they remain on the job. They remain at work. If they're not vaccinated, which I agree is a personal choice, then they are not able to continue working. And so there are folks on our teams that are carrying the load for those who have made a different choice. And that I have to bring forward as a concern. I've asked a lot of folks out in the field about this. Are you seeing this? And they'll bring this up. Yes, because we have perpetual disruptions of quarantines. We've talked about it last year as students, but we also have the employee aspect of that now, and for those who can be. Again, I completely agree and support it's a personal choice, but from a standpoint of being a CEO of the organization, when I see inequity, I'm concerned. And that is causing a burden, and it's described as a burden to me, at our schools, especially our schools, but also in the departments for those who are going out. Somebody described to me last week, someone was out for 2 weeks, they came back, 2 days later they were out again. And they said if that person had been vaccinated, they would be here on the job working. So the quality of work when that person's out is being carried by those who are vaccinated. Personal choice aside, I support personal choice, but from a standpoint of workforce, I have to bring that forward as something that I'm seeing as a pattern and hearing from our team that's a pattern.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. And to clarify, the quarantine procedures, are they Marion County Public School procedures, or are they based on our local Department of Health and CDC guidelines?
Thank you for the question. That comes from the Department of Health, and they are very strict around that. They have advised us on this. We have always continued to take the Department of Health advice, and we follow those. Correct.
Thank you, because there is some confusion in the community about that, and we all want to reduce the quarantines. At the same time, if we don't adhere as closely as makes sense for our organization, then we're putting ourselves at risk in the other direction as well by having people come back too soon. So it really is a balancing act to try to get this as right as possible. And your point is extremely well taken, that if our mission is to educate kids and provide the highest quality education possible, we're not doing that when classes have to be combined because staff is out and either on quarantine or sick themselves. We can't continue this in perpetuity. So I appreciate having this conversation.
Question, Superintendent, would you go into depth a little bit on that dilemma? So a person comes back, it goes out because of contact?
Yes.
Okay, so they go out, then they come back for 2 days. Now, are they getting paid during all this time, this out time, in time? Doesn't matter?
Yes,
They
Board
get
Member
paid?
Browning, they're being paid, and we have leave provisions in place, which we're going to talk about again here shortly, but it has to do with the direct contact. So if they're exposed to someone that is positive, this is just if they're asymptomatic, right? So if they are a direct contact and they are asymptomatic and they're vaccinated, they can continue to stay in place in their day-to-day in work.
By health department
Guidelines.
criteria,
That is correct, from the Department of Health.
Okay.
If, however, they are not vaccinated,
Right.
then they cannot remain there as a direct contact.
Really?
Right, because
Do they
there's a,
jeopardize their position? Are they considered a victim of the circumstance, or do they jeopardize their position if, let's say they did that just in perpetuity, let's just be exaggerated a little bit? Does that mean that they're pretty much bowing out of their job, or what's taking place there?
it doesn't mean that they're bowing out, it just means those are the guidance so that we're trying to mitigate the spread and the exposure. So that is why the Department of Health has those guidelines in place, based on CDC guidance, of course. But there's a disparity that's brewing between vaccinated and unvaccinated, and that is, as we've discussed, is a challenge for, I think, for all of us, and I hear for all of us, because we all have our personal challenges with that, but from a workforce standpoint, there is a gap, and I think Ms. Oliver probably could talk even more about that. Ms. Simmons is not here, who oversees that as our district nurse, but we're seeing that disparity widening this year.
So there's a vulnerability to our organization in terms of cost if a larger group is in one category versus another category. That's really the
That's
crux of
correct,
it.
and I think that's what you see here with the data that Ms. Lively has brought, is the cost associated with, so hospitalizations, and I'm always really careful to say, we're not healthcare experts, I'm not a healthcare professional, but something that we do hear repeatedly from the Department of Health on our calls is the spread is due to vaccination numbers in part, and a way to help mitigate that, and I hear Mr. Lander repeat this, a way to help mitigate that is to when we have more vaccinated
That's Board Member.
individuals, then it could help to mitigate that spread. The cost is, all that we have here that we can quantify is based on our Florida Blue data and what it's costing us. I think it's hard to include all the rest of those nuances that we don't have access to that data because we don't control that data. The hospitalizations and unfortunate deaths, but we're trying to bring forward a number to that in addition to the inequity that's happening with our
It's
employment.
an eye-opener, isn't it? And
It's
Yes.
very interesting. It's to incentivize something like that. Wow. And I see the dollars and cents issue. associated with the motivation, wow, that is something to consider. Lord have mercy.
And the interesting,
costs.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, real quick. The health costs aren't the only factor. We've got substitute teacher costs, and then the cost to other employees who are burning out doing those jobs, the cost of having district personnel push into schools to complete those tasks and to cover schools administratively as well as in the classrooms and in other areas. We have multiple vacancies due to absences and hard to fill positions because people are just ill or quarantined. So if the more people that are vaccinated in Marion County Public Schools, the less opportunity they have to catch the virus. I think it's below 5% chance. There are breakthrough cases, like Board Member Kelly just shared, Ms. King. However, they're few and far between, and certainly they don't get ill to the extent that someone who's unvaccinated gets ill. So we feel this is a win-win. It's a win for the employee if it's their personal choice, and it's a win for the district in the way of keeping classrooms covered and keeping education consistent.
Is there any evidence or any study or any just anecdotal evidence that people, like in civilian life, in most organizations, they're paying people to get a vaccination so that they stay at work?
I have heard of the companies in the private sector offering that, yes. I can't list some. I'm hearing our
They would be
Delta.
Yeah,
influenced?
right.
Delta Airlines.
Well, Delta, I can get Delta. You feel more comfortable because you're getting on an airplane and those employees are there. But do we have any indication that people would actually change their mind for $300?
Well, number one, I think the answer to that is probably very a big yes. That some people will, because we have people paid at all different wage points, and we have people that certainly need an extra couple $100s in their pocket prior to Christmas. If it's not a medical choice or a religious choice or a serious philosophical choice, I think they can be swayed for sure. There are a lot of people that are so tired and burned out, and they keep meaning to get vaccinated, but they have to go somewhere, and our people are asking, can we do this at our schools? And we're looking into some of that, so that people don't have to do anything but get out of work and go see, someone after hours. Correct. Get off of work and literally go right there at their school or somewhere neighboring, a fire department, somewhere close. So we're looking into those things. But I do believe if there was an incentive of $200 in their pocket after taxes, that people who are on the edge or needing to go do it anyway I think we will certainly see people do it.
Wow.
Welcome to the world of living paycheck
Wow.
to paycheck.
Exactly.
That's all I can say.
And it's real. And it's real for all different types of people at all kinds of wage points and salaries.
I want to commend you guys for bringing that forward. I think that's a wonderful idea. I think it encourages vaccination. It's not mandating vaccination where people don't want to be mandated, but I think it encourages and gives a good direction for us as a district. And as you just stated, sometimes we don't realize how many people are really hurting just because we're not hurting financially. But there's a lot of folk out there. We have a lot of folk that work in our district that are paid very, very little, very, very little. And they're there day in and day out. So $200 may not seem like a lot to some of us. We may spend it at one night at a restaurant. But there's some people that it really makes a huge difference in their lives. And I think the added benefit of them being vaccinated on top of that keeps them on the job, keeps them on the clock, keeps them coming to work, and when they're at work and they're doing what they can do, then we can keep the kids in front of the classroom, which because as I was leaving, I heard the discussion about us putting education first. We always put education first, and I think this is a part of putting education first by keeping our right staff in front of the kids. So
Thank you.
I applaud you for that.
Board Member Cummings, Board Member Campbell.
Thank you, thank you. The one thing that I am interested in from the Department of Health, because certainly if you get a vaccine, you get a vaccine card. Everybody knows that. But we also are having employees who have a COVID diagnosis and do not have to come back for a certain period of time. And so if we're going to use the Department of Health database, there may be people that have antibodies because of a COVID diagnosis. Would they also be eligible for this vaccine? And that's my only question from an equity standpoint, because I've recently heard the physician who came and spoke to us a few weeks ago that if you have a recent COVID exposure and diagnosis and you've had COVID and then you also get the vaccine, then you are the super immune. Like he literally said that. You are the super immune. And I'm not sure that we want to say one is better than the other. And I don't know if anybody is giving away cards for people that have had a recent COVID diagnosis. I haven't heard that. But certainly there are antibodies that if someone has just come back, so the quarantine is if it's a close contact and you're not actually positive. But if you have had a recent positive diagnosis of COVID and you're now identified as a close contact, you also get to stay working.
If it's been in the last 90 days. So
Okay.
they only do the vaccination now. If you remember back in the day, it was only good for 6 months. Well, now there's no time frame. They're finding that it's effective longer than they finally have enough data to determine that. The COVID diagnosis, past COVID diagnosis that keeps you working is still only good for if you've had it within the past 90 days. That's the difference between the vaccination and the COVID diagnosis. But I do see your point. I just think if that ever became
No, and I understand, but I'm saying, so if we're making this vaccine incentive eligible now, we may have some employees that have had a recent diagnosis, and we know we have some that have had a recent diagnosis that want to wait that 90 days before and so they're not going to receive this because they wouldn't be eligible right now. Because the recommendation, certainly you can get the vaccine right on top of a COVID diagnosis, but I believe the recommendation still is waiting 90 days to get that. So that's
Right.
I would think that if we have folks that have that situation and they alert us and we can provide a process for this,
Yeah.
that we would hold their names and allow them to then, as soon as their time frame is up, to get that, verify that. I think if that's past the December 1 deadline, I certainly think we can work with that. Okay.
absolutely
Yeah.
great point.
Because a lot of doctors are saying that to
correct.
wait 3 months.
They are.
Right.
And to have your antibodies, my own personal healthcare provider said, to have your antibodies checked at 3 months. Actually, my healthcare provider is seeing it lasting on into 8 and 9 months, the antibodies, the strength of the antibodies. So to continue to have those checks to see if you have basically the equivalent of a vaccine because you've had a COVID diagnosis.
I think you, Ms. Campbell brings a valid point, making sure that those people that can get the shot and have had it, actually have the opportunity to get the shot. But we also need to look at the fact that there are some people that had COVID last year that haven't got the shot, and that presents something different. So I think we'll work it. I'm sure this team will work it out to make sure it's equitable for our staff members. That's one thing that we have done throughout this pandemic, is to be equitable to all of our staff members. So I don't see us doing something that would.
And there's always the what ifs, and that's what makes our meetings so long, because we actually sit here and think about it,
You guys have really wonderful questions. You always do.
and ask the questions and hash it out, and thinking about incentives in general, and me trying to connect it to another real world example. I think about auto insurance for a teenage boy. Very, very expensive. I had 3 of them. But if they have a B average, and you get a good student discount. So you're getting incentivized for doing something that you should be doing anyway, which is getting good grades. But I would offer that probably a lot of us wouldn't go to work at all if we didn't get paid. So that's an incentive. When there's a lot of companies like UPS, the faster you run to the door and make your deliveries, you get extra bonuses for that. So I don't think we'll ever get away from that. To me, there's a difference between motivating someone and manipulating someone. You know, motivating someone is encouraging people to do the right thing. You know, when you're trying to manipulate someone, you're trying to manipulate them usually to do something that they probably shouldn't be doing or that you don't want to do yourself, so you're trying to get them to do it.
Right.
Certainly, and
Yes.
people should visit their healthcare provider or, you know, wherever they go to determine whether they should be vaccinated. We are certainly not encouraging individual people to do something that is against what they need medically or personally. So.
I just think that the language has to be very, very clear on the messaging.
And I know Board Member Browning wanted to say something. I also am just curious, because I don't know that I know this, but are there other incentives that we offer at all for any other health if you stop smoking, if you lose a certain amount of weight? I mean, are there any other?
Well,
That's a good question.
Good segue.
When people take the wellness assessments, when the wellness bus comes, they usually get some kind of incentive.
Gift card or something.
Publix gift card.
Card.
you get paid for giving blood.
Yeah, let's see, well, my thought is, I love this dialogue, by the way. It helps the community and it helps everybody involved, and we're in a trying time. Board Member Cummings made a real good point about the need for funding. That's why people go to work. You know, typically that's the program. Now, I wholeheartedly believe in that, because $1 to someone who is short on funds it can be worth $10. It can be worth $100. It can be big. I'm a big believer in being very direct with that, because of the source of our funds from the public. I'm a believer in current pay. Just pay them. Just pay it. Make it so that it's a decent bargain. And I, who said it, and maybe it was Board Member Kelly, that said the idea, we've got to be careful with it. No, maybe it was Chairwoman said, but we got to be careful manipulating people.
Right.
And I believe wholeheartedly, a buck is a buck is a buck, and let's do the very best we can. I can support that 100%. Going around the back and whoa, I have asking somebody to be healthy and paying them a little something to be healthy. Wow, I would have a hard time. I would probably be answering a telephone every 2 minutes saying, you know, how are you buying health? What are you doing? You know, what's going on? So I, pour the money in, get the people, do the job, meet the goal. I get that. So
Okay. All right.
And board, I think there was a board question regarding the, whether there was a study that other companies were doing this or incentivizing that. And you just briefly say that looking into it there while you were talking, Aldi's, Amtrak, Bolthouse Farms, Chobani, Darden Restaurants, Dollar General, Kroger, McDonald's, Publix, Target, Trader Joe's, Tyson Foods, Vanguard Finance, and Walmart all offer incentive programs currently ranging from 2 to 4 hours of employee pay. Amtrak, for example, has a day of paid vacation plus $50. Vanguard Finance offers $1,000. Publix offers $125. Target, 4 hours of employee pay plus $15 of Lyft ride to get you to and from your vaccine appointments. Dollar General offers 4 hours of pay. So it's a trend that is happening within the private sector. And that's so.
They're looking at protecting their bottom line, let's face it. So I think that in the interest of time, I feel like we have consensus here, because we took the time to go into great detail, and that's not the detail that you're going to see on Facebook. This is the reality of trying to keep our kids on a routine and giving them the education that they deserve. So I would like to include that caveat, though, with the Department of Health and the clear language that this is based on medical data, not what the board necessarily believes in or even necessarily wants to do. You know, some of us may choose not to do that if we're even eligible, you know, to get the money. It's a personal choice. It is a total personal choice. But, you know, it is clear that we have to do everything we can to bring this to an end. And that's what's best for kids.
So we will likely need a resolution, and you and I can work on that if that's all right, in regard to this vaccination. So we'll get the language right, Reverend Cummings. And do we, though, with your comments in regard to the Department of Health portal, as long as we can make that happen, and I do believe that that's a good possibility, and along with the guidelines we've set forth here today, obviously keeping it optional as an incentive only, do we have consensus to start to move forward with that?
Yes, ma'am, I believe you do. And again, protecting people's personal medical information is very, very important, and maintaining that line between who we are as educators and what the medical community is encouraging, and making sure that employees, you know, medical information is protected in the best way possible. And to me, that would be through the medical department.
Most definitely. And so we will begin to move forward with the things discussed today, and we will bring for your approval on board items through board docs, the resolution that outlines exactly what we discussed.
And just as a point of clarification, are we going to say that it's one shot or fully vaccinated that get the bonus?
One shot could
Fully
be
vaccinated.
one shot could be fully
Okay, I mean, that,
Examples of the shots, Johnson & Johnson is one shot.
correct.
So that's a good question. If I have one shot and I took the Pfizer and it's December 1 and my second shot isn't scheduled for 2-3 weeks, are we saying fully vaccinated by December 1 outside of the people who may have the issue that Board Member Campbell brought up, which is completely understood? Are we saying fully vaccinated, first one shot only, or 2 shots for the
by
vaccine?
December, whatever the date is.
December 1.
That gives them enough time. I mean, what we're trying to do is get out of this crisis, so we don't want to give people all kinds of time, because then the crisis continues.
Correct.
Just wanting to clarify, want to make sure that it is, have to be fully vaccinated in order to, and it could be, I'm sorry, it can be one shot if it's Johnson & Johnson. But just so employees, if they're going to do this and they haven't already been vaccinated, they can plan accordingly, because there is some space needed between those 2 shots, and
2 weeks.
and appointments, and can't get in to get appointments, and so they're right now there's some challenges with that. So just making sure they understand.
And I would just add that on a consensus basis, I'm only speaking for myself, but I do not support what I've heard. I do not support that as a concept to paying for this. I'm just saying. You know, I haven't heard anything that would take me into that realm at all. To go to the comments that were made, I can go to the point of increasing pay. I don't have that. I don't think that's what we're talking about exactly. I would say that for consensus purpose, I'm not in favor of what I've heard.
Okay.
So let me ask a question. I'm sure I missed it. So they would bring their card. How would that be done?
What Madam Chair Thrower was suggesting was that we instead discuss with the Department of Health looking at their Merlin portal that contains that information.
Yes.
But prior to doing that, Attorney Powers and Dr. Gullett suggested that we get, just like we had an opt-out of face coverings form, we would have an opt-in for the vaccination supplement form. And people would opt in, giving their consent for us to check their records via the Merlin portal if given permission by the Department of Health. So we have a lot of caveats here, and the one that you brought up as well, that has made this a better offer. Are you comfortable?
I'm good. I got one concern with that, though. And that just because I was on the phone call yesterday. We know the Department of Health is overwhelmed.
Well, that's what originally Ms. Thrower said, have them be the ones that would approve them, but they are way too swamped for that. So
we'll do it.
Well, we would have access if the Department of Health gives it to us to
Gotcha.
access their Merlin portal. And that access does exist, we just do not have it at this time.
Okay.
So for purposes of supplementing, giving this benefit to an employee, it's just such a really good idea, and a good reason to access that portal, but only with employees' consent to do so would we do that.
I just didn't want us to take anybody from DOH
Yes.
away from doing anything that they need to be doing
Correct.
for this.
You're correct.
They need to be doing what they're supposed to do.
Right, and I also didn't want people uploading fake vaccination cards from
Correct.
Amazon,
Correct.
And I understand that. Now, my only question then is, general meaning of consensus means everyone involved, and I hear you, and I thank you for your concerns and your comments. So what do I do at this point?
I think you have a majority.
And is that enough for me to move forward?
You have to give me a moment.
No, that's perfectly fine. And we can, if you would like, move forward with our next item, and you can, I don't know what our time frame here is, but we can move forward with our
Let's
next
finish
item.
this, and then we'll take a quick break to grab a quick bite to eat.
Okay, so we'll.
And in the meantime, Madam Chair, if I may, to Board Member Cummings' question, I want to be clear to say that we haven't worked out the portal situation yet. We would need to.
Okay.
So there is the opportunity for us to have that information shared with us. We've had that conversation on one of our previous calls, but that is something that the Department of Health has brought forward, and so we're trying to utilize the portal for efficiency with return to work, return to classroom, quarantines, and testing.
Thank you. Okay, well, Attorney Powers is looking up consensus, which I believe we'll just wait to see what you have to say. All right, let's move on.
Okay, this one very well may be short. Whoa, did I jinx that?
That's what they all say.
Thank you, sir. So
How many times have we said that? It's going to be a short meeting
Mr.
today.
Green, the Director of Talent Development, will be going over our substitute wage increase.
Great. I bet that's going to be a short conversation. I bet we're going to have,
That's why I thought, so I'm excited about this one.
Thank you, Jay.
The answer is yes.
right. Can we just say yes and move
Yes
on?
is a complete sentence.
Be easy.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Oliver, and thank you for the opportunity. And I should be quick. I do want to review a couple of highlights. Certainly, as you see before you, we are here today to offer a wage increase for our substitute teachers. We believe this increase will assist to entice and increase our pool of substitute teacher applicants, which should in turn provide greater availability to place our dedicated substitute teachers in classrooms when staff are absent. You can see from the handout in front of you the proposed wage increase for those classified as regular substitute teachers to increase from $70 to $85 per day. If you move down to the second line, those substitutes who remain in the same assignment for 10 or more consecutive days, that increase from $85 to $100 per day. And then finally, for those who remain in the same assignment for 10 or more consecutive days who are certified teacher substitutes, from $100 to $125 a day. This is our proposal. Are there any questions you may have for me?
So, I got a question. So a regular certified substitute teacher, day one, she gets what? She or he gets what?
If well, there's a regular substitute teacher and a
Certified,
substitute.
certified. Day one, they get what?
Day one, they should receive $85 per day until they hit the 10th or longer, more days, and then they'll go to the $125 per day. If you agree, from the $70 to the $85, that is.
And just so you know, when they hit that 10th day and they're receiving the $100, that goes all the way back to the first day they were in that assignment.
Correct.
Okay, so
it's
they'll go
retroactive.
back,
Yes,
they
it
go
is.
retro.
Yes, it is. Just a cap.
Of implementation of this?
On implementation of this, correct. Currently, it is $70 a day and $100 for the certified sub. And when they hit their day of being in a long-term assignment, then it would be retroactive.
Is there a way of saying the approximate range cost of the person running the classroom, the regular person as compared to the substitute? How does that stack in a general sense? I realize there's a range of
Sure, it would,
capabilities.
so your question then is the amount of pay that the regular teacher?
Yes, to just cut to the short, cut to the end, I'd like, I don't want to incentivize someone scooting from regular over to become a temporary just because it's financially better off. That's my question.
Right, it would depend on the amount of years of that teacher in the classroom, but our base rate of pay is $45,000 plus fringe, so plus benefits, which depending on the fringe that employee chooses can range from many, $6,000 to $9,000 if I'm not mistaken. And then we have some teachers in the classroom who might be at a $60,000 a year plus fringe rate of pay.
And the daily rate for that would be $229.59 for the base entry pay for a teacher at $45,000 a day.
Okay, excellent. Well, that
That
really
is with
clarifies.
base entry rate of a teacher, correct. Brand new teacher with no experience.
Say the number again.
$229 a day and 59 cents without fringe, which used to be 17.4%, but is now way more because we're paying.
Yes, if you're talking all
Yes.
the fringe calculation.
Yes.
It's close to 43.
So we're not incentivizing to scoot around to another category
No.
by any manner. Okay.
No,
excellent,
not at all. Good
excellent.
question.
Good,
Thank
thanks.
you.
I'm clear.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think that probably these numbers were founded on looking at other districts and comparables. When I drive around in the community, and I know that we can't compare ourselves to private business in many respects, because if private business isn't making enough money and they have a good enough product, they can raise their prices. We get what we get from the state and other sources, and that's the money that we have. We're not allowed to, charge more.
And just so you know, this money to pay for this increase will be coming out of the already funded district budget for
Right.
substitutes.
Right, so it would be in perpetuity, not based on ESSER and.
Correct,
Right.
correct. And that money, we do have extra money in there because we've got so many assignments not being filled due to a lower sub pool. And so, as I was speaking with Mr. Vianello, he did say that the district substitute budget would be the fund for this now. And it would be in perpetuity. This would be annually. We are not talking just for this pandemic fiscal.
Yeah, so it's not a sunset thing, which is what.
No.
Yes.
Which is what we did
Triggered
last
this conversation in the
Yes.
first place.
year. Correct.
Okay, all right. I still feel like, and this is one board member talking, I still feel like $85 a day to walk in and substitute a class is not enough money. I would venture that $100 a day, $115, and then leaving $125 for the certified sub. I just feel like that is the right way to go. I can go get a job somewhere else flipping burgers and make, more than $85 a day right now. You're talking a 7-hour day for a regular sub, plus they're gonna, if they're committed, they're gonna be doing some planning, work on their own time, phone calls, whatever. You're talking $10 to $12 an hour. Our kids need to be worth more than that.
Right. You're looking at 12, you're looking at 12, 14 an hour for a 7-hour day and 14, 16 for a 16 for a 6-hour day per hour. That's-
So I'm putting forward 100, 115, and then keeping the 125. What am I hearing from the rest of the board?
Start that in terms of the chart here. So item number
100.
1 was regular.
Yes.
You would like to see that move to 100?
Yes. Because when you break it down by the hour and you look at the commitment, I think it's worth even more than that, but
And item number 2, which would be, is recommended here at 100, you would like to see that at what?
115, because we're talking about continuing, and then that's best for kids. You get the same adult in the classroom that's doing a good job, and then the certified, because they have certification, the 125, and I'm okay with that for right now, I guess.
Let's can I ask Ms. Boston, how's that sound as far as, because you got to come up with the money to pay it. So, what does that put us at? Does that put us in a red area, bad area, what?
I do not know because I don't know how many subs we would eventually hire. If you recall, what we did last year was at the end of December. We had half of our sub budget available. So we incentivized then to end at the end of the school to $100. This is going to be challenging, but what I have indicated to our leadership team is we have $2 million in our sub budget. When we hit that $2 million, we're going to have to make a decision about where, if funds are needed, where it's coming from. And the only thing that I can offer at this time is it would be fund balance. Then we would have to, it would be our fund balance. I'm sorry, it's hard to hear through this. But our health reserve is being eat up every time we get together. So from my perspective, if this is what the board wants, we're going to do it. And then we're going to make changes when we have to do it. So we have, as I stated, we have $2 million in our sub-budget. Once that is exhausted, then we're going to have to make decisions.
Would you let us know then if we're?
Oh, I will.
Getting close.
Trust me.
Yes, I'm sure you will. But we were at.
All of them will hear about it.
Right. But we were at 100 and it's sunsetted, and so that's why we're having this conversation again, and the need has not changed. You know, the need continues, the crisis continues, so.
Now that you've just allowed me to, you've opened it up.
Welcome back.
So, you know, in my opinion, we have to be careful because you said what I tell everybody every day. We have finite dollars, and they're dependent on students being in their seats particular days. And we have recurring costs, 75 to 80% tied into salary and benefits, contracted services, and substitute costs. These are all, they are all needed expenditures, but we've got to live within our budget. And that, you will always hear me say that we've got to live within the funds that we've been allocated. So that will require us making specific decisions at certain times. And I believe I keep you abreast, and Dr. Gullett, and like I said, the team hears it from me all the time. But these are really honorable things that we should do, but we've got to keep that in the back of our mind. Remember last year, we could have potentially lost $11 million in our funding, and that's a lot for us, especially when it's tied into student in attendance.
Right, and I'm very glad as a conservative spender to not be ever in a position to be doing deficit spending. I think that's ridiculous, so.
But if our trend stays in our attendance reports, you all know I always pull attendance reports, but if our trend stays, we were projected to have 41,778 students. Our day 20 count is 42,596. So if our trend stays and we budgeted based on projected numbers, then we should be okay.
Okay, without taking this conversation way left.
Sure.
We have budgeted for 42,700 FTE.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with
Attendance report.
attendance, the membership. And even if we say that that is what our budget is, look on that chart again, we have over 7,000 absence, whether it's excused or unexcused. And our funding, remember, is based on students being in their seat at the measurement dates.
In October and February.
Yeah.
There's no name on this. Who is making this recommendation?
Our department is making this recommendation.
Your department?
So the Department of Human Resources and specifically Employment Services and our Talent Development Department.
Okay, and that came from the source, the genesis of that? Help me with that. Sorry, I'm catching up here.
It was our request as a board.
The board requested that you look into this and come up with a recommendation.
Yes.
And that has gone through Dr. Gillette.
Yes,
Oh,
correct.
certainly.
All right, perfect. Perfect.
Heard earlier about anecdotal information and just a piece of information for the board. If we were to look last year at August, the month of August 2021, and compare it to this year, the month of August 21-22, the total number of absences we had were 700. Our sub-fill rate was 81%. Compare that to this year's August, 2,574, almost 3.5 times, and our substitute fill rate is only 52%. So that's why we bring the recommendation to you today for increasing these wages.
Thank
And
you.
you could say that that's for a number of reasons, and you'd be right, but we have had numerous communications from our substitute teachers asking about the pay discrepancy from last year to this year and touting the pay from other counties and how our county is not.
We're not competitive.
From a
I was looking for a good way to say that. Thank you.
Right. Vice Chair King.
Yeah, when I was looking at these numbers, I was gently reminded. When a regular substitute comes in like that day, their lesson plans are already made, correct? Like the substitute should come in.
Should.
The teacher should have lesson plans or something. Or if not, then usually the teachers around will help that teacher and gather materials and be like, here.
Usually.
But the continuing substitutes, they're the ones that usually are the ones that can come in and do the planning and stuff like that. So I'm almost wondering, like, I don't know, I'm just throwing these, because I know it's a numbers game, but what if we left the $85 at a regular substitute, but then the continuing subs, maybe look at them for the higher increase? Does that make sense?
I have to say, Vice Chair King, a lot of times when you raise a point, it's an angle that I hadn't thought of, but in this position, I'm going to stick with the 100. If there's a way we can afford it, and so I guess now that Dr. Gullett, what is your recommendation? Because I've made it clear how strongly I feel about it, so I'm just going to zip it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you all raised great points, as always, and I was just going to add to Vice Chair King's point, also perhaps grading.
Or grading.
Grading as well, right? So, because sometimes they're doing the grading, they might not that day. They might, so I don't want the folks to think that they don't, but we have talked about this quite a bit. I do think that there's a critical need for our substitute teachers. And when I think about the quality of instruction, the continuity is important for our children when they can see the substitutes day after day. So I absolutely think that to the fullest extent possible, we need to look at the continuity. I could support a higher rate, but understand, to Ms. Boston-Ellis's point, these are critical conversations we have to be responsible with our funds, because she will keep us in line, and that's why we're in a healthy financial situation with our district. I can support $100 a day, but understand that there will be a cost associated with that somewhere else. Because
Go over budget.
if we go over budget. So I would say we could look at it and analyze it again later, but there will be a cost somewhere else. So if this is what we want to put our money in and do it above and beyond what our team has brought forward, just understand that it may come off the plate somewhere else. And it will need to if we're going to continue to stay.
You'll let us know when that time is getting close, and 52%. Okay, I said I wasn't going to talk anymore.
I was listening to Ms. King's comment on it, and I was trying to look at some creative ways too, but then something always just kind of taps me on the back and back of my neck and say, there's a way to manipulate that, because I would not want to see them keep a person in a position for 8 days, and then say at the 8th, 9th day, we're not going to continue them. We're going to give them off 2 days, break that service, and then they're not going to get. I see manipulation and stuff like that, and I know people will say, well, we wouldn't do that, but there's some people that's just trying to make themselves do the best thing with what the money that they have. So how is that continuation? Who does that continue? Does the principal?
I can speak to that, and so can Mr. Green as prior principals. I hear you, but it's really, I have to say, the opposite.
Yes.
We adore our subs. We know them. They
Okay.
come to the same schools. We would probably die 1,000 deaths if we knew someone was on the brink and then the teacher came back right before they could get the money. We would be so sorry for the sub. Rather than doing that, we really do hope for subs to continue, number one, for the continuity of instruction, number two, for the students having the consistent person in front of them and for their own ease and less anxiety, and number three, for the money in the subs pocket, because we have a very good, as principals, relationship with our substitutes, and you can certainly chime in if you...
Yes, and just to add real quick, and thank you, Mr. Cummings, the perspective of myself, and I think I speak for many of my peers, is the furthest thing that we're thinking of, it's 9 days, let's get the sub out of there. It is absolutely opposite, and we did mention, but the parent perspective too, and having served in elementary school as well, that would only not help with continuity, and then you have the parent concerns. Why do we have another sub in there? Why couldn't we have the same one? And so certainly that is not something that has ever been in my mind or many of my peers' minds as it relates to this 10th day and them being paid retroactively for that.
Well, thank y'all for saying that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Where I come from, the field that I come from, you could be in a position, out of area position for after 31 days, then they're supposed to pay you the upgraded position. They would keep you there 25 days, and the week before you're getting ready to go to the other one, they say, oh, well, you're going back to a sergeant, or you're going back to whatever position it is.
We're talking
that wasn't fair.
there.
Yeah, that wasn't fair. So, those are the type of things we don't need right now, especially in a pandemic situation that we're in.
Yes, sir, and let's go ahead and bring this to
Okay.
closure.
All right.
I'm sorry.
All right, so let me just say, timing. I'd like to address timing because we have this recommendation. That's why I was asking who's it from and how do we get to it. And we've got a recommendation, the 85, the 100, and the 125. And I see that, and I see the support for it. Now, if we do that, let's just suppose for a moment if we approve that, can we then, if there is a need to expand it, can we expand it further, to these second set of numbers? Is there some prohibition I'm missing, or can we just do that by just bringing it forward again with another report? Because to the superintendent's point, money has to come it has to come from somewhere, and I'd like to be definite. It could be more definite then. At that point, if we said, whoop, we got another recommendation, we need to bump this up, we would by that point know where that was going to come from. I would be much more comfortable with it. I'm very comfortable, I think, with this recommendation at the 85, 100, and 125. I'm just saying that.
I hear what you're saying, and I will just say for the last time that all the metric I need is 52% fill rate and continuity for kids. And there's such a thing as robbing Peter to pay Paul and slitting your own throat, and I think that this falls into line with that. So I'm pretty clear on where I stand. I do think we need, Attorney Powers, your clarification on consensus, because this may end up being another item.
Yes. First, looking at board docs, it indicates that with consensus, we should understand what it is we're asking consensus for. The consensus is being requested to have some materials drafted or prepared and some solutions researched to bring back to the board in an actual meeting for future discussion and vote. So it wouldn't be a matter of voting on a particular policy at this moment. It'd be a matter of authorizing district staff to move forward in bringing what they've started to the board for a vote and for discussion in relation to that vote.
Attorney Powers, sorry to interrupt, but just to clarify and simplify, at work sessions, we come to consensus, and then at board meetings, we vote. So you may choose at the next board meeting to vote no, and pull it for discussion, say something, and vote no. But if we reach consensus, then it would go on the consent agenda, and it would pass as a formality for at the school board meeting. So we're not voting on anything today.
I see. And the consensus then, Madam Chair, is that as Mr. Powers just indicated, would be to put it on the agenda. And then we move forward after that in terms of the item, but this structures it so we know what we'll be voting on later. If we can support one level, then it would behoove us to get that level to one that we could get a positive vote on if in fact it's a positive move. So just as close as we can come to that, I don't want to be an obstruction, but be sure on moving forward, advancing the idea of furthering our effort. So I really appreciate you bringing that, making that distinction.
And from there, at the next school board meeting and after discussion, it could advance, any idea could advance or fail based on the school board's discussion and then based on the votes of the members relative to the specifics of the plan that's presented at that time.
Thank you.
So basically, consensus is just to move forward.
Yeah, and I then, in that light, I would like to support the consensus idea of the previous and I suppose this one, to move it forward. I would like to know the numbers that we're moving forward.
Isn't it what was proposed?
I think
this?
that we were
Is it
talking about
proposed? Is that what we're talking about?
Anyway, I thought that he was researching consent based on the previous conversation that we were having about the vaccination.
Right, well, it's both.
Right.
I guess it was, but it was both, I think.
Because it's coming up against, normally we would have full consensus to move forward. We hash it out, we get consensus, and then we go. But since there's been further discussion about the vaccination and then also this subpay, we will go, where do we go from here?
Where we go from here is if the board gives consensus at this session for these to be brought forward for approval by the board, then the approval would occur at a later meeting, would occur by vote at a school board meeting, because we don't vote at work sessions.
I can consent to that.
Okay.
Does that answer the question that was asked, or is that?
Yes, and my only clarification is, we were presented with these lower numbers for our subs. I had requested that we increase from 85 to 100, 100 to 115, and then keep the 125, and I was asking for consensus for that. I stated my reasons why, and so if there's consensus for that, then we'll keep going.
I'm in support of your recommendation.
Thank you.
That's one.
So if I may, just to summarize, we have consensus, if I hear you correctly, that you're agreeing to the increases in the wage paid at these rates, and that is from $70 to $100 a day for regular substitute teachers, from $85 to $115 a day for continuous teachers who work at 10 or more days in the same assignment, and then finally remaining at the 125, moving from $100 to $125 per day for certified substitute teachers, 10 or more consecutive days in the same assignment. Correct?
Yes, sir. That is what you heard. Go ahead.
I can't agree to that unless I see the exact numbers. I have to know what those numbers are going to look like. So when I'm agreeing to have this increase and what it's going to take away from, I need numbers. But y'all can go ahead and do it.
I don't know that we can give any kind of an exact figure.
Roughly, well, can we look at like last year? Like I need more numbers in the sense, like, I need to know what last year looked like with what we had, and then I want to know, like, even what it could look like for this past month. Like, I need some visuals rather than just throw a random number out there and just say, okay, here it is, and we don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Am I making sense?
Yes.
You are.
Okay, because I'm like, I need,
Yes, we can't give you a certainty for sure.
right, I know it's
You're
not
looking
certain,
for-
but I need some more data, I guess. I need more numbers to kind of know what I'm looking
I think
at.
I feel in the same on this. I know this has been considered. This has been recommended in the meeting. The considered side I can give consensus support in that. I would like to see real study, because these are pretty substantial differences especially from the original number.
So,
Well, you could get the numbers that you're asking for before we vote, I suppose. And also, too, let's keep in mind that we did get numbers as far as percentage of being able to fill our substitute vacancies last year. Was it 82 or 84%, was it?
81% fill rate compared to 52.
52.
To me, that's all the numbers I need, but maybe other people need more numbers. I feel like we've beaten this horse to the point where there's a greasy spot in the pasture.
And just to point out, if I could real quickly, the numbers are really going to be contingent upon the amount of subs who want to go into the classroom, which can ebb and flow primarily because of these pay rate wages.
And the subs that are needed, based
Yes.
off of the previous conversation that we
Correct.
just had.
Yes.
So,
It's going to be hard to really nail that down.
And we talk all the time about, fund the classroom first. What's most important? Why are we here? We're here to make sure that we have people that are capable of educating kids in front of them consistently. And we're talking about, the $70, to me, that's not even an issue. That's a slap in the face for what you're asking a teacher to do. And we went up to 100 last year because we knew we weren't being competitive. And even at 100 this year, we're only filling 52% of our positions.
Oh, we're not paying them the
Or,
100.
well, the 70 because it went back for the first 5 weeks of school.
And I think if we had never done the $100 a day, it might not be such a shock to our substitutes this year. But because we went from the $70 a day to $100 a day due to the pandemic difficulties, then we went right back down to $70 a day. That's a 30% pay cut.
Oh, I see,
And-
we've done
Was it
that.
100 for
Correct.
August?
That move.
So-
Oh,
wow.
all year last
I'm
year.
glad you brought that up.
Yes,
There's
all
a lot of context.
year.
Yes,
Was-
huge.
January.
Oh, pardon me.
It started January.
Pardon me.
January.
Pardon me, thank you.
What was the continuing sub and our certified teacher subs? Was everybody 100, or what were those numbers? That's what I'm trying to wrap my brain around, like, what are we?
Since January of last
Okay.
year, so January of 2021, it was $100 for the daily sub and the continuous sub, and it was $125 for a certified sub.
Okay, that's what I'm curious. So I need to, was 125?
Do that one more time,
Oh,
$100 for a daily sub
okay?
and the continuous sub, and $125 for the certified sub.
And if I may, Mr. Green, that data that you shared was during that time period, or was it prior to January?
It was
fill rate.
First month of school last year compared to the first month of school this year.
Okay, so it wasn't during that window, it wasn't a difference. Okay,
Correct.
we don't have that data.
We can certainly get
We
it.
can get that.
To Vice Chair King's point, we don't have that data separated out.
Not yet.
I actually might.
Yes, could you address this? Because these are, I have the exact same thing. If
Yeah.
I can get to some numbers
Right.
in full context, then I can be much more comfortable.
Right. So, because I hear Vice Chair King's point, and those echoed by the other board members, we don't have that full rate data to compare what it looked like with the increase that was temporary, but it was only part of the year compared to that when it was
Our fill rate.
$70, right? It's only beginning of last year and this year, so they were the same
Yes, so we,
pay rates.
no, they were different pay rates last year in August during this time. It would have been the 70, 85, and 100. The 100 and 125 wouldn't have started till January.
Correct.
I guess for an accurate comparison, we'd have to look at January this year, which we've not hit yet, to see those differences. But certainly, we would be able to pull our fill rate throughout all of last year to include January and after to see if those pay differences made a difference in our fill rate. We would have that data available to us.
Right.
So to advance this conversation, is it possible for us to do a temporary, that we say this is a one-year opportunity because we know that we're still in a pandemic and is that an opportunity for us?
I'd like to see that over here, make that.
Well, we just
make
need
that
to know,
judgment
we need
call.
notification that it's about to sunset, because that's why we're sitting here for the last hour, is that it sunsetted and we didn't
Right.
we weren't aware. So I can go with that for a year, and that will help us in terms of our budgeting for next year and moving things forward. But I would say that we definitely need to have this brought back to us well in advance of the sunset so that we can look at it again. Because
I didn't realize that it did sunset when I took over.
we've made a lot of decisions on a lot of things.
Yeah, there's just been so many things going on.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
So can we get consensus on that then, to do it for this year?
I think so, from my point of view, after I hear from the superintendent on that point.
Thank you. I think we can. And to just reiterate, this is based on general funds, and last year was not based on the general funds, correct, Ms. Boston Ellis? So I'm bringing her forward just because I want to make sure we're really clear about the sunsetting of those funds.
There was a concern about not having enough subs, and I shared with Dr. Gullett, we had $1 million balance in December. So then that was the impetus of raising the rate with the hope that that would incentivize more substitutes. But we told you then it was just through the end of the year. I'm sure no one remembered.
Correct.
I remember.
And Employment Services did contact us and ask, do we change the rate back? And I said, yes, based on board directive, and we did. So, I mean, you might have all forgotten, but we
Not
did.
everybody.
We did get your approval to increase that rate for a temporary, and now if we do it temporary, then it becomes an issue 22, 23, because then there is an anticipation or expectation that we would be reducing their rate again.
Yeah, and
So,
again.
so if you're going to do this, we need to stay with it. We need to say we're paying subs because we think we need to be more competitive with those districts surrounding us, and we need to stay with this rate. Because anytime you take salary from someone, then they are going to take it differently.
Yes.
I'm willing to go on the
correct.
record and say that I would like to see some of those numbers. If we can try to have some type of comparison, but I'm willing to go with those. I am willing to go with those numbers, Ms. Thor,
Pass that out.
that you
You
have.
are what?
I'm willing to go with those numbers, the 100, 115, 125. I would still like to see some type of comparison type numbers, though,
For districts or comparison for,
for what it would be, like Ms. King was saying, some type of projection.
got you. I thought you meant district comparison.
No,
We have that, okay.
Okay.
Because we need to move this
Yes.
this ship down the,
We need
down
to
the
move
river.
this ship down the,
I'm just, sorry, just clarifying, we are moving forward on the 100, the 115, and the 125, which will come before you at a future board meeting for the wage schedule approval, correct?
Can you get us those, like Ms. King was just
We
asking?
can, I think by, certainly, absolutely, yes, we
Thank
can.
you.
Yes, and I would need that too, just exactly what she was asking, absolutely.
So I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but to clarify, though, this is not temporary. This is going to be in general funds as an item that we're bringing to the board moving forward.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And knowing full well that if this goes wrong, or goes, I won't say wrong, but goes over, we're gonna have to make some tougher decisions down the road. Am I, is that what I heard, Ms. Boston Ellis?
We're going to have to make some adjustments.
Adjustments. Some
Because of
adjustments.
shortage of funds?
We'll have to make some adjustments
Somewhere else, correct.
Somewhere else.
So right now, Board Member Browning, we budget an estimate for substitute costs. And so right now, we have about $2 million in that budget. And the point that I was trying to make is if we increase the rates and they go over the $2 million budgeted, we'll have to look elsewhere in the budget or in our reserves to compensate for that. That's the only point that I'm making. Because right
All of
now,
the professionals, I'm making the judgment, I want to hear from the professionals in terms of a recommendation. And so I'm comfortable.
yeah.
And just quickly, and ballpark is fine, how many teacher vacancies do we currently have?
We have, as of this last week, the close of Friday, it should be 78 true vacancies.
Out of how many?
We have roughly about 1,600 teachers in the classroom, but we have many instructional personnel who serve external to the classroom as well. So, but those vacancies represent in the classroom teachers. They do not represent guidance counselors or deans or instructional coaches or inclusion teachers, support facilitators. But in the classroom teachers, of that roughly 1,600, 1,650, 78 are vacant at this time.
Mr. Green,
They're being
please.
substituted for, excuse me?
No.
I'm sorry.
They're being substituted, we're moving in substitutes for that.
At a 52% fill rate.
Yeah, we are attempting to, but only about half.
But you're at about half rate of success in doing that.
Correct.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so in the meantime, all of those salaries of the other 40-ish,
Yeah. Now, if I may point out, and just for clarification, yes, that's accurate for those 78, but we can't think of subs in only respect to those 78, because every day when we have 1,600 classroom teachers, there could be 100 out that day, there could be 200 out that day.
Correct.
So those subs are not only used for the
Vacancies.
vacancies, it's for any
Right.
absent teacher.
Very good point.
Very
And that was a 4.8% vacancy rate.
Okay, wow.
I'm sorry, Dr. Gullett, you were going to.
No, I just wanted to, for the record, define a true vacancy. When you say that, that's language that might not be
Thank you.
understood. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are, and I don't want to quote, I do submit a report each week, but it's about 130, 135 vacancies. Of those vacancies, we have some that 8, 9, or 10 that a continuous sub is in the room who is pending taking their test. So they are the teacher, they've been the teacher, the principal continues to use them as a teacher, and they're pending taking a certification exam. So that's not what we count as a true vacancy. There are others that of those are inclusion teachers. Now these are teachers, these are classroom teachers, but they help support the needs of our exceptional student education learners, and they don't necessarily have a classroom, they help to co-teach, go into the classroom, support kids in need, and so those are also removed, and there's about 33, 34 of them. Another category as well is there are a few principals, depending on the enrollment numbers, and they ebb and flow up to Labor Day and so forth, that have decided, I'm not going to fill this vacancy at this time. We're not at the numbers to fill their teaching vacancy. And there should be a fourth one, which escapes my memory right now. But collectively, these 3 or 4 different areas take from that 130, 135, leaving about 78 true classroom vacancies.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Green. And, again, there is so much to everything that we do, everything that we try to cover. And these are the meetings where we get down into the real nitty gritty, and these explanations are always really illuminating because it's not just one thing. One thing creates a domino effect for everything else. And we've said this a lot of times as a board, but we will keep saying it, that we are fiscally solvent. And there are districts that are not fiscally solvent and that are in big trouble when it comes to their budget. Our particular district has been award-winning for how many years in a row? 21 years of fiscal responsibility. So it's a pretty incredible track record, and I know that all of us intend to have that continue. So thank you for the conversation.
Yeah, it's warranted. Yeah, I believe.
So the consensus is we'll move forward to put it on board items. Do we actually have, now that we have a definition of consensus, do we have a consensus to move forward with paying our substitutes, not this pay period, but in the following pay period and prior to the board approval, these wages?
How far back does that go?
Oh, it won't be retroactive at all. It will be upon today, but we're not going to break apart a pay period. So if we're in the middle of a pay period, then this would not start until the following pay period. So nothing retroactive.
Is that your recommendation, Dr. Gullett, Ms. Boston Ellis?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Well, then I can go with that.
Okay.
And yes, in order to clarify this and the previous issue we had brought up, I just do need to say, when it comes to the consensus items, if something is fully agreed upon during the work session, then it moves to the consent agenda, and it's just sort of rubber stamped through at that point.
Oh, it is rubber stamp.
Well, I mean, rubber stamp's always a poor term to use. I shouldn't have used that, but.
There's full consensus.
If there's full consensus here, if we have hashed out all the details, and it's just a matter of now needing to be placed on the consent agenda for it to be formally voted on during a meeting, it typically is done so without any further discussion. However, if there is an item that we've gotten the skeletal framework worked out, but there are details to be dealt with, then it can be brought as a discussion item during the next school board meeting. And at that point, action would be taken via a vote. So it sounds like parts of what this and also the previous discussion that we were having regarding the vaccination pay stipend are ones which may need to appear as a discussion item on the next school board agenda. And I would just remind everyone that we looks like our advertisement deadline for the board agenda for an item to be placed on the board agenda comes up tomorrow, so that'll need to happen relatively quickly in order for us to get things placed on that board agenda for September 14th, if that's the goal.
Won't be able to do it unless you can pen a resolution that quickly. So
Well, I don't think this needs to happen by resolution. I think that's something that just as with any other pay, it's an operational thing.
The substitute pay would happen via the document you have in your hands. That is what we would upload, that salary schedule with those red lines, redlined in that manner. But I think the vaccination supplement would need to.
I don't know why that would need to be a resolution. That would be something that, much like the, I'm willing to listen, but that would be something that, just like this item we're talking about here, we're talking about an operational move forward that I don't think requires a specific resolution of the board in order for it to be.
We could place it on a salary schedule, but then it would be.
If a resolution is it would be simpler, that's perfectly fine.
Salary schedules are just there for long-term. This is only a pandemic item. That's why I thought that.
And that would be perfectly fine by me, but that would be still, your department would be drafting the resolution for us to review in legal?
I would think we would do it in the manner that all the others were done, and that would be certainly in cooperation.
Yeah, I'm happy to cooperate. It's just I didn't bring the, this is not my item.
Certainly
so
wouldn't do it here.
I have to make sure that
Right.
I know more about.
Right.
Yeah, so if you want to, you and I have worked on resolutions in the past, and we can certainly achieve that if we need to.
I just don't know by tomorrow. That's what I was trying to say. Is certainly the substitute document can be there by tomorrow. It's already prepared.
And that-
Put it as a placeholder?
Put it as a placeholder,
And that would
knowing
be-
that's what it's going to be, and then insert it since we all agree.
And if I may, Madam Chair, Attorney Powers, I appreciate your comments. I'm hearing from you, it doesn't need to be a resolution. Can't we just do it as a separate page? We're not going to add it on to the current salary structure. Could it be a separate page to be an addendum to that, correct? Since we don't need a resolution.
Meeting, and I'm sorry because
For the vaccination stipend. Yes, correct. So I think that's possibly a simple solution, an addendum to that, just basically stating as such.
Right.
Correct? Okay.
And since-
That would simplify it quite a bit.
Part of the salary packet.
Yes, but it's an addendum. If I hear Attorney Powers correctly, it's an addendum, if that's permissible.
Either way that works, I just want to make sure that since time is short
Yes.
on these items, that is
Yes.
clear sort of handoff of who needs to do
Yeah,
what.
that makes sense to me. If you support that and the board supports that, then certainly an addendum seems appropriate.
Whatever makes the work flow.
Right.
And in that case, if it does happen on the consent agenda, then if there are questions of board members as any other consent agenda items, then you can request it to be pulled for discussion.
Vote for discussion,
Yes.
excellent. And
Yes.
that was my question, thank you very much.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Anything on the consent agenda as a board member you can pull that. So it just behooves us all to make sure we can look over that packet well in advance to look at it in
Yes,
detail.
excellent.
And I'm understanding that as per the legal memorandum that I issued regarding the placeholder items, that it would be, that the board chair is giving permission for this to, for both of these, I guess, to be placed with placeholders onto our advertising, and then to be, other items to be added to that as they become available. Is that correct, or?
I want to make sure I'm clear that, I'm totally clear on the vaccine incentive, but I'm not totally clear on the sub-pay scale. Did we get full consensus on that or not? Because it was something I don't want to do. You know, we spend a lot of time here on our work sessions, and I don't want to duplicate that time at our board meetings. You know, it's one thing to pull an item because we weren't able to reach consensus, briefly say why, get the vote, and move on. So I just wanted to share that, because typically we don't have to pull items for board meetings for discussion because we have hashed it out here, and it becomes part of the consent agenda. It is a business meeting of the school board. You know, there's a time and a place for things, and the time and the place to hash things out is work sessions, not board meetings.
Well, I think I'm somewhat the center of this particular on these two items, and I am very clear. I like what Board Member Campbell just indicated. This isn't forever on anything like this, but we've hashed it out, and I'm absolutely against the first one, the
Right.
vaccination one. But I will not restrict that. I will allow it to go on a consent agreement. From my point of view, I can consent to that. However, I do want discussion at the time. I'm just going on that basis. And on this one as well, I just need, like Board Member King, I just need some information on the second set of numbers. First set of numbers, I'm good to go. Second set of numbers, I would like information that's going to, however streamlined it is, it's going to represent itself as discussion.
And if you get that information ahead of the board meeting, then you.
And I'm
may or may
comfortable,
not-
boom, then I don't pull it. Then I don't request a pull.
yes.
Exactly.
Data received by board meeting prior to the meeting. Yep,
Right, right.
got it down.
Yep. So everything that you just shared is everything that I just said. And again, I just want to maintain our track record at our board meetings of really being straightforward with our business, getting the job done, and moving forward. So with that, I think we might almost be ready to move on.
I just want to clarify, it was September 28th, not September 14th's agenda.
September 28th.
Okay.
Thought that was a little early. Thank you. I was giving you the eye, were you? Thank you, thank you.
September 28th, we don't need to do the placeholders then, correct?
They will still do the placeholders.
Yeah, we-
It is due tomorrow, so the
Okay.
placeholders will go up there, but it's not published.
I just
Gotcha.
misspoke in saying the 14th. instead of
Okay,
28th.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't want us to, we just had this in the past couple of meetings about violating our own policies, so.
Right. And I'd just like to say, Ms. Oliver, the past tradition, I was looking up here, in the past, we formally have used resolutions for a 90-day period, but as Superintendent brought up, addendum works just fine, so.
Certainly, we'll just put a deadline. We're not used to having a lot of language in any kind of a salary packet piece. So I don't quite know how to go about doing that. We'll want it to be fleshed out in some way, as discussed by Reverend Cummings. So it will be an odd piece to be part of a salary packet, but we'll certainly figure that out.
And I'll stand ready to assist in any way I can.
Okay.
We just got to get it up there as quick as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I will now turn it kind of back over to Ms. Oliver. She's already been speaking, and she's going to now review assistance for transportation, custodial services, and substitute teaching.
Thank you. And it's 1:29, and I know you haven't eaten. I know that Ms. Prespatino did share with us that you wanted to break for lunch at some point. So you will not offend us, and we can always return if you would like us to do so.
Well, you have this, and then was there anything else?
You have a few more items.
Yes, we have this, we have the advanced degree supplement piece that we were asked about, and then we have the resolution that we've kind of skirted around here, the 2103 resolution that has our Families First Coronavirus Response Act provisions and other leave provisions in the way of COVID, for COVID reasons. So we just need to know how to move forward in those areas. Considering the substitute one took that long, you might want to eat.
I'm sure, yeah.
I think that's wise. Just
Well, I'm also looking at the time in general and what else we have left on our agenda for today. And talking about employee leave and EPSLA and the extra 5 days is very timely, and it's something that we do need to discuss. And the other two items that you were going to go over today, are they as time sensitive?
Well, the assistance for our transportation, custodial services departments, and schools for substitute teaching is in relation to the vacancies and the absences in those departments and the schools to push in support from other employees that are working part-time to assist in those positions or assignments at pay at their regular rate of pay, but it is not their current job, to get to drive a bus, to be a bus aide and support a route, to possibly be a cafeteria monitor or a Marion after school program person who gets off at 8 o'clock and then substitutes until she has to go on at 1 o'clock, she or he. So that is timely.
It is.
I mean, certainly we are here and serve at your pleasure, so we can do these at another date if you wish, but you did ask if it's timely. The advanced degree supplements is a piece that had a lot of conversation. It's certainly not in any relation necessarily to the emergency piece of COVID. So.
And Madam Chair, my add to that is it's using ESSER II dollars, which is why it's under COVID-19, but that could be
But
postponed.
it certainly could be. It's not like, it's certainly not an emergency.
That could be postponed. The September 30th sunset date for the resolution could be postponed, but it'll be close to the date.
Oh, so the
'Cause I-
resolution conversation.
I hear the chair asking for what needs to be covered today.
And we could discuss it September 28th. Is that the next?
23rd, it'll just be close to the
Resolution
date.
conversation?
The COVID resolution, the EPSLA.
The EPSLA.
But if we didn't come to a consensus and you needed to hear any more, there wouldn't be time within the month to do so.
All three of those are really important. I just wanted to make sure I had them all clearly specified. I would propose that we go ahead and break for lunch, resume at 2 o'clock. Today, I need to be out of here by 3:45 at the latest. So, and I know you have your legislative agenda prep, and that's time sensitive.
It is. I wish we could do it on the 23rd, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be there. If I can just give a really quick update, FSBA legislative preparation is actually Monday. So we all received an email today with the recommendations from all the people that have submitted, myself included, but we won't actually be meeting on that until Monday. But our legislative delegation meeting is October 7th.
Yes.
So we have to at least have some kind of discussion about what we want to do.
What our priorities are locally.
And it would be great to move that to the 23rd, but as indicated, I'll be at an FSBA training, so.
Okay, and also Kevin is involved with getting the pamphlets, the little cards printed. So, all right, well, why don't we break until 10 minutes to 2? We'll make it quick, and we will do our best to. Here's the thing, if we don't discuss it, then we don't end up coming to good decisions. And all of these are really important topics that take time. So it is what it is. But let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll be back here at 1:50. Okay? We will continue with resuming our work session at 1:58 PM, continuing with our COVID-19 updates.
Thank you, Chair Thrower. All right, so our next topic takes us to asking the board to consider a proposal in regard to assistance from personnel, our employees now, to help in the areas of the Transportation Department, the Custodial Services Department, and then also to assist in our schools. So we would like to offer our employees, cafeteria monitors, our Marion After School Program school employees, the opportunity to, during the times they're not working, to ride a bus acting as a bus assistant or a bus aide, to drive a bus if they have a CDL license, or to substitute teach in a classroom if, and only if, a substitute teacher couldn't be secured for the day. So let me give you an example. A cafeteria monitor works in schools every day that there's a student day, and they work between the hours roughly of maybe 11 to 1, and they're covering lunch duty. So we, as you know, due to the pandemic and maybe other factors, we have vacancies in these departments and schools, and we have absences that, to a greater degree than we've had in the past. So a cafeteria monitor working from, let's say, 11 to 1 could, if he or she wanted, take on additional assistance, custodial assistance, let's say, and maybe even at the same school that they're the cafeteria monitor for, from 8 to 11, or from 1 to 3. As many hours as they would like, and not surpassing an 8-hour day. So we're not talking about overtime in any of these situations. Also, our Marion After School Program personnel work, they start at 6 in the morning and go till 8, something like that. They start again at 1:30, I believe, somewhere around there, and then go until 6 p.m. So sometimes they do both shifts, sometimes only one. If they have extra hours in the day and they wanted to ride a bus, in the mornings, well, I guess it would only be our cafeteria monitor that could do that. So they would be doing that. So our extended day people could work in the custodial services area and or could substitute during the day at the school that they're in, or maybe one close that they could get to. So what we would like you to know is that certainly this assistance would be temporary. So we're not saying that this would necessarily be all year long. We don't know. It would certainly be temporary. It would not hinder the Transportation Department or the Custodial Services Department from hiring and filling vacancies. This is not what we're talking about. We're only talking about the vacancies and the absences of employees be filled with assistance just for the time being.
Until they're filled.
Correct, until they're filled. And then, obviously, an employee's performance when the employee is conducting custodial services tasks would not in any way be a reflection on their current evaluation. So if I'm a paraprofessional and I'm helping the district out as a custodian, and I am wiping down desks and tables, or filling hand sanitizer bottles or hand soap in the bathroom, and doing other light things, then certainly that is what I would be doing. They wouldn't be taking on anybody's permanent job. So additionally, we wanted to let you know that the transportation and custodial positions would be listed in fast track. So they would be posted just like a position, and employees would apply for these positions. And if you look at, let me give you, I do have a handout for you, and I want you to look at this. Thank you, Brian. If you look at the handout, it gives you an idea of what the tasks would be, because what we are not requiring anyone to do certainly would be to lift heavy equipment, to deal with like the floor shampooer, or to wax floors, anything like that. We would certainly only be asking people to conduct activities that they could conduct easily and with a little bit of light training. So if you look at the first bolded area there, transportation department needs, we need employees to ride a bus as an aid to the driver. We need people to drive the bus. We have Marion essential support personnel, our MESP union people, that literally hold CDL licenses because they used to be a bus driver and now they're a paraprofessional or something else in the MESP bargaining unit. Certainly they could be a bus aid without any other license. Light training for sure, and that would be provided. Now, this assistance, whether in the transportation area, custodial service area, or as a substitute teacher, would be at their daily rate of pay. That is what the proposal is. And you can see in the transportation department area, the bus routes listed there. There are 10 of them. We chose those, the Director of Transportation chose those, and those are our routes of greatest need. Now, Ms. Rora has also had multiple conversations with the IUPAT union president, who is in complete favor of this and is very much wanting assistance in the area of bus aid and driver, with the caveat that we're not taking any permanent positions away from the department, and we certainly are not. If you look at the custodial services needs there, you'll see the types of duties we would be asking our employees to fill: sweeping, collecting trash, dusting, filling hand sanitizer, soap dispensers, distributing those the red disinfectant bottles to classrooms. That just takes time and they need assistance. Light lifting to just move supplies. We are proposing 10 schools with the greatest need in our custodial area. Finally, there at the bottom, substitute teaching needs. We're just looking for assistance in the classroom, and this is where we couldn't get a regular sub. Certainly the teacher is by far the most important person to be in that classroom in front of students. Obviously, if that cannot happen, we want to fill that with a substitute teacher. By far, that is always the procedure. If a position isn't filled, we look sometimes to our paraprofessionals, and we look to even sometimes student service managers or sometimes even other personnel to cover classrooms because it is a necessity. And we're pushing in district support, you know. So to mitigate that, the thought was, and some of these suggestions actually came from Diane Weingard, the president for IUPAT bargaining unit, and she said, yes, the cafeteria monitors could certainly help during the day after they're done with what they're doing, or our Marion After School Program personnel can certainly help. She said also that bus drivers getting off of the bus at a school, if there's a position that still hasn't been filled, could possibly give their assistance, not for the entire student day, but that would also mean a paraprofessional wouldn't have to be there the entire student day. So a bus driver, a bus aide, or possibly even our night custodians who do not go on until 1 or 1:30 p.m. And if someone wanted to give several hours and be paid at their daily rate of pay to cover classrooms or to even relieve paraprofessionals or other people substituting in classrooms that weren't filled so they can have a lunch or other types of necessity breaks, then that could certainly be done. So the proposal is to cover the need in these two departments that we know are struggling, and to cover substituting in schools where subs could not be gained at their regular rate of pay via posting in Fast Track like we do other jobs. And to just explain quickly what that would look like, the posting would go up for, let's say, bus driver assistance, bus aide assistance, let's use that. And we would not upload the job description for that posting because the job description has a salary schedule attached to that. Instead, in the notes area, we would put something like district assistants employed to be paid at regular rate of pay. Then they would be applying, and Mr. Green had a wonderful suggestion of using our screener questions to list the schools and the bus routes. So depending on which type of posting it is, the schools and the schools for custodial service needs and the bus routes in the posting, and then you can answer in the screener questions. The employee would answer by saying, listing what their 3 top choices were. If they applied for custodial services assistance, they could say, I would like to do it in these 3 schools only, top choice, second choice, third choice. And then our supervisors in the transportation and custodial departments would then peruse the applicants and the schools that they are currently in for their current position, and select our people for assistance, and then move forward. There may be instances where there is need and there is no one at the school that is wanting to do that. Certainly, we could look at people outside of the school to neighboring schools or other employees for sure.
Madam Chair? Okay. Yes, why don't you do it now? What's the obstacle?
Well,
What's up?
Well, yes. It's really union related for other positions that we were going to discuss in our executive session. And for
Working to still do.
which
But we
okay.
need to be out of here at 3:30.
Okay.
So let's roll, yeah, but I just, why don't we do it?
Well,
So
we
what's up?
certainly can, but what we have job descriptions, and our people are employed currently with a job description that's been board approved.
So we need someone's permission, like?
We need your permission.
We're the someones.
We're the
Yes.
someone, we give permit, okay, so
veer
let's
from
do this
the-
quick now.
Yep, to veer.
You need our permission
Yes, sir.
to solve a problem caused by, like, why don't we just do it? Why wouldn't the superintendent just say, yeah, just set the policy and go?
Well, the board sets policy, but it is veering from the board-approved job description of the employees, because now they're going to, these employees, let's take a I said paraprofessionals, didn't I? Cafeteria monitor, non-represented, Marion after-school program personnel, non-represented. That's what I should be keeping this conversation to. Thank you.
Maybe I'm not getting the code. Okay, is it like
so
plugging in I'm not an electrician or something, and I can't plug in something? I gotta get an electrician to come do it?
She's trying to we'll use Marion after-school programs. Those are the folks who are an extended day. There are employees, they're only working morning care, after care.
Okay.
If there's an opportunity in their school where they need a substitute teacher that cannot be filled, and they happen to be in that school, they can say, I'll be here all day long.
Let's do it, yeah. Okay, and that's what you're asking?
That's what she's
Yes,
asking for.
Because it veers
Or
from job
drive the bus or.
description.
And the reason isn't really important why she's asking, but she's asking, can we do this? We can do it. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it makes sense to me. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm
No,
trying to expedite.
No, it's a good, and what they will be doing is taking on duties of another job description that's been board approved. So, but this is something that we don't normally do, and a union, which would be impacting IUPAT, could be upset by that for sure. But that's what I'm, relaying to you is Diane Weingart is very much in favor of those non-represented employees, and we can discuss our other ones later, assisting her area as long as we're not taking her positions away, and as I said.
Right. So in a nutshell, we're looking at providing flex support and essentially rovers, because we have such a need. And this is temporary, and it's not going to be taking away from anyone else's job. If someone comes in and wants to apply for that job and they qualify, then we won't need a rover in that area anymore, and they can maybe choose another one where there's still a need. Does that?
Board member has no problem with it, just go.
Correct.
I think we know where he stands.
Yes, thank you, sir.
I have two questions.
Yes.
First of all, I'm also very strongly in favor of this. Number one, because they're already approved employees. So let's go ahead and move them along. We don't have to wait on all that paperwork. Move them along. But I do have one question and potentially one concern, not completely, but would there ever be an opportunity is not the right word, but where this individual, it says they can't work more than 40 hours, but does that ever impact the part-time status to full-time if this becomes month after month potentially, that they are working up to 40 hours? Does that impact their benefits? Because they're essentially working 2 part-time jobs for Marion County Public
It's a
Schools.
very good question.
I think after 6 months. Thank you, Kevin.
I think we would have an issue after 6 months because they would become eligible for the Florida retirement system.
Okay.
Exactly.
Other than that, no.
Okay, all right, that was my question. And my only other thought is based on that they're paid at their daily rate of pay. The only area where I see that being an issue is if we do have someone who, in the example I gave, a Marion after-school person, potentially making $9 something an hour, all of a sudden now is filling in as a substitute for extended periods of time, they're not eligible for the $100 that we've just approved today. I kind of have a problem with that one. I don't know how we overcome that, but I mean, if they're willing to stay and potentially could even be going to school to become a teacher and all of that, I don't see why we should shortchange them out of the approved salary rate of a substitute pay that we just discussed earlier. But the other ones, I can understand, custodial and transportation, bus aid and those, but just because we had conversation about substitute pay earlier, that's the only one I'm concerned about, those individuals making the same daily rate of pay.
Thank you, Board Member Campbell. Colleagues?
Listen, whatever we need to do, we just need to get it done. I had the same concern about with that, so that they would never get any overtime. So I saw that 40 hours. So basically, what they're doing is, if they work 32 hours, that the most they'll get, they can work in these schools 8 hours, additional 8 hours a week, so they won't go over the 40. Perfectly fine. I think we're trying to meet a need, and we're utilizing the people, and some of the people that will fill these positions are people that want the extra hours anyway. So.
Correct. It's certainly optional. And if no one takes a position, there will be no repercussions. I mean, this will be for application, and it will be very streamlined in that respect. So.
Now, I do have a question. So suppose a person is working on a bus, but they want to go clean cafeteria, clean tables. Will they be able to leave so they can be back to the bus compound on time? We don't want them working that other part-time job to hinder with the bus routes and the timeliness that we're still trying to maintain.
Well, so now you're talking about the IUPAT personnel. So
Yeah.
that is a very good question and could lead into our conversations for this afternoon's executive session.
Okay.
Yep. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'm in favor. That's good. Thank you.
I'm in favor of it too, and it did pop into my mind as well as far as the substitute pay, which, you know, if you're going to have full responsibility for children in a classroom, I believe that deserves more money than if you've been doing something else. And all jobs are important. However, we know we need subs, and that's just a pretty high-level responsibility for supervision and everything else. So if we could work around that somehow, or even if we can't, I know we need to move forward. But that's my only input.
Okay. So I'm hearing two members say that the substitute piece, they're concerned about the higher pay. How do our other board members feel? We've got Reverend Cummings, and how do you feel about that?
How long are they gonna be? They won't be a substitute all day long, correct?
Well, and I think that's why we thought just keep with their regular rate of pay. Certainly, if somebody had a job that they worked 2 or 3 days, and then they could 2 or 3 days literally sub and apply for these jobs and be there at 7, whatever time to begin class and stay all day as a sub, they would get the $100 a day, now that we've decided on that wage. But there would be no coverage in the morning.
Decided to put it on the school board agenda.
Yeah. Right, thank you.
And we just don't want, okay.
Thank
And
you.
I hear
Thank
what
you.
you're saying, JC, about, because they wouldn't be in there all day, every day. So I think for expediency and what we're trying to do here, let's go with this, is what I'm going to say, and then you can let us know how it's going.
Okay, perfect.
You okay with that? Okay. All right.
I'm okay.
Yep. Good deal.
So we have consensus to move forward with?
Yes, full consensus.
Perfect. All right. I think that's it. Yes, so now Brian Green will take the advanced degree supplement piece.
Yes, hopefully just take a few minutes of your time. I do have a few bullets I'd like to cover with you as Ms. Oliver hands out the DSP schedule, in other words, the District Specialized Personnel Schedule. So I'm here to speak about the advanced degree supplement and this schedule. And we are recognizing advanced degrees for employees who continue their education and pay for their own courses themselves to further enhance their specialized roles. I would like to first point out that when I speak about advanced degree supplements, I'm referencing the same supplements that were approved by the board on June 22nd at that board meeting for administrative staff. And that replicates the same supplement that instructional staff receive, which is $2,500 for a master's, $4,500 for a specialist, and $6,500 for a doctorate degree, so long as 2 criteria are met. And as a reminder, the first of those criteria is that the advanced degree is beyond what their job description requires, such as an employee who holds a master's degree, but the job description requires a bachelor's degree. And then the second criteria is that the degree is in an applicable field in relation to their current assignment, their current job description. So those are the criteria. As you have, Ms. Oliver passed out that district specialized personnel schedule, and on that schedule you see all positions listed currently under those classifications. There are 36 in total on that handout. About 3 weeks ago, on August 13th, we pulled from Skyward those employees who are on that district specialized personnel schedule, who met the first of these criteria, which is they have a degree beyond what their job description requires. That number is 49. There are 49 employees who fall into that category. However, it is very important that I note a couple of things. Of those staff, those 49 staff, we have not yet vetted their advanced degree to determine if it meets the criteria of being in a related field as related to their actual assignment. So it's important to point that out. In addition, the second point I'd like to point out is that number only represents district specialized personnel who have turned in their advanced degree to employment services. We very well could have staff who earned an advanced degree and have not turned that degree into employment services. So I do want to point those two out. If there were, assuming, let's say all 49 of these personnel, and it was limited to that 49, were eligible for their advanced degree supplement, the current 49 staff that would equal $145,500. So I just want to bring some highlights there to you as we brought forward this DSP schedule and what those numbers look like as of August 13th and notwithstanding the vetting of their degree.
Okay. So just as a real world example, say we have a program specialist that has his doctorate in education of some sort, a related degree. So then that program specialist would then be eligible for a supplement because of that.
Correct. The program specialist on the job description requires a bachelor's degree. So anything in a master's, specialist, or doctorate would entitle them, assuming that degree was vetted to their position, to the, in your example, $6,500.
I see. Okay.
For the
Thank you.
doctorate. Yes, ma'am.
I just needed that clarification. Board?
So we think we're going to get, the theory would be that we would get more value out of that person if it's a bachelor's degree requirement, that they would be able to somehow put something additional on, contribute to the educational, because they have a PhD?
Yes, so these personnel on their own at some point in their career have chosen to advance themselves through an advanced degree to enhance their specialized role. And so this is a piece to recognize that perseverance that they've had themselves to advance their knowledge of their specialization.
So we think we get value out of that?
yes,
That would be
sir.
the assumption?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Because we're in the field of education, I'm always going to value higher education. I believe having advanced degrees shows that you are proving to be a lifelong learner, and someone else is actually vetting you. Someone's giving you a grade saying that you're not just learning, you're also learning with skill behind it. So I believe that there's a two-way street there. So while we can all become learners and read and all of that, there actually is someone actually grading you on the other side when it comes to higher education. So I will always be in favor of something like that. I am very interested in ensuring that the degrees are vetted and that they are from approved universities and colleges. That they are not just from some mail order.
Home mill, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mail
That is
order.
part of our vetting. It has to be from
Certainly.
an accredited
Right.
institution.
Thank you. That was just going to
Yes.
make sure that was clear that it was
It must be.
accredited institution.
Absolutely.
And
Thank you,
if,
Dr. Willett.
But like a geology degree for something that's in psychology subject area, but we just put a little bit of a coating on it, and so we need to vet that, make sure that we know what we're talking about.
And on our job descriptions, part of my responsibility is job descriptions. And you will notice on the vast majority of them, we have many that in the experience area where it talks about degrees, all of them do list from an accredited institution.
Great. Thank you. Cummings?
Good.
Okay.
We have consensus?
Okay, so if it's the pleasure of the board and if we have consensus, we can begin our work towards qualifying those eligible. This does take a little bit of time. Each person has to have their degree examined from our personnel and employment services. And then, so we can move forward at this time with that then.
Say again the total impact you believe that this would be at
Well,
this time, just a guess.
Yep, at this time, there are 49 who have an advanced degree beyond what their job description requires. How many of those through our vetting process would be eligible for the supplement? We don't know at this time, but if all 49 were, and that's assuming again that we don't have others that say, hey, I have an advanced degree, I just never turned it in, that would cost a little under $150,000. Okay, so we will move forward then with vetting those degrees. All right, thank you.
Sounds good. I remember when I worked at, in the hospital industry, you had to pay for your coursework out of your own pocket, but then if you earned a B or higher, then you got reimbursed. So they were very, especially because high needs areas, right?
Yeah.
So this is somewhat mirroring what we do in the private sector, but we make them get it first, and then we decide whether or not it's valid. So I think we're putting some good protections in place. All right, thank you.
So I'll turn it back over to Ms. Oliver to discuss paid leave.
Thank you. All right, our last item of discussion is the resolution, actually. So yes, our resolution 2103, as you know, provides our employees with benefits in relation to emergency paid sick leave, 5 extra days of pay at the employee's regular rate of pay, and up to 6 weeks of allowance for the employee to use their own accrued sick time, or be uncompensated in that 6-week period of time, and we will save their job. So it's job protected time. We're not paying them during that 6-week period, but it is job protection time if they are out for a COVID reason. So we know that we had a resolution just in the near past, and it sunsetted on June 30, or would have, June 30, 2021. And we decided then to extend that resolution to September 30, 2021, and that is quickly approaching. We do not know at this time if the federal government is going to extend the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. We know they did extend it last time from June 30 to September 30, and it at that time was no longer a mandate, but if an employer chose to provide employees with the FFCRA provisions, they would offer a tax credit. Now, we know we don't get a tax credit because we're a private school system, but thank you. Public, because we're a public school. We're not private.
We know what you meant.
We're not right. We're not private. We're a public school system.
Long day, yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, that's funny. So we know we don't get that tax credit, but we decided that if the federal government was going to extend it, we too would extend it. Unfortunately, at this time, we do not have any knowledge as to whether the September 30th deadline will be extended. But we are faced with having to make that decision here in our county. Now, if we extend this resolution to, let's say, June 30, 2021, the end of this fiscal year, then it would mean that the emergency paid sick leave is still in place. It would mean that the emergency FMLA for people with a son or daughter whose school or daycare has closed could get leave time to care for that person, that child. And it would mean that our 5 days of extra pay at the employee's regular rate of pay and the 6-week provision would be extended all the way until June 30 or whatever date that we decide. We are here to determine whether you would like to do that. We have not ever refreshed these days. This would just be a continuation of the benefits as they stand. And if someone's used them, then of course they've utilized them.
But without funding? Is that the idea?
Part of this is with funding, and part is is without funding. So the 10 days of emergency paid sick leave is funded at the employee's regular rate of pay. For 3 or 4 out of the COVID reasons. If they're home caring for an individual or home caring for a child due to COVID reasons, then it is only 60% of their pay. For the 5 extra days of pay that we provided, if they use the 10 days of emergency sick leave, we've provided an extra 5 days. That is at their regular rate of pay. But the 6-week provision, so we know that many times someone ill with COVID, very ill with COVID, cannot come back after the 10 days of EPSLA, emergency paid sick leave. They cannot even come back after continuing it with the 5 days of EPSLA. We know that. Or they did go out, they did come back in time, and they've been out again now, positive. We've been dealing with this across 3 fiscal years. March 2020 was the 1920 fiscal year, so March on, all of 2021, and now we're into 21-22. So people easily could have become positive again or quarantined and then use the rest of their time, and would need the 6-week provision in order to not lose their job here with us. and that was put into place quite some time ago. So the 6 weeks provision simply allows an employee to use their own accrued sick leave for COVID reasons only, or to use that if they have any of it, and then even go uncompensated. And we will still hold the job until they can come back within that 6-week period of time. As it stands, school board policy only allows someone to be out uncompensated for 10 days, which is why we put the provision in place. We were not wanting at that time to release people who truly were ill with COVID and couldn't come back. And the 6-week provision is only there after they have exhausted all other leave provisions available to them. FMLA, district medical leave, any kind of ADA leave.
Madam Chair, I wanted to make sure, Board Member Brownie, that your question was answered about funding. Was that answered?
No, it sounded like it was Congress that needed to step forward.
I'm sorry, some is funded.
Can you speak to the funding piece? I think.
Yes, yes, I'm so sorry, I thought I did. So the emergency paid sick leave is paid at the employee's daily rate of pay, except for.
I have that, it's just the source of the funding.
Source of the.
I apologize. I apologize.
You said it wasn't, and nothing's happening.
So.
How are we paying for that?
I assume, are we paying for district funds?
Yeah.
Just out of district funds? Or is it
If
ESSER
we've
funds?
extended their leave, so they're earning additional days of leave. So technically, they're continuing to get a paycheck. Right. Even though they're out.
Congress has, Congress was in play at one point.
Right.
And now Congress is not in play, but we want to stay, we're going to jump into play?
They will be done, I believe it's September. I think you said September 30th. It sunsets.
And then theoretically, could we sunset, right along with the revenue source?
Certainly,
I mean,
the
does that
document
make sense or
already,
no?
the document already has that built-in sunset date.
Okay.
But you're right, if corporations got tax credits.
Thank you.
But because we don't file a tax return, there's no tax credit.
Okay.
It's simply out of our district funds.
Board?
I like sunset.
If it sunsets, they'll still get their 10 days. I mean, for their sick leave.
If it sunsets, there will be no more emergency paid sick leave paid at the employee's rate of pay. There will be no more 5 days of pay at their daily rate of pay, and there will be no more 6-week caveat that allows them to be out uncompensated longer than 10 days. And we would have to move forward with abandoning or dismissing personnel if they cannot come back due to COVID reasons.
I'm not in favor of the sunsetting. I'm not in favor of letting it sunset. We're just trying to figure out how to keep people in positions. And if we allow this thing to sunset, we're going to potentially lose people, even more people. So if it, I can't, we need to do what we need to do.
Thank you, Board Member Cummings. Board Member Campbell.
I'm kind of on both sides of this right now. So while I agree with the sunset in principle, I believe because of the other things that we potentially are approving right now, I think that if we extended this, we would not need to extend it for the entire year. And I'm talking school year. Perhaps we extend it for another 30 days, 60 days, something like that. But I definitely would not recommend for the entire year because of the other things that we have put in place potentially to be voted upon that are potentially going to offer an additional, I'm going to use the word incentive, even though that's not what we're saying, to be vaccinated and so forth.
Vice Chair Kim?
If it sunsets, they'll lose the 10 days plus the 5.
And the 6-week provision.
And the 6-week provision. So I'm thinking if you've had a vaccination and you do get sick, you should, the people I know that did have the breakthroughs, under normal circumstances, they were better within a week. So I wonder, I mean, we could leave it as is for another 30 days, but I wonder if we should drop it to the 10 rather than 10 plus 5. You know, and then I certainly wouldn't want someone to get sick and then after 10 days they lose their job. I would like to hold that, you know, accordingly. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud.
I would be in favor of us not going the whole year. I would be in favor of us looking at, because what I'm expecting to happen, or I think probably is going to happen, the government's going to say they're going to extend it. And if they step up, then we're good. But I think we still need to make provisions for our people because we're still in the midst of this. It hasn't gone anywhere yet. And it hasn't gone anywhere. I was about to digress, but I'm going to stay where I'm at. So we still got to take care. We don't need to put Ms. Rohr, we don't need to put Mr. Cook them in a bad situation come October 1st because we let this thing sunset.
Well, we have a spike, and so 30 days or something, we'll know something out of Congress, we'll know what's going on, and I would be comfortable with the 30 days. You know, to extend the sunset out 30 days.
Is that what we can do?
I have to look into whether, I do not believe that we can I think we have to, even if it's identical language, if we're talking about a resolution, resolutions are valid for 90 days. Beyond that, I think we need a new resolution rather than an attempt to extend it. So,
okay. Whatever the mechanism for me, I'm not stuck on a mechanism, I'm more stuck on the policy.
Because we are working with some unknowns, and what we do know is that we just had a conversation about providing flex support in rovers, so we know we need coverage. However, we also don't know what Congress is going to do or not do in about 2 weeks, and that would change the whole landscape of this. I believe what I'm hearing is that we want to make sure that if we have an employee that was unlucky enough before the vaccine was even available to get COVID and be out and exhausted all their time last year, and then they've since gotten the vaccine and gotten sick again, maybe not sick enough to be hospitalized, but that has still happened. And now they don't have any leave, and they're trying to figure out how to make ends meet. You know, I don't want to put any employee in that position. So I would say let's if a resolution is typically 90 days, then let's do something different, whatever we want to call it, for at least 30 days, even if we take it to the end of October, because Congress doesn't always move as fast as we would like it to. And they may or may not make a decision for the 30th. And if they don't, then maybe we could have ours extend till the end of October. Because things do move a little bit more slowly than we would like them to, and that might give us the coverage. What do you think? Is that possible?
And let me ask this question too, because this is what Ms. Oliver just said. We've been dealing with this for 3 fiscal years. So some people may have already used those days back in March 2020.
Oh, yeah. I've gotten those emails.
And then, and at that time, there was no vaccination, but they didn't necessarily get COVID, but they were exposed, direct contacts. So they would have been gone home, correct, for that time period?
If they were a direct contact, they would have been quarantined, correct?
They would have gotten paid because they would have teleworked in most cases.
No.
It just really depends.
No.
It depends on the employee.
And then,
Right, and what their job description. Okay, sorry.
they could have also been excluded again because of a direct contact, because we just got a vaccination January. So they could have, those days could have been gone. So right now they're using what if they go out sick leave, correct?
Correct. If their provisions, if their 15 paid days have been
gone.
used, they're using their own accrued leave. Many employees have used up all their leave during the course of this, what, a year and a
Staying
half?
home with their kids.
Right.
Right.
They're not sick.
Many of our employees have children of their own for sure, and some of them have no more accrued leave,
So
which puts them in a very detrimental
So we're
place.
basically kind of pushing them into a bad way.
Well, we're trying to avoid that.
Yeah, we're trying, but I mean, if they've had multiple exposures or multiple times out, they're in a bad way because if they've exhausted all their leave, because some may not have had a lot of leave, correct? Especially if they were a newer employee, they may not have accumulated a lot of leave. We put them in a bad situation where to them, they may say, well, you know what? fire me. If you fire me, at least I'm gonna get unemployment or something. You know, we're kind of pushing. We have to be very tactful, strategic how we deal with this going forward. I think 30 days, 60 days is fine. We can always come backwards. It's hard to go upward when you jump so short. So we need to look at taking care of these folk. And we're trying to keep people in positions, but this seems like we have to push people out of positions to me. And then I have another question. If a person gets COVID, and we kind of had this come up, if a person gets COVID, gets sick, and they die before they use those days, what happens to those days?
Say that one more time.
Person gets COVID, they die
Oh.
before they ever use the 15 days. What happens?
The provision is only for the employee, so unfortunately, if the employee expires, then the benefit would be of no use to them, so.
Wow.
And I think to that point, Board Member Cummings, it's going down into a 1 or 2% or 5% or whatever that small arrowhead is. And I think we have to be really careful coming back to the 100%.
Right.
You know, in order to deal with maybe 5%. And I think there might be some ways of dealing with that. And in 30 days, I'll know a lot more after I see what Congress does. I mean, I'll just know a lot more. And I'll have revenues, and I'll have spike information. I'll have a lot of things that I would like to have. So that, just in reference to that 2% versus 98%.
And ultimately, if Congress doesn't extend, so we'll also have at least a couple of weeks of financial data to tell us in the month of October what this looks like as a cost to us, that if we don't have a funding source for it.
What's happening, yes.
And what may happen in the future if our vaccination supplement proves successful and many people become vaccinated, then we all know that you're far less likely to become positive. And so then people would need these days less and less, so.
Because they can come to work.
Right.
And the herd effect
couple of
will
the
take
things-
effect. All this is taking effect. It's all positive, and
We're on the cusp.
life goes to
Okay,
normal.
so I feel like what I'm hearing is that we're looking at going to the end of October to give us a little bit of a cushion,
I can go there.
and then we'll go from there.
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Yes, okay.
Ta-da.
We did one. Thank you.
All right, so I will come back mid-October.
Yep.
And we'll discuss it again.
Great.
And so Attorney Powers, you said this cannot be a resolution because?
No, it can be, but it would not be an extension of the resolution. We would just need a new resolution. And all we would need to do is take the resolution currently, if that resolution is sufficient and the board has been happy with that in the past, we would just need to, in the whereas portion, cite that there was a prior resolution.
Or extending it.
We're extending, that the intent of the board is to.
We'll leave it to you guys to hammer out the
Yes,
details.
go ahead. Yep, thank you.
Chairman.
That can be. All right, well, that is all that we have for the work session.
Thank you.
Thank you very
so
much. Thank you.
Okay, is there any public comment? That was a long number 4. Okay, we will move right in then to our legislative agenda preparation.
So we'll try and move through this as quickly as possible, this being my first time participating in this, as Board Member Browning as well. Just to give you really brief, on August 25th, I did participate in an FSBA advocacy call. At that time, much of the talk was, among the folks on the call, 20 plus of us, was to try to engage state representatives ahead of session and ahead of them even having their meetings. Lots of concerns around the state with the school board members in FSBA. Many of them are not in the same position that we are with our relationships with our state elected leaders. So we, as a board, have personal relationships with many of our elected leaders, and the vibe around the state is they don't have that. So a lot of the conversation rallied around get your state reps, get meetings with them, just have those introductory conversations, ask them what their priorities are for this upcoming session, and also if they're willing to go visit schools, get them in schools. That was kind of the way that FSBA was encouraging it, which, as I discussed the other day, that's what's been happening. So I reached out immediately, got on 3 calendars, have had 3 of those meetings, one of them in 3 schools, and then we also have Representative McLean going next week, and then Representative Hayes Henson going next week as well, and those calendar, I make sure that you all have that information. As I previously said, the FSBA Legislative Platform meeting is actually coming up on this Monday. The recommendations were due by September 1st, and so we also learned on that call that it wasn't, because I was unaware, it wasn't required that an entire board had consensus on what you wanted to submit as a potential recommendation. It could come from an individual FSBA member. So Dr. Gullett and I and a couple of members from the team, I did submit something, which ironically actually was not a part of the packet today. I've been in conversation with Andrea Messina ever since.
That's happened.
And so I'm like, okay, just curious. But I did actually see, since we all got it while we've been sitting here, another district actually is making the same recommendation that we did. And so we'll talk about that in just a moment. But obviously the purpose of this agenda item is for us to try to discuss what we would want our district agenda to be. FSBA obviously will have their platform that I believe they usually stick with unless they decide to make changes with on Monday, and I will learn that then. But the recommendation that we had put forth is for the legislature to consider allowing us to have a synchronous innovative learning model. Whether that's a pilot program or whether it is just something that is allowed. I learned from one of our elected leaders that we have to be careful in the language. We do not need to use the word virtual. It does need to be synchronous. So synchronous innovative learning model, as we discussed, the reason I put that forth potentially as a recommendation that FSBA would also make on their platform is because I knew we already had our own data that backed up that small number of 300 families that might be interested in potentially even a K-8 model like that, that we could do a school within a school model, a synchronous learning opportunity in Fort McCoy, where we had initially just kind of talked about it. So I used Dr. Gullett's letter to the commissioner and all of that for a part of that recommendation. Additionally, like I said, there is another school board that is making that same recommendation. The only other thing that I would like for us to potentially consider based on the 3 conversations I've had so far with those state reps, if we, and again, this is conversation that this board is going to have on September 23rd, if we thought there was an opportunity that we might want to do an MTI, MTC something, whatever that might be. If we move forward on the 23rd saying this is our plan and this is what we want to do, if we wanted to ask for special appropriation to potentially, because career development and career and technical education is such a strong focus for our elected body, our legislative delegation is very passionate about that. And if we wanted to ask for a special appropriation, the recommendation I had from one of the folks I spoke with was this might actually be a good time to make that request based on what they have seen over the past session and what potentially may be coming out. So those are the 2 things that I had to share with you, and I'm not sure where we want to take the conversation from there.
Okay, what I would like to define is when is our legislative delegation meeting?
Yes, that is October 7th. I do not know the time yet,
It's
but
usually 1 p.m. 1 p.m.
So it starts at 1, and I'm not sure when are we, I think.
We always try to go as a full board along with our superintendent and stand up before them and proudly introduce ourselves as the Marion County Public School Board and our fearless leader, Dr. Diane Gullett, and then share with the little hand pamphlets that Kevin has been so gracious to print out for us with each delegation member. These are our local priorities. So I would like everyone to mark their calendars, please, and we were definitely going to have a short work session that day because we'll need to be out of here by, I would say, 12:15 to get down to the Klein Center. Let's just say noon. We want to be out of here at noon on October 7th, and we have a work session that morning. And the delegation meeting starts at 1, and is it at the Klein Center again this year? Okay, and so let's go ahead and get that on our calendar.
Madam Chair,
Usually, yeah.
I won't be here.
Okay,
I'll be at the FSBA leadership.
okay. All right, well, we will certainly share your absence and your regrets. All right, Vice Chair King, did you have something?
No, I was going to say, usually we get an email. Everyone gets an email telling us when it was. I wonder why we haven't received that yet.
So what actually happened is while I was meeting with Representative McLean, he had gotten the date that day. And so it comes from Senator Bradley's office this time. She's the office that's coordinating.
Okay.
And so we kind of were proactive and reached out to her office to find out what more information. And I'm not certain why we haven't gotten the emails about it yet. So I just happened to get the information because I was in the office whenever the information came out.
Okay.
But it will be coming out of Senator Bradley's office.
Okay, so we should have on our calendars then, for those of us that are able to attend, that know that we can right now, that's October 7th, Thursday. We'll get out of here by noon for our work session, so we'll already be together starting at 9 o'clock. And then we'll whip down to the Klein Center. They usually have us come up very early in their agenda.
Well, we usually, that's why I'm curious if, like, Elena or someone has had an email, because it's important that we get on that list, and that's why I'm kind of like,
No, I know, and I've
Wonder-
already sent this to Elena and Nicole, and I'm
so
not-
did they get the email with the invitation, or was it you just, so that's what my concern is to make sure you're looking for that invitation, to make sure, because if not,
We got to get on the
we
agenda.
won't be on the agenda, and that's what I'm trying to
We'll just
explain.
be sitting there. Well,
No, I know, and so that's what I asked again, because I know the date, and so I sent it to them to ask for them to reach out to Senator Bradley's office for that information, so I'm hoping that conversation's happening.
We good? Okay, all right, great. Now, the next thing you wanted to know is if there's any other input that we have in terms of priorities.
Yes.
Okay. I still have one, well, maybe two, and yes? Okay. One of them is the repeal of the landline tax and replace it with the cell phone tax.
Pico.
Let's move into the modern times. Most people don't have landlines anymore. They switch to cell phones. And we have lost a ton of tax revenue for our schools because of that.
and that's been the one that we've had for the last,
7 years. I was like,
Definitely since I've
7
been
years
on
ago, and I say, let's keep on adding.
yes, that's the key
Repeal and
asset for it.
replace. It's not a new tax. It is just shifting it over. We have hemorrhaged revenue with the loss of the millage that was rolled back at the height of it. Talk about continuing a crisis. We have not been in an economic crisis for quite a long time now. And the rollback rate was never rolled back up, right? Was it 1 mil or a half a mil?
It was 2 mils,
2 mils.
and it was rolled back to 1.5.
1.5. It was a half a mil.
It was 2.0 mils, but it was rolled back to 1.5. And I think in your board presentation, you'll see the dollars that we have lost
Like
in our
20
minds.
million, right?
Yes, more than that.
Lost
half
20
mil.
million. And all I know is that the price of milk and everything else that we need to buy and construction materials have not gone down in that amount of time since 2007 or 8 when that was implemented.
Yes.
I'm passionate about that.
Okay, well, that's sort of a legacy tax that, you know, it's going along, it's about like ICE vehicles compared to electric vehicles, you know, everything has its day. I just have to get I'd have to get some data on it in terms of the overall picture of where it comes from, because I'm so sensitive to the population and how, you know, a lot of things move around. It's moving chessboard, so when things move around, other things take the place, because of this, and then if we go back, boom, it is extra. So I just need information.
Understood. Cummings?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Definitely with the PICO, the tax you were just talking about, we need to keep asking for it. Keep making them tell you no.
And keep thanking them for the compression funds, you know. That has been a good infusion for us, and the mental health allocation has been incredibly helpful. Again, that was born out of tragedy, but at least we got it. But we are having a hard time keeping our lights on because everything else has just escalated and our revenue is not keeping up. And we can't deficit spend, nor do we want to. And they have to balance the budget too up there, I get it. All right, anything else?
So what are your feelings on the innovative synchronous learning model?
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Yeah, I think
Just quickly, can you define the synchronous thing? What is that? That's sort of a,
So there's two different, I'm going to use the word virtual, even though we're not supposed to.
Okay, good.
So there's two different
that what it
virtual
is?
models. So last year, we had the opportunity to have two different models. The Florida virtual, Marion virtual model is that it's a go at your own pace. You sign up for a class, you take it virtually, you complete it at your own pace, etc. A synchronous option to that, which is what we were able to do last year during the pandemic, and all school districts were able to do that, was where you actually had the same bell schedule as any other school, and you have a teacher that logs in with you at 8 o'clock in the morning, and or whatever that bell schedule is of that specific school, and you're online with a teacher from 8 to 2 or something like that. So it's a synchronous virtual online opportunity.
we like that.
We had about 300 families that we have data to support to say not only did they request it and would like to have their children in that model, but also those children did very well in that model. And we also have now FSA data to back up some of that to say that they performed well on tests, not just that they liked it and they did well in daily, but they actually performed well at the end of the
We
year.
support that as a board. That's what you're asking.
Yes,
Well, the plus side to that is that it gives parents another option.
yes, a choice,
Gives a
another
choice.
school choice
And,
option.
and they didn't have it this year, this school term.
Yeah, choice, good. Okay, I like it.
Good.
And do we want to, based off of your conversation that happens in 2 weeks from now, if there is something that comes out of that and there is a consensus on a direction to move forward, if we would like to request a special allocation of any kind, I'll just leave that to you all to decide on that day. It would potentially be an additional funding source. Certainly, there would be no guarantee of it, but it doesn't hurt to ask. Make them tell us no, right, Reverend Cummings?
I like the
Anything other than a no is a maybe? Okay,
Go
all right.
for it. I like the concept, and like Stan McLean and those people, I
Okay.
can have contact. Let's go.
Yes, for construction. It would be specific allocation for construction of whatever the determination becomes.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
That's all I had.
Great, thank you.
I have one question, and what reminds me, I know a few months ago, I think maybe when you first took office or a few months ago, you wrote a letter to Senator Baxley about the buses. Whatever came of that? I'm curious.
So, yes, so Ms. Boston Ellis and I had quite a bit of conversation about that. What actually came about is that the question that I had about the transportation funding and how it's funded based on distance and all is actually a part of the calculation. It was never explained that way at the FSBA training, but it is actually rolled into the calculation in another kind of little way. So what we thought was something that we were being shortchanged, we actually weren't.
Okay.
But that was because of the finance forum didn't quite educate us new board members appropriately on that particular calculation.
Okay.
But it did open up a window of opportunity. I've spoken with Senator Baxley multiple times since then, and he was one of the visits that I had last week or 2 weeks ago. And so he's prepared to assist us in whatever way that, all of the legislators I've spoken with so far are definitely, we all have relationships with them. And so they're just kind of waiting on to see if we do have anything else that we would like to put out to them for recommendations, so.
Mr. King, you good?
Yeah, I think, I was just curious about that, because I do know there seems some, it's my phone, I think, there's a discrepancy sometimes with the buses, and we are a larger community, and I know that it's a little different, so that's why I was just kind of curious about it. But I do know that Senator Bradley, with the compression and stuff, he worked with the school district with that a few years ago, so I think it's important that we thank
Now female Senator Bradley.
Right, exactly, but you thank her for what her husband did, because that was just really good and very helpful that he did that. So, okay, I'm just curious what happened with that.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for all your work in that direction, and hopefully the relationship building will continue to pay off. Okay. Any public comment? We're losing our public. Seeing none, we'll move ahead. To the Christmas parade. I'm not sure who's quarterbacking this one.
This is for board members' discussion if they plan on attending the Christmas parade or plan on allowing schools, and Dr. Gullett's input on schools and staff attending the Christmas parade. I don't know who's on that committee and if anyone's reached out, because you guys have voted on floats in past years, and they are businesses that usually partner with the schools that offer for you board members to ride on a float. So that's my knowledge.
Okay, so.
Last year it came late.
Yeah.
Came very late because of COVID. This is early, because I don't know how deep they are in the planning yet. That's normally.
How did this get
Ms.
on the
Mosley.
agenda? Was there someone that was supposed to present to us? or-
Madam Chair, I did not put it on the agenda, but I do know that Mr. Christian could speak to what he knows about the Christmas parade
I can
planning.
tell you that the parade committee has been meeting since, I believe it was March,
Oh, yeah.
because it takes an army to plan it, and it doesn't happen overnight. So I've not spoken with Mrs. Mosley, but I'm certain that this item for discussion is for your consideration of participation both as a board and for our district in terms of ROTC units, marching bands, all those types of things. Any given year, we probably have over 3,000 to 4,000 students who participate. So if that is to be allowed, I'm certain that those groups would want to prepare and work on music ahead of time and those kinds of things. So
Yes,
I think that was the impetus, some of the impetus behind this topic.
Okay, I'm just wondering how it got on the agenda, because, and it's definitely worthy of discussion, but usually we know that it was who put it on, and
I don't know who put it on, but I can tell you typically the invitation.
Santa did.
There you go. The invitation usually does come from the parade committee as to whether the board wants to participate as a unit in itself.
All right.
And I can tell you where it originated from. When you do your November, the board meetings, plan dates and work session dates, calendars, it is included on that calendar as a yearly item.
Thank you. I just wasn't sure, if we had a request to discuss it, and so I had no idea where we were going with this. But yearly discussion around this time of year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm comfortable with the superintendent just being involved. It's a big picture. It's a complicated picture with bands, marching bands, this and that. So I'm comfortable. I'd need to have some data. I wouldn't just say, wow, in the spirit of the season, let's get out there and start lining kids up. It wouldn't be in my purview.
Well, I'm in favor of us going ahead and saying, yes, barring some major shift in the way we're currently operating, that we move forward with Christmas parade. And I say that because bands are currently marching and participating in sporting activities and participating in competitions, and they're currently doing those kinds of things. Same thing with ROTC. So we've already said that our secondary schools were able to do that. The only change at this point potentially could be for our elementary school, the little snowmen and those folks that might not be participating in field trips right now. So I think that would be the only groups that we would have to be looking at those not in secondary schools. But I'm in full support of participating in Christmas.
I follow that. I'm with that caveat. I'm good to go.
I'm going to say that I'm continuing to be a huge fan of the Christmas parade. It would be wonderful to see it happen. I know how much work, and it's 60 years worth of tradition. Right now, it's a little jarring to say that I'm ready to make a decision one way or another, which is not, I know we do need to provide some guidance or at least a signal of what our intentions are. I have no problem with anybody marching. My issue would be what type of mitigation strategies are we going to be looking at if we're still at that point. The McPherson complex is big, and the kids are all around each other all day. It turns out to be a big barbecue, and everybody's all together. If we're still dealing with what we're dealing with now, that might not be in our best interest. But I think I can say on the record right now, as long as our numbers continue to decline, especially for our kids that are 12 and over, to be able to actually march in the parade, I wouldn't want to take that from them this year. Anything more than that, I think it depends on where we are at the time. I don't want to be restricted. I want to have it be the biggest Christmas parade we've ever seen, and celebrate everyone's good health. But
Madam Chair,
we're not there yet.
can we say that, can we just say that they should proceed with caution, preparing for it, but that doesn't put us on the hook if something goes wrong. We at least they've started preparing.
Yeah.
We're preparing with expecting that everything's going to be good.
Right.
But
We want to think, I don't want to say think positive, because that's become a bad connotation.
Right.
We want to think with enthusiasm.
Right.
Ho, ho, ho.
Right.
Go.
Right, and we know more now this year than we knew last year. Like, we know outside transmission, it's not as easily spread, when you're outside. So we definitely know more than what we had. And I'm okay moving forward with, like, Eric just said, with caution. If we have crazy high numbers, well, then that's not really in the best interest of the community. But, I hope they go down.
Well, and they spend a lot of money, and, just in the interest of a real parade, I think we do need to give them a clear signal, what our intentions are, so they can move forward with the planning. So, I am all in and wanting to see it happen. So, yes, I would say,
Signal from me.
yes, let's go ahead and plan for expect the best, and if we have to plan for the worst, then we will if it gets to that. All right?
We get a meteor strike, we'll adjust our.
Does that also include the board participating? So I know we talked about
That's up to
bands
each board member.
We have to
Right.
decide, I think.
No, and I understand that, but I believe prior to the pandemic, the board was all participating together on a unit. And so that,
Not all of us.
Not all of them.
Yeah, it's like, not always.
No.
Not all of us.
But hats off to the Paglias for providing the opportunity, of which a lot of us did avail ourselves and enjoyed it very much. So if the Paglias are willing to do that again, or another business, I'll be the first one on the float. It's great. It's a lot of fun.
I want to be where Kevin and Teresa was last time.
Oh, okay. You could be the newscaster.
They had the safest spot.
Okay, all right. Well, we're all looking forward to having fun at the Christmas parade, so hopefully that's the signal that the Friends of the Christmas Parade need to assist in their planning. Okay, we will move on quickly to board concerns, and we'll take a very fast recess. We're trying to get out of here at 3:30. I hope we can get our executive session in, can we?
You can push it back, Ms. Bower, if the board would like to. Well, or we can try to get it done by 3:30.
Yeah, try and get it
Let's
done.
try to get it
Let's
done.
try to get it done. Why don't we forego, I'd like to propose that we forego our board comments, where we usually go round robin, and move right into clearing the room and going into our executive session.
Go, go, go.
Okay. All right. We are adjourning our work session. No, we're not, because it's going to be a continuation. Okay.
Brief recess?
Brief recess, 2 minutes.